the meeting to order. Ms. Brackus, lead us in the pledge. Please rise. At this time, we'll observe a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Shivi. Here. Breckus. Here. Zadra. Delgado. Here. Dorch. Here. Jardin. Here. Cashel.
Here. This time we'll go to item A4, public comment. Scott Powell.
Mr. Mayor, members of our City Council, I started a petition in regards to an item coming up on your agenda today. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be here this afternoon to make comment at that time. It's item J7 about graffiti in Reno. I've started this petition on the 17th of March. I've collected 291 signatures so far. Hope to collect more. I'm going to keep it open-ended, but it's very important to us. I spent March 16th, the day before that, cleaning graffiti up in my neighborhood for the leprechaun chase. So when people came to our neighborhood, it didn't look like it was a ghetto. The petition reads to the City Council of Reno, Nevada, restore funding to our anti-graffiti enforcement team. We, the citizens of Reno, Nevada, are disheartened with the proliferation of graffiti in our city, disillusioned with the lack of effort our city is taking to eliminate it, and disappointed that our mayor and city council removed funding for our anti-graffiti enforcement team. Our anti-graffiti enforcement team was a model organization that other cities learned from. Now it is gone, and what is the result? Graffiti is now out of control in our communities. You see graffiti in the older parts of Reno, in the suburbs, in the industrial areas, and even in our gated communities. We need the City of Reno to restore funding for graffiti abatement personnel, restore funding for personnel to research, track, and prosecute offenders. We have fought hard to have anti-graffiti laws passed. We need to start enforcing them again. If we don't get the help we need from the City of Reno to aid our efforts combating this affliction in the biggest little city, we can expect lower property values due to the blight of graffiti. Businesses will have to divert funds to clean and maintain their property, funds they could spend increasing and improving their businesses. Visitors to our city will see a different face than the ones we want them to see. And in the time left, I'd like to read a few of the comments that I received for this. I seem to have misplaced them. Oh, here we go. I also want to point out, in the short walk from where I parked my car to where I came over here, I counted 6 tags, and I only walked about a block. First comments from Kelly Rush. Kelly Rush, I both live and work in Midtown, which has been hit hard. My company's building is constantly being tagged, as are those of every other business in Midtown. Small business resources are already scarce, and having to repeatedly fix this senseless damage is just too costly. Gary Radin, I live and work and am actively working to make Reno a better place. Graffiti works directly against our cleanup effort and makes it appear that the city doesn't support our work. James McKinley, I recently had a chance to visit the Providence, Rhode Island area and witness how widespread and damaging graffiti can become when little is done to prevent or remove it. As I walk around Providence, I could see how Reno is only a few steps behind in the deterioration of its great image. And finally, from my friend James Martin, graffiti looks ghetto. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ted Levetter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I put together a short PowerPoint presentation today. There are a number of issues on today's agenda, but it's an exciting day. The RCC. In an effort to make my high level of participation sustainable, today I'm announcing the formation of the Reno Citizens Coalition, a grassroots nonprofit organization that's dedicated to the belief that engaged citizens can improve their neighborhoods and change their cities. What we do, we support an open and transparent democratic process by focusing our energy in 3 areas: access, advocacy, and accountability in local government. Our goal is to make meaningful public participation possible for all Reno residents. Our task is simple: be a resource of information for our members, help them take an active role in the decision-making process, and provides tools and resources necessary to hold government accountable. Our success is measured in 2 ways. First, can we establish a process that allows for meaningful and consistent public participation that fits into our busy lives? And can we act as a counterbalance to the influence that special interest seems to have in our community? I was motivated to do this and to create this organization based on my experience participating in local government. As I spread the word about the coalition, I'm quickly learning that I'm not alone in feeling like something must be done in order to shift business as usual in the city of Reno. The world is changing rapidly, and to meet the evolving needs of today and ensure the health, freedom, and longevity of our community, we must adopt the values required for an effective 21st century democracy. Creating an open environment in which participation is easy and meaningful is the first step. And while we all recognize the obligation to participate, most of us don't have the time. So our goal is to make it easy for people to participate in local government. And time is not the only obstacle. I've heard from a number of our members that fear of retribution against their business and from the city of Reno itself keeps them from participating and speaking out on complicated and controversial issues. So how it works. As executive director, I'll be identifying the issues that I think are critical to our community. And once I have identified that issue, I'll put together a report. So just for example, we'll look at you on our farms. And once I put the report together, oh, that's not working. Our members will receive an email. And that email will include what the proposal is looking for, a history of the project, and then they'll be able to provide feedback to the coalition in the form of voting. They can either agree with my position, take a neutral position, or request more information. If we receive enough support from our membership, we will actively pursue that issue in terms of providing access and advocating on behalf of our position. On today's, our Reno Citizens Coalition is membership-based. You pay a yearly fee, and that fee is important to help keep us funded and rolling forward. You'll already see on today's agenda there are a number of issues that the Reno Citizens Coalition has had an impact on. L10 and M1 are issues that we've been working on for a number of weeks. And today during public comment, you'll hear from one of our first members, Mr. Jeff Church. He's asking for your support in providing an open dialogue on the issues that are important to this community, and there are issues that are related to items on today's agenda. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lance Molinaro? I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to butcher it.
That's okay, Mr. Mayor, you do it every time.
I know I do. Identify yourself for your record.
My name is Lance Molinari. I'm a Reno native, born and raised here, retired from the gaming industry. Kayaker, cyclist, skier, love living in Reno. It's a great place to live, and I think you folks have all done an excellent job. Unfortunately, I'm here to talk about an issue that you may not be aware of. The state of Nevada has an environmental problem. It's an invasive species called the quagga mussel. Lake Mead and Lake Lahontan are infected with the quagga mussel. They're transported by boats, primarily fishing boats and boat trailers that are going from infected waters to non-infected waters. It's the job of the Nevada Department of Wildlife, Fish and Game, to solve this problem, to keep the invasive species from spreading to all Nevada lakes. Fish and Game recently went to this, or a couple of years ago, went to the state legislature and complained that they didn't have enough money to solve the problem. So they got a bill passed called AB 167, which became Nevada Revised Statute 488.536. This authorizes the Fish and Game to sell a decal, an invasive species sticker, a tax stamp, if you will, and it's required on all motorized vessels and all non-motorized vessels in the state of Nevada. Non-motorized vessels was clearly meant to include sailboats, fishing boats, things that are operating in Lake Lahontan. Now, I belong to a kayak club here in Reno called Sierra Nevada Whitewater, and we were recently contacted by Game Warden Lieutenant Mike McCulsker, and he informed us that all rafts and all kayaks on the Truckee River will now be required to display and purchase this new tax stamp, regardless of whether it's a 1995 Kmart raft or a whitewater raft at the Whitewater Park. And they intend to enforce this by citation. They're going to be down at the Whitewater Park ticketing kayakers. And they've specifically singled out the Reno River Festival for enforcement of this new Fish and Game policy. So this year, the Reno River Festival will be greeting people with game wardens, tax stamps, fines, and citations. Nowhere on the planet is a tax stamp required for whitewater kayaks or whitewater rafts or Kmart rafts. In fact, the Reno River Festival ought to change its new motto to Kayak Nevada. We have a citation and a tax stamp waiting for you. Is this really going to solve the problem at Lake Lahontan and at Lake Mead? Thank you, folks.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, it sounds like an issue related to our parks, and as the liaison to the Rexham Park Commission, maybe that would be an issue for us to bring up at our next meeting and
Right.
discuss.
Okay, good. Laurie and Russ Walker.
Hi, my name is Lori Walker, and this is my husband, Russ Walker. We're owners of Recycled Furniture in Midtown Reno on South Virginia Street. We'd like to open up for review the decision to have made Toma Street in Midtown Reno a one-way street that's going east to west, ending on Virginia Street. We have collected at this time 37 business owner signatures, which is approximately 90% of the businesses in our area, and over 80 customer and employee signatures that would like to have the street either be a one-way going west to east in direction, or at least going back to a two-way street. The business owners affected are in the section of South Virginia at Cheney, up north just past Toma, to also include St. Lawrence and South Center Street. We're requesting the City Council have the city change this as a hazard and unsafe to make a left turn on Virginia Street from Toma Street, not only for vehicles, but for larger vendor trucks. There is only one lane going each direction on Virginia Street, and it is heavily traveled. Also, Toma ends at Virginia Street, that is at the bottom of a hill, with traffic that tends to go faster coming down the hill. This is a concern not only for vehicles trying to make a left-hand turn onto Virginia Street, but also the pedestrian traffic that tends to be heavier there wanting to patronize the shops. We know that this was originally done to create more parking for Midtown, but this has made it harder for people to use the street at all. The street is mostly empty for most of the day. It is not being utilized for the purposes it was actually intended to help. Currently, customers coming south on Virginia Street have to turn left on Cheney, then make a left on the one-way Center Street, then make a left on the one-way Toma Street to actually be able to use that street for parking. Most people driving down one-way Center Street are locals that know how to use this one-way street to get to where they're going or to bypass the Virginia Street traffic. But our customers that want to frequent our shops drive down Virginia Street to find us. They do not want to know how to get to us by using a one-way center street to get to another one-way street for parking. Currently, this direction makes for unfriendly navigating for customers to be able to use. There is more north and southbound traffic on Virginia Street than just northbound traffic on Center Street, so it just makes more sense to get the cars off of Virginia Street. Changing the direction or putting the TOMA back to a two-way would allow more people to patronize the businesses by making it more convenient for the customers. In speaking directly to the city traffic engineer, we were informed that our original recommendation was to the city to put the street west to east. We thank you for this consideration. Thank you.
We'll have somebody look into it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I did speak with her, and a number of the merchants in the area have spoken to me about this also, and my ward is on the west side, but many of them are impacted, and Councilman Delgado's ward is on the east side, and I was thinking perhaps we could hold a neighborhood meeting with some of the concerned folks and staff and
Okay,
vet these issues.
good. Christopher Corbett?
Honorable Reno City Council, my name is Christopher Corbett, Nevada Executive Director for PANDA, People Against the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA. I recognize there will be discussion on the NDAA on agenda item L10 a little later, but I want to provide a brief refresher on the NDAA in advance of L10 for the board's benefit. Sections 1021 and 1022 of NDAA 2012 authorize the indefinite detention and assassination of any person on U.S. soil without charge, trial, or access to legal counsel. Today, the government can deem you, me, or anyone else they don't like of being a threat or belligerent and simply detain them, but never have to prove their case in a court of law. A person need not even commit a crime to be indefinitely detained under the NDA, only suspected of possibly committing some future act, pre-crime. This is an egregious violation of our constitutionally recognized unalienable rights. Does anyone else here see a problem with that? I have given up on Congress's ability or desire to solve the obvious problem and threat to our civil liberties presented by the NDAA. Congress passed the NDAA with sections 1021 and 1022 included. Congress had the opportunity to repeal or amend these sections as to make them moot, but failed to do so. In addition, the NDAA had overwhelming bipartisan support in both the House and Senate. PANDA seeks acknowledgement and support at the state and local levels of government that civil liberties will be upheld and unconstitutional acts will not. On February 26, 2013, the Board of Supervisors of the City of San Francisco passed an NDAA resolution of noncompliance. On March 20th, 2013, I am pleased to say the Las Vegas City Council followed suit and passed a joint NDAA resolution of noncompliance, which will now go to the Clark County Commission for passage. Hopefully what happened in Vegas will spread throughout the state. We believe that you have the duty to do whatever is within your purview to deny city participation and association with any action of the federal government under the NDAA within this jurisdiction. Based on previous Supreme Court rulings, the federal government cannot compel Nevada nor the city of Reno to act on its behalf. We have been here a few times already and would like to know what information the board would like from us. We would like to avoid any redundancy in our discussion, but would like to hear your feedback and questions so that we may better serve your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles Albright? Charles Albright?
Howdy, I'm Charles Albright, local paddler. I belong to numerous clubs, and I'm the president of the Sierra Nevada Whitewater Club. I'm here to address the alien species, invasive species decals that you were just told about by Lance. I put on races every year, typically downtown, the Whitewater Park, and I have people that come in from out of state quite often for those races. And everybody that comes in from now is going to have to come up with $10 per boat to race in my race. Okay, which doesn't make any sense to me at all. I'm down there all the time. I probably paddled at that Whitewater Park 150 days last year. I had 272 days of paddling last year, all over Nevada, all kinds of lakes and things like that. I have over 100 canoes and kayaks at home that the public is welcome to borrow at any time to take out and use in this state or any other state. I'm going to have to probably pay for 30 boats that I use during the course of a year to teach handicapped people and other people how to kayak at events like the Wellman Days over in Sparks and all this, just to pay duty tax, if you will, to the state. I was hoping that the city of Nevada, Reno. I've already talked to Mayor Gino over in Sparks, and I hope that you folks could help us talk to the governor who runs NDOW, essentially oversees it, to see if there's some way that kayaks and inflatable kayaks and rafts and canoes, all the people that come into this town to use this valuable resource we call the Truckee River, all of our bodies of water in this state, to not have to pay this ridiculous tax. You know, like I said, I'm gonna have to pay for 30 boats every year. That's $150 out of my pocket every year to let people use them for free. Okay, when I have my races downtown, I typically paddle 4 different boats. So I gotta come up with $20 to race my own race when I'm putting it on and pretty much paying all the fees myself. I pay, how I found out about this, I went down to Department of Wildlife to approach them for a marine events permit. I had to pay them $50, and I gave them the forms and everything. Then this guy, Mike McClusker from there, who's a enforcement agent for warden, essentially, called me up and said, oh, by the way, did you know about this? And now that you know about this, if you go paddle on our Truckee or any river or any body of water in Nevada, you're responsible, and you could be cited now because you didn't get a decal for your boats. So basically what I'm trying to say to you, while I still have time, is that this severely affects tourism for the state of Nevada. Somebody gets in up in Truckee and boats down to Nevada, say to Verdi or someplace like that. Somebody gets up on the Carson River down in Markleyville and boats down to Gardnerville. They've just broke the law. And that's not right. It's ridiculous to insist that every single person in a Kmart raft or any other kind of boat that's down at the Whitewater Park or anywhere in this state has to pay $5 resident and $10 out of state. That's ridiculous. The Jacksons will be here for the Reno River Festival. All 4 of them are national and world champions. They're going to have to, they'll probably use at least 3 boats each, have to pay $10 for each one of those boats. And that's just insane. So anyways, thanks. Hope you can help us out. I sent you all an email about it.
Thank you very much. David Checker?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council people. My name is David Checker, and I'm a person, I'm not able to do a regular technical job because of injuries I sustained, and I'm attempting to make a living as an artist, and I do that setting up my easel on the public forums, on the sidewalks, and the parks in Reno. And recently, the Reno City Attorney's Office has been revising the artist code. It's known as Reno Municipal Code 5.14. And recently, when I spoke to Deputy City Attorney, he told me that Stephen C. White had kicked our ass. And I wondered what he meant by that, and he was referring to the preeminent landmark case of White versus City of Sparks. I'd appreciate it if you get your pencils out or pen and write down the citation. White versus City of Sparks, 500 Federal 3rd, 953, 2007. This revision of this important municipal code will be coming up for your review to be implemented into one of the Reno municipal codes governing artists. And let's hope that the city of Reno doesn't get their ass handed to them again. Currently, there's some fundamental problems with the 5.14. Every Reno municipal code begins with definitions. It doesn't define 2 fundamental status of people, the artisans and artists. It also is going to regulate merchandise and goods, but it doesn't define merchandise or goods. Can goods be merchandise? Can merchandise be goods? But the real big fundamental flaw that makes this a constitutional abomination is the fact that they're trying to criminalize lawful conduct that an artist can utilize by being in the public forum of the sidewalks and parks. Specifically, in the past statute, 5.14, in the current revision, it makes an artist be 50 feet away from the special events. And also in the same code, I guess they didn't look at it too closely. At one point it says you have to be 35 feet away from that. And my suggestion to you is please do your due diligence when this comes up for your review so that the City of Reno does not have to go back to federal court and spend money that they don't have. And I would ask you that, what do you do if you get sit down to eat a hunk of meat and you find out that it's tainted? Do you cut it out? You do the same thing with a bad statue as you do a bad piece of meat. You throw it out, you start over again. I would strongly suggest to the city council hire outside counsel that is competent in constitutional law. That'll be an initial expense, but you'll save a lot of money in the long run. And I thank you for allowing me the First Amendment right to be able to speak my mind, Mr. Mayor.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Holly Powell.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Holly Powell. I've been a volunteer at Project Solution for a little while now. I became a volunteer because I live right down the street from the complex, and I've seen firsthand the need for a facility like this in our area. I'm here today to be a voice to the kids that couldn't be here today. They've expressed to us their need to keep this building open for many reasons. I'm hoping by speaking today that you keep us in your thoughts and help us to bring awareness to this building, and also showcase our efforts. I know Oscar, he owns that side, but it really is important to the kids. Since we've opened, there has been a decrease in crime in the area and gang activity, in the graffiti, just because of this building. And I believe it's because, the kids have something to do after school. These kids can't afford the basketball leagues after school. They can't afford the soccer leagues. But this gives them a place to go where they have that sense of belonging, which, gives that sense that they would normally try to seek out through gangs and stuff, so that we feel that that's the reason why we've had decrease in gang activity. It's not perfect. We're still working on it. We're only a small little group of volunteers, but we're trying to do everything we can. So if you can just kind of help us with the awareness of this facility and all of that, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Zed.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Paul Gonzette. I'm here representing Project Solution with Holly. I'm passing out some information about our facility and our event. The facility, as Holly said, it's on 1090 Bresson Avenue. We are in Oscar's district, but we are nestled in a low-income area. What Project Solution does is we provide a safe haven after school for homeless and at-risk kids. We get kids as young as 8 and as old as about 24, but the average is about 20. The entire facility is volunteer-run, everything from admin to HR to accounting to facility maintenance. And so when we became volunteer-run, the kids started asking us, what does that mean? Does that mean nobody's getting paid? It's like, yes, that's true. But also, that means that everything that gets done around here is because people really want to do it. So the kids have started helping maintaining the building, which is one of the reasons we don't get graffiti, we don't get violence. The kids take out our trash, they mop the floors, they sweep, they do everything required to maintain a 2.5-acre facility, which is a lot of work, as you would know. So as Holly said, our building doesn't get graffitied, we don't get trash, we don't get litter, because the kids know it is their safe place to go after school. What I'm here to talk to you guys about is an event that we're doing. It's an open house and a fundraiser. We haven't done anything like this for about 10 years, and we've been around for about 12 years, so it's kind of due. The event is something that we're doing with the Reno Bighorns, which is the NBA D-League team. I don't know that much about basketball, unfortunately, but they're an amazing group. They're going to be coming down with their dancers. The dancers are going to perform. The basketball team is going to be here, and they're going to interact with the kids. They're going to watch the kids play basketball, give out awards, do a dunk show, do a three-point competition, and it's going to be held next Wednesday at 6 p.m. I know you guys have city council on Wednesday. Hopefully you'll be well through with all the agenda items at an early hour where you can all come. The event will be a great time for the kids to showcase their talent. A lot of times when you see our kids in the streets, you make judgments about them because of what they're wearing, maybe the tattoos, or if they're smoking this or that. But we don't take that extra time to realize that they're really talented in arts, in performing, in basketball, in sports. So this is their time to really showcase what they've been doing, what they've been learning in the facility. And so we hope that every one of you can attend. We hope that if you can't attend, you can at least attend with your checkbook and can sponsor a kid. There's 3 different levels, and I gave you those prices as well. we just presented yesterday to the county commissioner, and we did get some support from them. I know Marcia definitely said she will be there and that she will also be representing herself with her checkbook. In addition to that, we just got confirmation from Miss Washoe County. She's a Latina who will also be coming to the event and giving out prizes to the kids. So I really hope one, if not all of you, can attend the event. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Church.
My name is Jeff Church. I'm a property owner in the city of Reno as well as in Washoe County. My house is in Miss Zadra's district in Double Diamond. Much like the schools in Double Diamond, we are much closer to the Washoe County Fire Station than the Reno Fire Station. And in the event of a medical emergency, the Washoe County Station would not be dispatched. Last week, I did speak to you regarding my concerns over police staffing and response and Safety 88. I want to thank Councilwoman Breckus for responding to me and saying she was going to look into that. Likewise on this, I'm asking you to put this on the agenda and to look into it, into the fire staffing as it affects the SAFER grant, as it affects public safety and automatic aid. I want to read into the record excerpts from the City of Reno staff report, as well as the SAFER application and the minutes for the SAFER grant. SAFER, by the way, as most people know in the audience, was a approximately $13.4 million grant for fire services. Quote, all SAFER grants under new hire, rehire, or retention have strict program requirements which are conditions of the award. Grantees must stipulate that during the grant period, in this case 24 months, there will be no layoffs or firefighting personnel or reduction in staffing levels for firefighting positions. Failure to adhere to these requirements is considered default and could result in a loss of funding. Currently, the consolidated department has 266 positions, 80 more than can be financially supported by the city alone for after June 30th, 2012. 10 of the 80 are for FY 2010 SAFER positions. Because the SAFER program categorically prohibits layoffs or reductions in staffing levels, the city cannot violate these conditions without risking the termination of the grant and loss of the 10 positions. The city will not lay off any firefighters or reduce staffing levels during the 24-month grant performance period, estimated approximately July 1 of 2012 to June 30th, 2014. If the city lays off any firefighter positions or reduces its firefighting staffing levels during the grant performance period, the city would be considered in default. See legal implications below. Legal implications. Such requirements include but are not limited to a prohibition against laying off any firefighter positions or reducing firefighting staffing levels. Failure to adhere to the award conditions constitutes a default of the grant and may require the city to return all the funds received under the grant. And of course, today I'm saying that it appears that you have reduced staffing levels below that 266 requirement. From the SAFER application, organization name, Reno Fire Department - Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. If awarded the grant, how many authorized funded full-time career positions will be in your department? 265. If awarded the grant, how many volunteer firefighters will be in your department? 116. I'm alleging that today you have no volunteer firefighters at all. Additional staffing will allow the department to improve automatic and mutual aid response to Washoe County. Please put this on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought that I remembered communication going out to these very questions from staff several weeks ago. Could we regenerate that, please?
Yeah. Stephen White.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen White. I've been poking and prodding you for a long time about the arts in this city. I wanted to give you a little background about me because there's been my ears have been ringing. There's a lot of misinformation going on about me. I've been an artist for 45 years. I have painted my way all over America. I have literally lived through and witnessed the downfall of the arts in this country. I know what the problems are. I probably have a better understanding of the problems of the fine arts that you're dealing with in this city and in cities across America than any other person you're ever going to meet. Back in 1998, I was out and doing an art show in Littleton, Colorado. I challenged the Foothill Park and Recreation Department there about my constitutional right to be an artist in a public park. They told me they didn't allow it, just like you do. They said they had art shows in their park once a year, and we were allowed to participate in their art show once a year. I pointed out to them that when they allowed their festivals to go on and charged artists all this money to participate in the festivals, and they didn't allow us to have equal access to the parks at other times, they were also violating my 14th Amendment right to equal protection under law. As a result of that, their attorney backed down, and they agreed that we did have that right. And I started the very first free family community art show at Clement Park, which is attached to Columbine High School. And you'll have to excuse me, but I was a witness to the massacre at Columbine, and it is hard for me to talk about it even to this day. And from that day on, I have become an artist advocate, and I have been standing up for one cause. Maybe it's just one person fighting, but somebody's got to stand up for this cause, to deliver the gift of art back to the children of our country as an alternative to guns, drugs, and violence. So from Columbine, I went to Salt Lake City. The Olympics were coming. I got to know the new mayor of Salt Lake City, Rocky Anderson. Rocky and I worked for 3 years, and we opened Salt Lake City to the arts. And you'll find artists selling their artwork downtown Salt Lake City to this day. We did it as a part of revitalizing Salt Lake City for the coming Olympics. So I learned about the workings of city government. I learned about all your fears, all your anxieties about letting artists sell in the parks. From Salt Lake City, I came out here and I started challenging Carson City. Now, they were pretty nice about it. They told Mr. Kleinfelter and I we could go out in the park and we could show, we just couldn't sell. They told us we could make appointments and sell at somebody's house. Well, we took that invitation, we went out in the park and we used it as a public forum. And we spoke out about all these policies. We met a couple of attorneys as a result of that. We brought a federal lawsuit against this city for violating the constitutional rights of the citizens you serve. And we won that lawsuit. I didn't think I was kicking your ass. I think I was opening some doors of possibility here. That wasn't my plan. You folks folded on that lawsuit and admitted you were wrong. And by the way, you're engaged in exactly the same policies today that court ruled against you on in 2003.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, ma'am, sir.
No, sir, your time's up.
I used my time up. I'm sorry, sir.
That's no problem,
Could I throw
sir.
one more thing at you, though? I wanted to come here today, please. Allow me to sit down and talk with you folks. I'll give you a presentation for an hour, and I'll answer all of your questions, and we
All
can
right, thank you,
eliminate
sir.
these problems. So please talk to me.
Thank you very
at that
much.
point.
Somebody will get in touch with you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. White, yes.
Mr. White? Excuse me, sir. Mr. White? I just want to be really clear that originally, whenever I put it on the agenda, it really is something so that artists can flourish in our city. I think it's something that we definitely can take a look at. And obviously, since you have a lot of experience in this, are there other cities that maybe designate parks so these artists can
I wanted to tell you, I didn't have enough chance to tell you that, I'm not just challenging cities. We have made changes, big changes. Did you know all the state parks are now open for artists to be able to sell their artwork without any licenses or permits or fees? All of the state historic sites are open for artists. Matter of fact, I got a call from Suzanne down at Mormon Station in Genoa just 3 weeks ago, inviting the artists to come back and do our free community art shows in the parks down there. And we do all of the public parks in Carson City are open to artists to perform and display and sell their artwork. No licenses, no permits, no fees. We put on free community art shows to make this happen, to teach artists the proper rules by which we can have art in the park in a way that benefits the entire community. We also opened the Washoe County parks, and we do free community art shows right there in Bartley Ranch in the middle of Reno with local folks, that come down and participate. No licenses, no permits, no fees. The reason why we're able to do that is Mr. Kleinfelter and I have spent a lot of time working with all these parks and recs and the state park department to make rules and regulations that benefit everybody and open doors of opportunity for children
Okay.
to quite literally be mentored by grandparents in art in our public schools.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
I would
letting
like
me
the
have that.
opportunity to sit down with you, so I will make sure that we connect.
I appreciate it.
I think it's very good.
Because they took the time to talk to us.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask the manager something?
Yes?
I keep seeing on the 3-month agenda calendar that the artisans ordinance is being worked on by the city attorneys, and it's coming back, but it keeps moving back. When is it coming on our agenda, or is it going to Arts and Culture Commission first?
Mayor and council, I would defer to the city attorney's office. I'm not sure where that's at.
We'll get some information back to you right now. We need to just talk to the deputy city attorney who's in charge of that right now, and we can get you some more information, so.
All right. Mr. Woodley?
Yes, Your Honor, Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement. Staff did get a revision from the city attorney's office, and we're reviewing it now to put it in a section Title V of the Business License Code.
So when will you be back to us with something?
By next month, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Jim Bell?
Good morning, Mayor Castillo and City Council. I'm just actually here on behalf of Charles Albright and his kayak club and myself as owner of Sierra Adventures and activitiesrenotahoe.com. I don't really understand this this tax with this sticker. Basically, the kayaks that we use and rafts that we use only use the Truckee River, and they're not going down to the ocean or other bodies of water to even have the challenge of having something inside of them to get into the Truckee River. So it's that we were never consulted about any of this. I didn't even know about it till Charles told me about it. So if they would have talked to us about it, we could have had some input. And we are stakeholders downtown. I have a shop downtown, and Charles has the kayak club and the kayak events. So if they'll just talk to us about it, you know, the playboats, and the kayaks, you know, they're not going down to areas where they're going to bring, and they keep their boats clean. So our kayaks are sit-on-top kayaks. They're inflatable, and the tubes are inflatable, so these stickers won't even stick on them. It's kind of foolish as far as I'm concerned. And if they want to raise money in other ways, maybe we can help give them some ideas, you know, but we just need to know what's going on.
Okay.
So I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Sarah Gower?
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I'm here as an artist.
Identify yourself for the record.
Sarah Gower. I'm an artist, and I live out in Silver Springs. I found out about these shows through Steve White, and I just started going, and I started out with photography. I've done photography since I was in high school, and now that I'm an adult, I needed to find an extra income because I was on welfare, and it wasn't until recently that my husband had finally found a job. So I go to these art shows to make extra money so I can take my son to special things like the circus, or take my parents out for dinner because they've supported me. So I'm here asking you to please allow artists to go to show in these parks so we can, because some of us can't afford the $600 price tag to show at August Nights or any other festival that goes on in these towns. But there's plenty of artists out in this world that need that free vendor that will allow us to express ourselves. So thank you.
Thank you. James McQueen? James McQueen?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Jim McQueen, James McQueen, also a member of Art in the Park, as our organization is known. And I just want to reiterate anything that Steve said. I also speak as a Korean veteran. You probably noticed that from I'm no kid. But we did, in Genoa, about sometime in the mid-summer, we had a group of artists from Douglas High School. They were admitted to us with open arms. and glad to have them, and we would encourage any art class from any high school in the Reno, Carson City area that wanted to come out and participate with us on our weekends. And because they are well publicized, at least among our group. I believe Steve has over 130 artists on his email that we do well in sipping Sunday down in Genoa. As long as people sip enough, they seem to buy enough art. I also want to say I don't do anything to Sparks' anterior superior iliac spine. I'm not that kind of a person. But I just want to encourage the City Council to follow the suggestions made by one of the previous speakers and Steve, that we could do something about letting us more freely into the city of Reno, because I know there's many aspiring, starting out artists as we are that would come at no cost to them, just display their art. And hopefully somebody would come up with a $20 or $30 bill. Well, we don't have many $30 bills, but $20 bills to buy some of our art, because it is for sale at a nominal fee. And the problem with the festivals is the extreme cost to many of us who are retired on Social Security, trying to make a few bucks on weekends, that they wouldn't have the $500 and $600 fee to get a 10 by 10 booth. And I think my 2 minutes is up, and I thank you very much.
We appreciate it. Thank you. Jay Gardner? Jay Gardner?
We're on the way.
Oh, okay.
My push is gone. If I can just sit her here, I don't think she needs the mic. Or do you?
Yes, we have to have it so we can record it. And you can get close enough and then pull the mic down to her. You can move it completely if you need to.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Jay Gardner, and how well I articulate, I don't know. I've never talked to publicly before, so I'm quite nervous. Again, I'm an artist. I've been living in the Reno area for 40 years. I also in the gaming industry for 40 years. I now reside in Silver Springs, Nevada. And I represent senior citizens, my fellow senior citizens who are also artists. I have been attending the Arts in the Park, and again, because I am a senior citizen, I'm on a very low income budget. I cannot afford to pay for the festivals and art shows that are in this city. However, I have shown my work Genoa, also in Carson City. The Rangers have been very, very wonderful to us. But my pet peeve is, and again, I'm nervous, excuse me if my pet peeve is I've never had problems like I have had. In particular, there was this carnival that was going on in Carson City. The ranger, Scott, we knew the carnival, then the artisans and the craft show were expected to be there, so I called ahead of time and I said, should we not, attend? Because he says, no. He says, you may come, we were there every weekend. And he says, yes, you may. And we were probably a couple of blocks away from them. They came over and they addressed us. They were very rude. I was kind of frightened. They said, you have no right to be here. We are going to call the police on you. This is how they handled it. And as a senior, and my husband's 82 years old, he was very kind of frightened too, because again, I didn't know what to do. My husband called Scott, he came down, the police showed up. The police assured the people that we had a right to be there, and so did the Rangers. They were very intimidating, and I was very frightened. So I'm hoping that possibly Reno, and we also have attended in Reno, at Bartley Ranch. The seniors were there with their art, and the Rangers were they were glad to have us because we attracted people to their parks. Same with Carson City, same with Genoa, Buckland Station, and I just hope that Reno can see this situation. Again, we do not have the money to be able to go to the craft shows. And again, I'm trying to supplement my income. My Social Security is very low, which is why I'm living in Silver Springs. I can no longer afford to live in Reno. And again, I have been in the gaming industry for over 40 years. So I guess if I have 5 seconds left, let Steve have my 5 seconds. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ben Kleinfelter.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Ben Kleinfelter. I'm an artist. I've been an artist for 40 years, and I've been volunteering to teach at schools and things like that. Even the high school where I was kicked out of art class and blacklisted. That teacher had me come back and teach. Anyway, I got the ear of Harry Mortensen, one of the assemblymen, and we got the Art in the Park bill passed. And we've had a lot of fun with it, and we've been welcome everywhere we've been and invited to come back, and we'd like to come and show in Reno and here too. And we're artists that have our artwork has no function. I'm a sculptor. You can't do anything with my art but just look at it. It doesn't do anything. And the paintings don't do anything, and that's the kind of art that is protected by the First Amendment. Not art that has function, but art that is just solely art for its own sake. And I hope you do meet with Steve, and he can talk to you and really tell you a lot of things that might be a concern to you that will evaporate when you find out more about this. So I really hope you do have a meeting with Steve, because he really does know this stuff. Really, really does.
All right.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Jay Tagliber. I knew I butchered yours, but I couldn't read your writing.
That's quite all right, Mr. Mayor. My name is Joe Tagliber.
All right.
First of all, thank you guys for your service today. We have many important issues that could greatly pave the direction for our city as we know it in the future, and one of them is UNR Farms. And I would strongly urge the council to zone this as open space so that we can preserve it for agricultural purposes, what it was originally intended for. Back in the early days in Nevada when the mining boom collapsed, one way our northern Nevada was able to survive was through agriculture and through self-reliance and building a strong community. And so take the long view and realize that we are going to need this space for agricultural purposes in the future. You see the rise of co-ops and more community-based programs are taking root around the country, and so just take the long view in considering that with UNR Farms, and I would appreciate that. The other issue that I'd like to speak to you about is I come and speak in support of PANDA, the People Against the National Defense Authorization Act, and I would urge you again to pursue a discourse that works toward a resolution that says Northern Nevada will not aid in the enforcement of provisions that contradict the Constitution and detract from our right to due process. As an English teacher at Truckee Meadows Community College, one of the things that often comes up in discussion of literature with my students is human rights abuses by our government and how they have failed to learn from history. And we should be on the right side of history by taking a stand and not helping to enforce these provisions that, let's face it, are racially motivated against Muslim people to incarcerate them. And wartime hysteria, our federal government has deemed it appropriate to allow these loose applications of the law. And I would urge you to take a stand and to defend the Constitution in working with PANDA to adopt a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Markell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members and City Manager. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. And I won't take up much of your time because I know you're a busy man. But bring your rocks. And I was in a drunk driving crash, and I'm a perfect example of what can happen if you get in the car with a drunk driver. And I come to all these meetings because this is I don't know what it is, but it's important to me. And I won't talk anymore, but because I knew you're busy. But well, thank you.
Thank you. Having no other public comment, Ms. Adra, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a public comment. This Saturday, the first soccer teams will play on the Moana fields that the council assisted greatly in getting into place last fall. So the first day of play will be this Saturday, if anyone's interested, starting at 8:30.
Well, that's great, thank you. Having no other public comment, I'll close the public comment section, bring it back to the table. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two announcements this morning. The first is that we are launching what we're calling the Reno Connect e-newsletter the first week in April. Here we will be giving citizens a look forward and highlighting any recent endeavors at the city, as well as providing updates on our strategic planning process, which we're calling Think Reno. So citizens can sign up at reno.gov. Reno Direct is also beta testing a chat service this week, allowing for real-time chat interaction with our customer service representatives. We would encourage residents to check it out at reno.gov/Reno Direct and share their insights to ensure the best customer service from the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Approval of the agenda. Before we go to that, pulled items, staff is requesting 2 items be pulled, J2 and J3. Proclamations, item C1, proclamation to Judge Steve Elliott. Proclamation number 2 is the fair housing, item C2. Item C3 is the proclamation for the Community Development Week. Item C4, we will postpone until that proclamation until the 4th meeting, or till the meeting on the 3rd. The meeting on the 3rd. Item D1, Economic Development Update Presentation. Public comment, we just finished. Public hearings, item F1, will be heard after 12:15. There is a hearing tonight at 6 o'clock, item M1, McCarran Center, UNR Farms. Any other changes you wish to make? Have a motion, do I have a second? Have a second, all in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. I've requested the city manager to handle the proclamation for Judge Steve Elliott Day. Oh. Whoop, did I skip one? I skipped 2. Let's go for approval of the minutes. Have a second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Cash disbursements. Any motion to approve? Have a motion second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Now, the proclamation for Steve Elliott Day, Judge Steve Elliott Day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. It's my privilege this morning to present the proclamation this morning to Judge Elliott. Read into the record the proclamation. Whereas Stephen P. Elliott graduated from Stanford University in 1971 and earned a Juris Doctor degree from the University of Denver in 1975, and whereas Steve worked for the law firm of Echeverria and Osborne in Reno and served as Assistant City Attorney for the City of Sparks, and whereas in January 1997, Judge Elliott assumed his position as District Judge and following a 4-month assignment to the Family Division, he served as a General Jurisdiction Judge with his docket consisting of both civil and criminal cases. And whereas Judge Elliott was the founder of the Washoe County Domestic Violence Task Force, he supported the founding of the Washoe County DUI Task Force and served as chairman of the Nevada delegation to the National Institute of Municipal Law Officers. And whereas Judge Elliott served as director of the Truckee Meadows Boys and Girls Club, Truckee Meadows Community College Legal Assistant Advisory Board, Committee to Aid Abused Women Advisory Board, Sparks Chamber of Commerce, Western Nevada Clean Communities and Friends for Afghan Reconstruction. And whereas Judge Elliott and his wife Mindy have raised a great family in our community, and he has now retired from the 2nd Judicial District Court, now therefore Robert A. Cashel, Mayor of the City of Reno, does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 27th, 2013 as Judge Stephen Elliott Day.
Well, Andrew, I certainly appreciate you reading this, and Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I certainly appreciate the recognition that you've given me today. This doesn't seem to mention it, but I was actually the Sparks City Attorney for 17 years and worked very closely with the city of Reno, and that the two cities were generally allies in the world, you know, having a common interest. And I perhaps should mention one of my favorite mayors going back a few years, Barbara Bennett, and her best attribute that I think everybody that works for the government appreciated was that she held short meetings. But I also want to introduce the law clerk in Department 10, who's worked very closely with me for the past year, Tiffany Davis. And Tiffany is actually a graduate of Minogue High School, a local gal, and she's super smart and, you know, made me look good for the past year that she's been there, and I certainly appreciate having Tiffany here.
Good. Your Honor, would you come up and let us thank
If I
you?
could do that, yeah.
Yeah. You don't think Mindy's going to let you hang around the house all the time? Good job. I never forget when I saw Boomtown, one of the first things they said, don't think you're going to lunch with me every day. Congratulations. 3. Oh, C3, well, we'll get that when we get to it. Okay. All right. Let's see who's got it. Fair housing. Oops. Oscar?
How you doing? Okay, we're going to do a proclamation for the Fair Housing Month for April of 2013. And here I have to accept is Mr. Robert Ortiz, Director of Programs for the Silver State Housing Council. If I can read here. Whereas on April 2013 marks the 45th anniversary for the Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Fair Housing Act, which provides equal opportunity for all Americans in the sale, rental, and financing of housing and prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. And whereas the Fair Housing Amendment Acts of 1988 added familial status and handicap to those classes protected by Title VIII and added strong new rights, remedies, monetary penalties, and judicial and administrative enforcement procedures. And whereas Nevada state law includes additional protections based on ancestry, sexual orientation, and gender, entity or expression, and whereas it is the sole and sworn duty of government at all levels to defend the rights of all citizens and oppose housing discrimination whenever and wherever it occurs, and whereas illegal barriers to equal opportunity in housing, no matter how subtle, that diminish the rights of some of our citizens, diminish the rights of all, and whereas Silver State Fair Housing Council actively works to ensure equal housing opportunity for all people of the Truckee Meadows to freely choose where they want and can afford to live. And whereas the City of Reno supports the efforts of Silver State Housing Council and all other agencies pursuing fair housing. Now therefore, Robert Cashel, Mayor of the City of Reno, hereby proclaim April 2013 as Fair Housing Month. And we have here Mr. Robert Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Roberto Ortiz, and I'm the Director of Programs for Silver State Fair Housing Council, a nonprofit agency whose mission is to ensure equal housing opportunity for all residents of Nevada. Our agency has a very long commitment in productive relationship with the City of Reno, providing fair housing awareness and advocacy for all residents of City of Reno and housing providers under the CDBG program. On behalf of the Board and the staff of Silver State Fair Housing Council, we thank you for the continuing efforts to affirmatively furthering fair housing in the City of Reno. We believe that equal housing opportunity allows us to break down barriers in the community and relate each other as neighbors and individuals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for everything.
And I have some calendars from our 2013 winners and also our 2013 poster winner, and we invite everyone to participate or attend our Fair Housing Awards reception next Tuesday, April 2nd at 6:30 at McKinley Arts Center. So we hope that you can make
If you'll
it.
give them to the secretary, she'll pass them out.
Thank you.
Ms. Brackus?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's my pleasure to provide this proclamation for Community Development Week to our staff member, our Community Reinvestment Manager, Jody Royal Goodwin, who is the administrator of many of our federal programs that are being commemorated this week. So, whereas the week of April 1 through 6, 2013 has been designated as National Community Development Week by the National Community Development Association to celebrate the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program, and the Home Investment Partnerships program. And whereas the CDBG program provides annual funding and flexibility to local communities to provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing, a suitable living environment, and economic opportunities to low and moderate income people, and whereas the Home Investment Partnerships program provides funding to local communities to create decent, safe, affordable housing opportunities for low-income persons, whereas nationally over 1 million units of affordable housing have been completed using home funds, and whereas over the past 5 years our community has received a total of $9,874,245 in CDBG funds and $7,336,882 in home funds, and whereas Some of the following activities have been funded with both CDBG and home funds: accessibility improvements, neighborhood revitalization projects, community assistance center operations, Silver Sage at Neal Road, Autumn Village Apartments, and Arbor Cove Apartments. Now therefore, be it resolved that the City of Reno supports these two valuable programs that have made tremendous contributions to the viability of the housing stock, infrastructure, public services, and economic vitality of our community. Now therefore, on behalf of Mayor Cashel, City of Reno do hereby proclaim April 1 through 6, 2013 as National Community Development Week.
I just want to say thank you. As you know, it might be officially Community Development Week as decided by the National Community Development Association, but really it's a year-long process, year after year. And this year we'll be finally finishing the Oliver Montella Revitalization Project, at least the construction aspects of that, as well as we'll see 3 new affordable housing complexes completed within 2013. We'll continue making it a more accessible community, both through housing accessibility modifications for disabled individuals, as well as pedestrian ramps and other accessibility modifications throughout the community. So I just want to thank you for all of your help and support with all of our programs.
Thank you very much. We have somebody who wishes to speak. James Bailey.
Hello, Council, Mayor. James Bailey. I carry one of these around with me. You might recognize it. It's from Jody's department. She's done a lot for myself and a lot of other friends. I'm glad this happened. Okay, helping people keep their housing they do have so they don't become homeless, and also keep their businesses that they do have so we don't have every other business down the road here saying for lease or, you know, space for rent. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. This time we'll go to presentations, economic development. Mike Kosmecki.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
As way of introduction, might come up, but as way of introduction, the new members of the council won't necessarily have recall of an item that we used to have on the agenda every week, and it was called Good News. And this is actually the newly remodeled and kind of the community introduction of what that agenda item was always intended to be, but we never quite got there. And it really is expressing the city's partnership throughout our community for a stronger economy. And so we're kicking it off today, the newly remodeled, and it will continue to be an economic development update as opposed to the good news that we called it before. Although we'll be expressing good news, it really is the intent of showing what is happening in our community, achievements and programs that the citizens rarely hear anything about, but that are really making a mark and are turning our community around because of it, be it research at the university or what corporations are doing and bringing new talents and helping us grow new and improved workforces here in our community. So Mike's going to kind of kick it off for our newly remodeled economic update.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Zadra. Mayor Cashel, Mike Kosmecki, CEO of EDON, Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada. And really, just as this first update will be a little bit more inclusive of what we do, and then we'll neck it down as we continue to go forward and really focus in on information. But this will be a short update. Some of this you've seen before. Some of it's some good news that you will see or have seen recently. And so we'll get through this pretty quick, but I want to first thank the council. The city staff is fantastic, and I can tell you the mayor and Councilman Zadra are showing up at our events, especially on the board. And then at our 2 announcements last week, Zuba Water, which is a nice little manufacturing company, and VGT, which is a technology company. So some pretty good news there most recently, but other news we'll talk about as we go forward. But I just want to start first by saying our focus is pretty singularly on quality jobs, job creation,
And we define jobs in a more specific way. We talk about primary jobs. And again, a primary job, and many of you know this, but just as a quick refresher, is a job where the company's customers are mostly outside the region. 94 or 5% of our businesses in this community are not considered primary. So it allows us to focus very closely and very intently on that 4 or 5% that are primary, because they bring wealth into the community and drive our economy in a lot of different ways as listed above. So it gives us the ability to focus on attracting primary jobs and creating and growing the ones that are already here. In doing that, we focus our strategy in 3 different areas: attracting, entrepreneurial growth, and retention. On the attraction side, new initiatives this year are listed up there, but in general, we're reaching out as much as we can. We're visiting companies, site selectors, prospects, and talking about why Reno, why this region, Northern Nevada, why this is a great place for them to look at from a business expansion or relocation perspective. And we've leaned very heavily on our partners, the city, one of many partners we work with now, to help get the word out on what a great place this is for business. If we look back to our last fiscal year, the nearly 1,600 jobs was more than double the average over the last 5 years, so a pretty good improvement as we go forward. And you see a lot of those are small companies, and that's a good thing, because it allows us to diversify our economy in a way that gives us the ability for these small companies, many that are listed up there, have grown well beyond the number that they announced. So a lot of good news over the past year, and as we look into this year, these numbers are as of the 1st of July. Announced companies, 667, but quite a few, again, small companies. And if you look at the far right column there, headquarters, that's a new area we're tracking now, and something we put renewed emphasis on, because when you get a corporate headquarters in here, even for a small company, you get executives, you get their accounting service, you get all the other activities associated with the company as they grow. So that's where we are year to date, and this is a really exciting slide in that it shows our upcoming announcements. And these are, in some cases, projects we've worked on for more than a year. It takes time, it takes energy, and again, I thank the city staff here for being a part of many of these pending announcements. These are all inked deals. These deals are, it's a matter of timing on when the CEO wants to come here and how they want to do the announcement. But that first one, we have a tentative date of April 25th, and that's a big number. So we certainly would encourage and invite the city, the mayor, obviously, and the city council to join us for that one. That's going to be a big deal for our community, one of the largest announcements we've had in quite some time. So a lot of good news right here in the very near future, and things are happening in a lot of different ways. If you look at where we are year to date, counting that 600 job, which is a big number, so we're going to count it in our year to date number, we're about 2/3 of the way, a little bit further into our goal. Again, our fiscal year ends at the end of June. Still well above our average. We haven't hit our numbers for the year, but we set an aggressive goal of 2,000, and I still believe that we're going to hit that number, which is about what we need when you talk about 22,000 citizens in this region unemployed. If we can hit that number of about 2,000 over a couple of years, we're going to bring that unemployment rate down. What's exciting here is people are visiting this region. And if we can, and that's part of the marketing campaign of getting out, connecting with prospects and consultants and talking to them and getting them to get us to the short list. If we get to that final 3 or 4, they're going to get on an airplane and visit. And when they visit, we bring a team together and sell this community. And the good news on this chart is they're visiting us a lot more. And what's even more exciting is when they visit, more often than not, in fact, our closure rate's over 80%, more often than not, if they make a decision to relocate, 80% of the time they'll decide to come here. Incredible numbers, and really the bad news in that is they come here not expecting much. So we haven't really sold ourselves as a community as well as we need to, but the good news is our closure rate's really high, so if we can get them to visit, they're coming here more than likely. And you see this year, we're blowing the numbers off, out of the park right now as far as visits. For this month, we're over 10 already. We have a shot at 12, which is, again, a lot of visits. When a company comes here, it's 2 or 3 days, and we show them the community, we show them what we have resource-wise, and we get them to know what a great place this is for business. So if you go from attracting companies, which is part of the equation, to retaining, expanding, and growing companies, which is just as important, in fact, in many cases more important, The aggressive campaign of visiting and working with our existing industry is really taking off. We visited nearly 200 companies in the last year, primary employers, and have helped them in many cases connect with, get capital, grow their businesses, solve their problems, and in many cases get to them before they decide to go somewhere else. And our high performance companies here are getting offers to go somewhere else. So we want to be in touch with them and visit with them and work with them. So this program has certainly taken off and has had a lot of success year to date. One of the initiatives here is a Think Local piece, and a thank you to the council for approving a Think Local resolution, but helping our companies get business locally. How do we work with companies that are here already to connect with each other, contract, hire, things we can do locally to help grow our economy so we're not sending our wealth to somebody else. We're sending it to someone down the street, and we're helping employ neighbors and friends. And this initiative has gotten a lot of traction and continues to be successful. And finally, that third leg we put a lot of energy on is the entrepreneurial leg. And I'll tell you, this is one that as a region, even I underestimated the opportunities we have in this area. We are very entrepreneurial. We were started by entrepreneurs. We grow by entrepreneurs. Many of you are entrepreneurs. And yet we often think of ourselves as not entrepreneurial, and we look at the Bay Area and say that's where the entrepreneurs are, and that's not true. So we're really putting a lot of energy in this. Doug Irwin is the lead from a team perspective, but we're building quite a partnership in making this happen. And a big part of growing the entrepreneurial ecosystem is having entrepreneurial events and activities. And if you look at that list up there, the red events didn't exist a year ago. So with some effort and with some energy and with just some connection, and I'll tell you, Edon didn't do all that. Edon was connected and helped and supported and assisted, but that's what we need to help people believe we are entrepreneurial, because we truly are. In fact, one of the companies was talking to us. They needed software engineers, and their thought was, okay, normally our team says, well, we're not strong in tech and software engineers. Well, it just so happened through our connection on the entrepreneurial side, we found out there is a group of software engineers, over 300, that exist in this region that work together that we didn't know about, Edon didn't know about. But because of our entrepreneurial connections, we knew about it. We connected them to that entrepreneurial group, and they're now coming. So it just tells you the entrepreneurial ecosystem is alive and well, and it really, I think, for little effort, will grow significantly and create the jobs of the future for our region. The last thing we're putting some energy behind now that we've got the three legs pretty much up and running is community development or product development. We sell a region. What we have here is a product. As the sales agency for this region, we go out and sell this region. And so the question is, anytime you're selling a product, is that product getting better, staying the same, or getting worse? And we're looking at what do we do to help this product get better so we can sell it in the next 5 years, we can sell it in the next 20 years. And so that product improvement piece is something that we're starting to look at the EDON board level and putting some effort and energy into moving the community forward in a way to improve our products so that we continue to be attractive for the kinds of companies that we really need in the long term. And those are just a couple of things we're looking at there. That marketing initiative is an interesting one you'll hear more about in the near future. Establishing a place for entrepreneurs downtown is something we've gotten some traction on, and building a message that we are a place for business, we're a place for entrepreneurs, we're a place for a lot of things that sometimes people don't associate with this region. Finally, the staffing, those two kind of baby poop yellow slides there or blocks there are new programs. They didn't exist a year ago. They're areas we're putting new energy into, and they're really, I talked about the entrepreneurial and retention piece. We're really getting some traction there, so it's exciting from an organizational perspective. Just a heads up on the funding, and again, thanks to the city, council, and support across the board, not just for your time, but for some financial support in what we're doing. Obviously, with the visits, those all cost money. The travel we do all costs money. Our state funding also has gone down fairly dramatically, 60% reduction from the 07 level, 65,000 down from last year, and indications are we're going to drop again this year. So the support, we're leaning heavily on our private investment support, and we're growing that piece of our investment base so that we can continue to do the programs that we have in the queue. ROI, people ask about ROI. A million ways to measure this, but from our perspective, for every dollar EDON has had to spend, we have been directly involved in, over time, up to $300 in Northern Nevada economic impact. So a 300-to-1 impact, pretty good ROI. I wish my 401k worked like that. And then finally, we don't do it without a whole lot of help. We're a small team, 11 now, 4 part-time of the 11, so 7 full-time. But this team and the public-private partnership works very well together. We're very proud of our team, and what we find is people really help us in the responsiveness and the ability to make the case for this region. And I'll tell you that, many of the council have been at some of our meetings with prospects and will all be invited at some point. The city staff is fantastic. What we're doing now in promoting and selling this community is working really well. And so I want to thank everyone involved, and certainly it's a team effort. And just my thanks, and open it up to questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming and bringing us up to date.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll go to consent agenda. Ms. Brackus.
Could we have a little bit of a staff presentation on E7?
That number again, I didn't hear you.
It was
E7? Okay. Yeah, we'll pull that one and hear it separately. Any others you want to pull? Chair will entertain a motion for, huh? Yeah, I do have one on C5, James Bailey.
Are we already?
E5. You wish to speak again?
One quick second. James Bailey again, folks. We have needing of $11,000, which is, I guess, for a year maybe, I don't know. It's $1,000 a month maybe, I don't know. For city council, security, city hall security, it looks fine. Why? You don't have that much, why? Maybe I need to look into it more. I didn't know about this until just today, but my whole question is, why? It
Okay.
looks like it's running fine.
You also wanted to speak on E7?
Yes, sir. Now, there's a good one for you. I know the shelter very well, sir, the CAC. Ma'am, ladies. I've been down there lately, very much. I used to go down there every day, even though I don't even live there. Okay. I've been part of the support groups that come down there. Rise is one of them that I started a year ago. They come down there and feed dinner once a week and bring clothes. It's my little baby that I created, Occupy. Now, the security down there, I'm beginning to see a lot of problems with them, a lot of them. They're 86 people, they're actually inventing rules along the way. And that's not the way it's supposed to be. Not for the security. Maybe for you to invent the rules, yes. Or the, basically, Jody to invent the rules. But not Securitas. They're just supposed to be they just, go out and take care of, they're not judges. It's not right. They're making bad decisions. These people, a lot of people are being kicked off for stupid stuff. They deserve to be in there. Okay, and it's not right. And then now you want more money. I'm actually going to go talk to Jody next week about some of the problems with Securitas up there. And more money, again, why? Investing in a company that's not even doing a good job to begin with. Putting more money into a company that's not even doing a good job to begin with, sir. Yeah, I mean, I've been there every day. I'm your eyes and ears here. People, please listen to me.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Having no other public comment, any other items you want to pull for discussion? Chair will entertain a motion for approval of all the other items. Have a motion. Do I have a second? Have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item E7, Ms. Brackus.
I did have some questions about the contract for security down at the Assistance Center. I've been hearing that it's been somewhat unsettled. Maybe there's been incidents down there. And when I see an agreement that's back for the 9th time of amendment, it really makes me wonder, how stable the situation is there and what is the big plan? Why do we keep amending? Does the provider know that there's certainty, in terms of that lets them staff the facility?
For the record, Maureen McKissick, and I am substituting for Jody Royal Goodwin, who has a sick child. So I will attempt to answer the questions. The item number 7 is part of a larger contract with Securitas, and we have gone out to RFP with for our outside services. I believe the last time was several years ago, and this is a subpart of that larger contract. For the Community Assistance Center in 2009 and 10, we went out independently to locate security, went through a public process on that, and identified this firm as well. And so we have stayed with them, re-upping that. I do believe that we are going to go out to RFP in the coming 12 months, that this is, in fact, the funding that will get us through to that point. So that's my best understanding of it right now.
Maybe Kyle knows more because he's care.
Ask the question, please, Councilmember
Well,
Dacus.
the question was, we have an amendment for services that's in its 9th amendment, and, Mr. Bailey brought up some points. I've been hearing some points about the stability of the staffing there and incidents that may or may not have occurred there, and the ability of the people on staff to control situations that occur. And I'm just wondering, are we getting the services we want? Are we going out for RFP on this? Do we know what our needs are?
Yes, there will be an RFP prior to July 1, and we're working very closely with Kyle West, the safety manager, to do that scope of work. The part of the instability comes from the lack of security in the position. So, like 4 of the amendments are actually for this current year. So that there's a little instability. So if you didn't know if your contract was going to continue or not, just as a staff person, do you stay if you have an opportunity? We do have a limited budget. There are difficulties, but they are workable. They do work with us when we're made aware of a problem. We address it with them, and they do. They haven't had a ton of turnover recently, no.
So we're our scope, so understanding what our needs are for the services, and maybe those can be better defined, and we can get someone in for a long-term contract. That's our goal?
Yes,
Okay.
the idea would be that for July 1, it's a year long.
Any other discussion? Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Move to approve. Do I have a second? Have a second. All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item F1. Madam Secretary, have all the notice has been sent?
Yes, Mr. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Proper notice was given, no correspondence was received.
Okay. Bring it back to the table. Or we have staff report or anything?
Good afternoon. For the record, Jill Olson, Finance. There's no staff report. This is just the public hearing that's required by law before we can issue the bond. So we just
Okay.
need to open the public
All
hearing.
right. Any discussion? Chair will entertain a motion for approval. Have a motion? Do I have a second? Have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Ordinance adoptions, none. Resolutions. 1-1. Oh, that's an ordinance. No resolutions? It said no ordinances, but we do have an ordinance introduction.
Which is I-1, and it's bill number 6852, an ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 12, Public Works and Utilities by adding Chapter 12.24, Reclaimed Water Service, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Move on to item J1, Finance and Administration. Who's?
Can we get a staff report on this from someone?
Yep.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. I'll add some information for council's consideration. Previously, when these two labor contracts went through for legal services, they were a very broad delineation of services. And in that regard, we had some pending matters that were labor related that were in the queue that the city attorney's office was handling. So in consultation with the city manager and with Mr. Chisel, who oversees the HR department, we wanted clarification from council that the city itself can still use the city attorney's services for certain matters because the cost of outside counsel is so high at $415 an hour, and we would coordinate those services with one another as matters come through the system. But originally how council had passed the item, it was a strict just passage of the item, and it didn't clarify that the city attorney would retain authority. And under the charter, when you pass a matter in that fashion, usually the city attorney has no further ability to work on those items. So that's why this is coming back to you for clarification. It is within your purview, however you would like to do it.
I would make a motion that the finance department decide within the scope what services they would like on those matters from the city attorney's office on a case-by-case basis.
We're just basically giving you authorization to do what is needed outside the scope of what we're doing with the outside attorneys.
Yes, but the scope listing in those prior contracts was very broad,
Right.
and it would have encompassed most of the items that we still continue to do even with outside counsel. So we just want clarification because the city attorney's office is willing and able to provide those services. But if city council desired to go purely with the outside counsel on that matter, you did have authority to do it. So this clarification is requested.
So we have a motion for oversight or cooperative management through the finance director. Is that, I didn't hear a second to that motion? Okay.
I think the motion just needs to be accept staff's recommendation.
Is that good with the motion maker? And the second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Public Works, the downtown.
We pulled J2 and 3, didn't we?
Oh, that's right, we indeed did. So we'll move right down to the city manager's office, J4. Is Kate? She's not back yet.
She's not.
Kate, are you going to cover for her? Okay, then we'll wait, know that she's probably on her way. So we'll move on to J5, and that's the senior management position, analyst position.
Thank you. For the record, Kate Thomas, Office of Management and Budget. You see before you a request for a critical labor shortage. As you're aware, we are well into the budget process, and due to the fact that one of our senior management analysts went and pursued greener pastures at UNR, we are now hoping to have Ms. Emery brought on, and I think she's on her way down here, to get us through the budget process. We've done the contract for not to exceed 1 year, but we don't anticipate we would go that far. I'm hoping we can get everybody up to speed and get through the process with her breadth of knowledge and expertise. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, a motion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. J6, the gang crime trends, that's hard to say, in our community. Chief.
Good afternoon, Honorable Vice Mayor and Council. Steve Pitzel on behalf of the Reno Police Department. We have provided a brief staff report giving you a historical kind of snapshot of the regional gang unit over the last 7 years and where we're at to date, and I'd like to take any questions or have a conversation about some direction with regards to this report.
Are there questions or discussion? We have a motion to accept.
Second.
And a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
No, that's a handful. On to J7. You again.
Me again on behalf of the Reno Police Department, Steve Pitts for the record. Again, we have put together a fairly lengthy staff report covering the history of the graffiti enforcement team, which actually the Reno Police Department designed and piloted starting in about 2006, 2007. I had the opportunity at that time, Chief Pullman directed me, because it was a council priority, to take a look at dealing with graffiti more strategically instead of just from a reactionary basis. And we developed a model that was actually nationally evaluated. And in 2009, fiscal year 9 and 10, with the significant cuts in our budget and the rifts at the Reno Police Department, we lost about 70% of that asset. I'm prepared to discuss actually some suggestions. Andrew has, the city manager has given me specific direction last week to start working with other department heads on some kind of short-term solutions, maybe with some longer-term ideas. And I'd like to share those with you. They are not in the staff report. But first, in the staff report, I want to thank you for bringing this to the agenda today. During our pre-budget planning in December, the Reno Police Department identified 3 areas that we are looking at as priorities. And of course, with the manager's approval, you may see us here at budget this year asking to support those 3 programs. And the first one is traffic safety. The second one is graffiti. And the third one is this investigative asset that supports things like graffiti and other high-risk criminal investigative assets for the Reno Police Department. If you turn to the last page of the staff report, what you'll see there are basically some fiscal implications that are associated with those projections that we started in December of last year in preparing for the budget this year. And basically what you see is one maintenance worker 2, of course the salaries are, I'm not going to read that to you with your permission, an OA2, and then supplies to support the current program. And that's going to cost us about $145,000. The manager asked me to also look at maybe outsourcing. We did look at outsourcing after 9-10, fiscal year 9-10, and at that time it was going to cost us roughly around $200,000 a year. And I just met with a gentleman today, a retired sergeant from Reno PD, Rick Belkey. Many of you probably remember Rick. He actually started the GET program in 06, 07, and he's thinking about starting a graffiti abatement project, a business. And so I met with him right before council, right out here in the hallway, and he presented me with his basically his business plan. And he's looking at about a cost of about $205,000 annually to support basically one worker and a fairly sophisticated graffiti abatement truck. What I did with the manager's direction last week after coordinating with several departments is I looked at the opportunity for the Reno Police Department to use asset forfeiture funding on a short-term basis to fund a temporary maintenance worker to support the current program. And I got approval to do that. And we can discuss that as an option. I definitely want some direction from you. This is a priority for the Reno Police Department. As we regrow, excuse me, we definitely want to improve this asset because it's a huge asset for the community. So with that, I'll take any questions or direction.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
do have public comment. We'll take that and then back for question and discussion. Jade Hawkins, sorry. I know you can't hear me very well.
Good afternoon. My name is Jack Hawkins. I'm an architect here in Reno and a local citizen. Live and work in downtown, I live east of Wells, and my business is on Virginia Street in the Stremmel building. Can I put up photographs? Is that okay? I'm coming today to talk a little bit about the increased problem with graffiti. I think we've hit a tipping point. Maybe we probably hit it 6 months, maybe a year ago. And these are some of the most egregious things that I've brought.
Face up, right.
Okay. This was as a facility down off of between Holcomb and or Wells and Holcomb, and it gets hit. Well, I cleaned that off myself about 3 weeks ago, it'll be hit probably within the next 2 weeks. I can almost guarantee it. Then, and these same guys, they call themselves the Outlaws, in the last week have hit multiple facilities. These are being the most egregious. This was last Thursday. The GRF tag is on probably, I've cleaned it off about 10 facilities on Wells and Holcomb. It's all over Virginia Street. Same guys. That would have been probably Friday or Saturday night. And I believe this was on probably Tuesday night or Monday night. And this little beauty, this building is on Virginia Street in Mount Rose. It has been vacant since the recession. The particular owner applied for a special use permit for that facility, got it, has done nothing with the facility. I've personally removed graffiti from it about 10 times. It is an absolute eyesore on Virginia Street. So I'm here just kind of as a private citizen. I kind of take care of my own area. I clean graffiti off of Wells Avenue area around my neighborhood. It has become, in my personal opinion, we've kind of passed the tipping point. It is ruining our city. And I would actually invite you, I could take you down Virginia Street, California Avenue, which is, California is one of our nicest streets in the downtown area or close to the downtown area, Holcomb and Wells Avenue. And I could, there's a lot of good citizens. We get out and we clean it up. I do it on my own. You have business owners getting out and taking care of their properties. But the problem is you end up with, I can show you every building on those 3 streets. Every building has been hit. It's not which ones have been hit. Everyone has been hit. And it depends on how good the business owner can get out and clean it. Some comes off pretty easily. Some you can paint over and match pretty easily. Some of it, like this one in particular, anything masonry, like this is one of the most beautiful buildings on California Avenue. That's really difficult to get off. You have to sandblast it off or soda blast it off. It's very expensive. That's probably, I'm going to guess $2,000 to take that off to some business owner has to pay. And then the worst thing we get is even if we are very vigilant and we cover over the graffiti, you end up with a patchwork quilt effect on all of the nice businesses that we have throughout our downtown area, and it spreads into the neighborhoods. And it's, in my opinion, I see it as urban terrorism. It terrifies old people. It's bad for business. It breeds, I think, other crime and other vandalism. After graffiti, you start seeing scratches on windows. I've seen everything from, and the sad part for me is once you start to look for it, you see it everywhere. I've seen rocks tagged in the river. I've seen trees tagged on our beautiful river walk. And the more that doesn't get cleaned up, or the more accustomed that we all get used to it, it just breeds more of it. And
Jeff, thank you.
Is that my 3 minutes?
You bring up a good point.
Thank you.
My recommendation, and I'm only half joking, is hire Oscar Goodman to be your teammate on this. We remember a few years ago he had a solution for the taggers. Had something to do with getting rid of thumbs.
Yeah, that's my friend's idea.
They've got a pretty good one in Singapore too, apparently.
I have a couple of questions. This is definitely, if you look at the calls to Reno Direct, graffiti by far was the most voluminous from all wards. So this has reached a tipping point for sure. Obviously, budget issues are paramount in combating this. But I have to say, with regards to like the Regional Alliance for Downtown, the Safe and Clean organization, the NABs, and a variety of people in the community, they have expressed to me that they want to and are willing to volunteer and help. they're unsure of how to. It seems to be a communications issue and I don't want to further patchwork something incorrectly, or I don't want to use the wrong product. So my question is, I think we have an opportunity as voices to maybe kick this off with a Sunday get rid of graffiti day, and maybe partner with private entities to give us the supplies and maybe draw more attention to it and take back our town approach, and supply people who are interested, like this gentleman, in cleaning it up as quick as it happens with the materials, because he's providing the labor. Thank you very much. But it would be great if we could get private entity to step forward with supplies. And it does seem to be a communications issue. And like I said, I've talked to so many people that say, I keep my business or my home clean, and what can I do to make my neighbor do the same? And Regional Alliance for Downtown is doing just that. They're doing block by block positive influence, I guess, or that sort of thing. So I just wanted the council's input on how we can kick this off to get more volunteer and community participation.
I think that's a good question. I did get one more request to speak for
Yes,
public
ma'am.
comment, and then we'll get back to addressing that suggestion, and that's from Ted Levater. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Ted Levater, representing the Reno Citizens Coalition, specifically the concerns of Mr. Jeff Church. And just to remind you what Safety 88 is, it was a ballot measure passed in 1988 that was a property tax on Reno residents that was specifically intended to go to law enforcement. In 2012, the Safety 88 tax brought in $10 million, and rather than that money being diverted to law enforcement, it has been diverted to the general fund. And these are the concerns of Mr. Church, is wondering when that money got diverted to the general fund and why that money isn't going to solve issues like this. I'd also like to address the idea that covering up graffiti that we need to cover graffiti faster is the answer to our problem. We need to put in solutions to preventing graffiti from happening. We heard from a nonprofit organization earlier today that provides services to at-risk youth. They believe they're having an impact in the community, so I would like to see some additional funding going towards providing resources for our kids. And the most brazen example of graffiti I've seen recently is on Wells Avenue as you're heading up the ramp into the Cal Neva billboard. How they managed to be up there for that long, I think, is a sign of how little law enforcement we have out on the street. And maybe the chief can address this issue for us today. But in 1988, the chief of police at that time and the mayor suggested that we needed 313 police officers to effectively enforce and protect citizens in Reno. And now in 1988, the city of Reno ended at McCarran Boulevard and had about 150,000 people. Now in 2012, where Reno extends well beyond the borders of McCarran, we have almost 225,000 people. There are only 289 officers covering that area. I did a little bit of research myself and pulled up an FBI report which looked at 100 cities and the amount of law enforcement per 10,000 residents. The city of Reno has about, and this was, I believe the data was from 2010, and included 303 police officers, but the data showed that we have about 14 police officers per 10,000 residents, and that put us among the lowest in the 100 cities reporting data. So I'd encourage you to look closely at why Safety 88 money is going into the general fund and not directly to the police budget, and also look at ways not necessarily, as Councilwoman Jordan suggested, to figure out how do we cover up graffiti, but what steps do we need to take to prevent graffiti from happening in the first place, and that comes down to providing our kids with healthy activities after school. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Naomi, do you want to continue with?
Well, I guess I have a question to Ted's point. And I know the legislature recently heard some stiffer penalties with regards to graffiti, and I know it's an escalating first offense, it's this, and then it goes on. But my question to you is, and it's very, at least that I've seen, it's very elusive to catch them in the act of putting the graffiti up. I mean, how often, regardless of the number of officers, I think, how difficult is it to catch someone in the act? you
It's very
see it.
difficult.
You never catch them.
Our officers occasionally catch them, but when the GET team was at its peak, ma'am, we probably made about 100, 110 arrests. I think it's in the staff report a year annually, because we would go out and proactively conduct surveillances. We have money collected for rewards, and we do still have that money available over at the Muni Court. But back to your question about engaging the community, that's huge. But I think my professional opinion is, and we've done 2 cleanups in I think about the last 6 months, and West of Wells has been great with us, that group, is I think you need to develop an asset, not that is overfunded, but is practical, and it's very, very effective. To Mr. Hawkins's point, is if we're abating graffiti with higher frequency, right? When we go engage the community, we're going to be able to work with them with 2 trucks, maybe 2 workers, and maybe a couple of investigators or police officers much more effectively than if we're doing it with somebody part-time. And so one of the solutions I had mentioned, and it's not in the staff report, is maybe with your direction or your suggestions is look at using some asset forfeiture money for the short term. Because obviously we're going into budget, and it's tough everywhere. But my recommendation would be abatements, number 1. Working closely with the community, educating them in graffiti cleanups, big. I agree with you on that. And then the third thing is out there doing hardcore enforcement. Because if the taggers are out there and they know that there's no consequence, right? We're probably not going to catch them if it's a black and white or 50 black and whites working a swing shift and run them from one call to the other. But if we do have a little bit of money, we can run a couple of surveillance operations and start moving back in the direction where we were in 2007. And there were people that are sitting on this council today that gave that direction. That was a very effective asset. Are we going to get there in 6 months? No, but we can start moving in that direction. So.
Chief Pitts,
Yes, ma'am.
how much of this is related to gang activity?
I asked my lieutenant who oversees this, Scott Dugan, and when I was heavily involved in this, it was like 70% is tagger, maybe 30% is gangs. If you go into Mr. Delgado's ward, which is actually probably the toughest one, we actually did a case study in your ward, sir, in 2007. That was Jessica's ward at the time, and it was predominantly gang because you had a lot of Hispanic gang influence in that geographical area. And so in that geographical area at that time, all right, it was a lot of gang graffiti. But if you look citywide, it's probably about 75, 80% tagger.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's what worries me, is that it's only going to continue. And I think you're exactly right. We need to be much more aggressive. I don't think this is something that we can afford not to put money into to make sure that this doesn't continue.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
And I totally agree, I'm sorry, with Hillary, and I think as we enter the budget process, we need to look at, maybe this is an opportunity to look at NAB funding or discretionary funds and that sort of thing, because this truly is a priority, and it's getting worse by the day. But in the interim, I would certainly like to support some sort of united front from this council on a volunteerism basis, because that's the feedback I'm getting from the community is just, I don't want to do it wrong. I don't want to mess up proper. What's the process so I don't get in trouble if I'm scrubbing a sign or a building, or someone comes out and says, "What are you doing?" Kind of thing. So, but I think we need to take the lead on this and quickly. And my thought was to designate a Sunday a month after church. We all gather at some place, and in our own areas, we, coordinate with the experts on the materials and the process and.
Yeah. But maybe having a community forum to find out what you can and can't do.
Or how you go about doing it, and you don't want to, mess something up more than it already is. But I think we need to take the lead on this and now.
Well, with your permission.
Yeah, I think, from my standpoint, it sounds like the chief's got identified funding to move forward with the program. So I think, one, I fully support that.
Sure.
If we've got asset forfeiture funds available for him to move forward, I charge forward, get it done. Because I do think it's important. I think one of the things that we realized too when we really went aggressively after this was if we're cleaning it up immediately, the number of incidents decrease, because these guys want to get it up and they want to see their tags up for a while, and it's like a sense of pride for them. And if we're cleaning it quick, the number of incidences went down in the past, is what we found out when we got real aggressive with it. So I'm all for using asset forfeiture funds. And then as we get into the budget, we're going to have to make some decisions on what we want to do moving forward. But if he's got the ability to get up and running right now, I'm all for it.
Thank you for mentioning that, because I was going to ask for your permission. I gave staff direction on Monday to take a look at the pay scale for that temp position and get ready to announce. And of course, if council gave direction today, we'd start moving that way. The other thing you need to understand, though, is that's 11 months, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be able to use that funding. It's pretty heavily regulated by the feds, but we do have approval to do that. And Mr. Dortch is correct. What we will see once we start much more intensified abatement efforts is you will actually see reported graffiti and abated graffiti go up for about maybe a quarter. And so you might call me up here and say, Steve, I mean, how's this happening? I mean, we've got 2 abatement vehicles or 1 out there working 7 days a week. What happens is you start to see this success trend. So people are reporting because it's getting cleaned up quicker. Then you'll see a dip after about 3 months.
Excuse me, Mr.
Delgado?
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief, where's that asset forfeiture funds being dedicated right now?
It is dedicated across several, it's a broad spectrum of things that are governed by, obviously, by the feds. And
Okay.
we seize those monies and other property and things like that through asset forfeiture with narcotics.
So you have discretion right now on how you use those funds?
I've been very cautious, and I've informed Andrew, because I've seen over the years, the mayor shaking his head, that I've seen chiefs kind of hand that money
Yeah.
out. I think you've got to be very careful, because when the feds come in and audit you, you want to make sure that you've had permission to do certain programmatic things, right, like this. And so I always ask in advance and make sure that we're okay to use it for things just like this. And we also use it, ma'am, for the surge operations in the downtown area.
Oh,
And we
okay.
could also use it for Mrs. Jardin's recommendations on the cleanups.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, it's not going to the courts, and next meeting we'll have all the judges down here saying, you cut my funding. I guess, and I don't know what the budget direction is, if it's flat, but I am pleased to hear that, the priority that will be recommended us is this graffiti and traffic safety, because those are very
Yes, ma'am.
dear to my heart. And I'm also pleased to hear about the interdepartmental approach. I spent the weekend reading about a 100-page report by the city auditor of the city of Seattle to the city
Yes.
council, and it is multi-pronged, and I'd like to see the opportunity for collections. One of the great idea was, one night a year, they go out and count the homeless, and they go out and count the birds. One night a year, a city goes out and figures out, what's our graffiti count? Because that's how you measure. And that was a good idea. And I hate to blame the victim, but they have a program where there's responsibility to property owners to get on it. And if they don't, they get fined. And I don't even know if we have that on the books or not.
We
But-
do, ma'am, and Mr. Woodley, I believe, if he's still here. It used to be a 10-day regulation. You had to clean up within 10 days. Now it's 30. I think it was the last legislative session that they enacted that law. But it's behavior modification. It's Skinnerian behavior modification. If you own property, Mr. Hawkins is out taking care of his and his neighbors.
Yeah.
And that's something we need to continue to work on as we regrow this program. So.
One thing that slows it down sometimes too is you have to get the permission of the property owner to be
Yes,
able
sir.
to go on that property. And you also need to work with the judges to enforce the rules instead of slapping their hand and letting them off.
But we can have pre-signed people in an area, pre-sign it, and maybe we find them less. Yeah, okay.
We do.
I've never figured out how they can hang over a freeway and nobody sees them. But
Yeah. What is the punishment for a tagger?
I've got it right here.
It depends on the offense, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, which
Excuse
is,
me.
Maybe
just
it
a minute.
needs to be really strict.
which is a part of this.
We've tried.
Well, actually, we
taking pictures and sending them in.
we tackled some pretty stiff legislation.
Did you?
I want to say 2008, the mayor may remember that. And basically, what you have is you have damage less than $250 as a misdemeanor, just for your information. $250 to $4,000 is a gross misdemeanor. Anything over $5,000 is a felony. The first offense is a fine no less than $400, no more than $1,000. Second offense is a fine no less than $750, no more than $1,000, and it includes community service in several of those. So,
There's some
Mr. Delgado.
paraphernalia. I'm sorry.
Chief.
sir.
Thank you so much for the plan. Just wanted to clarify, you said you're going to be able to have some funds to get this up and going. Is that going to now have a full-time administrative person, full-time graffiti person, and a detective? Or what is it that we're going to be looking at?
I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Delgado. What I want to make sure when I leave today that I have clear direction from this body. What I would like to do is move forward with getting another abatement person on full-time. I'll cover that with asset forfeiture. I can do that for 11 months. What we'll begin to do is build a probably, I'd say, a better abatement system. That's going to take us about 30 to 60 days. I mean, you've got to get somebody hired, have to get them trained, and then we'll go to a 7-day-a-week schedule is what I would recommend. Also, what I'd like to do is, and then you will hear, which is in the staff report, our recommendation and projections for the budget as we go into the next fiscal year or years, is to support another OA2 position to help us monitor that stuff with Reno Direct. And then maybe these detective positions can work in gangs and graffiti. We used to have a graffiti abatement detective assigned specifically to graffiti abatement. It was very, very effective to do that. And so we can move in that direction. But what I'd like to leave with today, sir, with your permission and the bodies, is that move on putting another abatement person in place, all right, as soon as possible, and work on building this community asset. I think that's probably the two biggest things we could do right now.
And just also, so when I go back to the community, a clarification in terms of if I go back after 30 days after hiring somebody, I make a phone call to Reno Direct that there's graffiti. Can you just clarify the process as to how that's going to be cleaned up with this new process?
Well, just real quick, and it's in the staff report, somebody calls into Reno Direct, a service request is created, and right now, our part-timer will pick up those service requests. It's very reactionary with 3,200, 3,800 cases last year, and Brian will go out and start working on all those requests, all right? Okay. So you'll have a similar system in place, but you'll have 2 people across 7 days instead of somebody part-time over a couple of days.
Okay.
And what we will see, sir, is you'll see an increase initially, like I talked about. You see it with crime, you see it with reporting crime and things like that. As law enforcement gets more aggressive, initially it goes up. And so, you know, people that aren't in the business say, oh, how could that be possible? You have more officers out there doing more, or they're engaging in more calls for service. So the same thing will happen. You'll see a trend, and I'll talk about that here, and you'll see it go up. And that's a good thing, because people feel comfortable reporting it because it's getting abated, okay, and it's getting abated quicker. And that's going to take some time to get that going. I mean, when we had the GET team in place in 7 and 8 at its peak, I want to say they were doing 90% of the graffiti within 24 or 48 hours. So it's highly effective.
Okay.
And we can get there. We won't get there right away, but we can start moving in that direction.
Okay.
I hope that helps you out.
It does.
Sure. Yeah.
One that.
Yes, ma'am.
Will the hire be someone who was laid off before, who's on the rehire? Have that?
Actually, great question, Mr. Breckes. We at the Reno Police Department will do that. We riffed close to 80 people in 09, 10. We'll look at that and see if they would like to come back to work. Absolutely, ma'am.
Where are the supplies derived from? The paint and the.
We purchase it.
So that's part of the monies that you're.
Yes, ma'am. I've got about 15,000, 20,000 budgeted for that. But the machine we're using right now had a soda spray on it, as Mr. Hawkins had indicated. That's very effective at moving graffiti off kind of aggregate surfaces. And then we have a paint truck that we work with the Sheriff's Department on, and we have the ability to do some abatement with paint. But the soda machine works really good. So.
And Yoma, just to also add, as Chief Pitts stated, it's having the abatement team out there being proactive, and knowing that the hard work of volunteer groups to be out there and doing the cleanup, they do such a great job, but a lot of times they have their jobs or other things start to interfere, so it's really hard to totally depend on volunteers as they continue forward, but absolutely continue supporting them and letting them know what to do. And I think that's a PR thing for us to really jump on to educate people as to how the process works and to get those waivers ahead of time. But yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we accept the report and authorize the chief to use asset forfeiture funds to move forward with the program as described.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Mayor, we can go back to J4 now. I see the kids have
she's here,
arrived.
but let me get these other 3 or 4 out of the way first. Mayor and council identification for future agenda items. One thing that I would like to put on is, we have casual Fridays. I'd like to see us look into having Wolfpack Fridays, and somebody where you can come, but you wear something from the university or something like that.
They do that in Albuquerque.
Let's do casual Wolfpack Fridays. And maybe we can get that going through the whole system and everybody do it, and then that showed the support for the university and that we are a university town. That's one item I'd like to bring back next time.
That's great.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like a report on the history and status of the Green Agenda or Sustainability Initiative that was put in place after you signed the Kyoto Protocols back in 2007, 2008. Remember that?
Yes.
So,
Okay.
where we're at on that. And I'd also like, I think it's time to convene the redevelopment agency for a workshop on what is our future with the redevelopment agency and downtown initiatives. And I'm not saying next meeting, but some point, maybe even May or after the budget.
Okay. Any other items you want to put on? Ms. Sheevy?
Yes, Sharon and I would like to put on a request for staff time to look at and educate the council on the growing issue of the aging population in our city. It's getting pretty extensive, and we need to make.
Why did you look at me when you said
Oh,
that?
I didn't. I didn't. I was actually looking at Sharon.
Oh, no, you were looking right at me.
No, I was.
Hillary was trying to do that for me since my voice isn't working. I was wanting to see.
But between access and
I was
the
wanting
senior.
to see if we could actually take L9 up sooner so that I can be part of that conversation before I totally lose my voice. I want to actually go rest it so I can be better tonight.
Yes. Okay. Any other items for future agenda items? Okay, now, in the liaison reports, Ms. Brackus.
No.
Mayor, I don't have any.
Okay. Ms. Zadra. Okay. Mr. Delgado. All right, Mr. Dortch. Ms. Jordan. Ms. Sheevy.
Nothing.
All right, now we'll jump back to item J4. An update. Oh, she's been having a good time down in the zoo pit.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Assistant City Manager, here for your report on the legislative session in our 8th week of the session, coming up very close on the halfway mark of session. It's going by very quickly, and there's lots going on at the legislature. I do have a number of bills for you to consider today, and so I'll get right to it. First item for your consideration today is Assembly Bill 302. The information on that bill should be in your staff report. This is Assemblyman Kerner's bill providing for the merger of certain fire protection districts in certain counties. Certainly because fire protection in this community has been such a topic of conversation over the last year or so, we wanted to make the council aware of this bill. We knew it was coming, and when we saw the bill language, in our interpretation of the bill, at this time, it does not have any impact to the city of Reno. It deals specifically with fire protection districts under Chapter 474 of NRS, and that is not the chapter that governs our fire protection service here in the city of Reno. And so with that, we are recommending a neutral position. Certainly, staff will continue to monitor this bill to see, to listen to this discussion on it, and to be certain that at no point, if it is to be amended and would have an impact on us, we would certainly bring it back to you at this time. But because as it's drafted, it does not directly impact the city, we're recommending the council take a neutral position. Mr. Mayor, I'll...
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next item for your consideration is Assembly Bill 342. This is also a bill brought forth by Assemblyman Kerner. It has to do with provisions governing the public employee retirement system. And this bill, there's a lengthy summary in your staff report. I'll try to give you the Reader's Digest version if I can. Seeking to create a new hybrid retirement program for public employees hired in the state after July 1st, 2014. So any new employees of the city after July 1, 2014 would be in this new PERS system. It is a hybrid system that contains both a defined benefit and a defined contribution component. It also includes contributions that would be made by the city, in our case by the employer, that are intended to directly be put into the fund to try to remedy the unfunded liability that's associated with the current PERS system. We do believe that this, over time, would result in cost savings to the city, obviously because this is only in effect for new employees, and we don't anticipate doing a lot of hiring in the next year or so. It won't have a significant impact on us now, although I would say certainly the funding mechanism that goes to address the unfunded liability for the current system would create stability within the system. As this council knows, we face the possibility every year of seeing the contribution rates for the current system increase. That has been a challenge for us as we've prepared our budgets. We get to a place where we think, oh boy, we've got some revenue gains, and whoosh, there they go with increases in PERS contribution rates. So certainly any stability that can be brought to the system would be to the city's benefit. And because of that, we are recommending that the council adopt a position of support for this bill.
Questions?
Yeah, I think definitely a move in the right direction. I mean, we've got to get these issues handled, so I'll make a motion to support the bill.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
I'll
Opposed?
comment that I won't be supporting the motion because I think this is an opportunity to give Wall Street more money to play games with, and I also don't think it's going to go anywhere.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-1. Cadence?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Next item for your consideration is Assembly Bill 401. This is brought forth by Assemblyman Munford, Assemblyman Paul Anderson, Assemblywoman Pierce, and Assemblyman Stewart. It has to do with city elected offices and would change the designation of certain city nonpartisan offices to partisan offices. Certainly this is an item that I know will be of concern to all of you as council members and really is a policy decision for you to make. And so at this point, we don't have a recommendation for you, but would are eager to hear your conversation amongst one another and give us direction.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. Dortch?
Yeah, I mean, from my standpoint, I can't support this bill. I think that the decisions we make are really not partisan decisions at this level.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the way that that we operate now is the best for this community. And I don't think moving to a partisan council
Why do we want to make it
is-
that issue?
Yeah, it's just,
It
to me,
doesn't make any
it just doesn't
sense.
make any sense at this
Right.
level.
And not being partisan enables us to deal with the issues and not personalities
yeah.
Right.
and theories.
I agree. I think it's
Agree.
more
So
divisive.
I'll
than
make a
anything
motion that
else.
we take a position in opposition.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'm not going to support. I don't have a problem with going to partisan offices.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-1. SB 228.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Senate Bill 228 is a bill that was brought by Senator Parks at the request of the Ethics Commission. This council may not know, the Ethics Commission is not entitled to bill draft requests of their own, unlike some other boards and commissions of the state. And so Senator Parks sponsored this bill on their behalf. It did receive a hearing last week. I did testify on the bill as having some concerns about the original draft of the bill. We believe that there are some provisions that, as currently drafted, may be overly broad, particularly pertaining to what's commonly referred to as cooling off periods for both elected and appointed employees of the city, and is taking some language that currently exists in a chapter that only pertains to state employees and is placing it in the ethics chapter, and so it would be applicable to both state and now local governments. We have had a number of conversations with staff from the Ethics Commission. Both myself and Ms. Chase have been working with them to try and draft amendments that would certainly, in many places, the language in the bill is beneficial. It does provide some clarity to some areas in the ethics law that have been unclear before, but at this point, we do have some significant concerns about those cooling off provisions, and so would request your direction to support the bill if it's amended to address those considerations. I do believe that the bill will actually be up for a work session before Senate Legislative Operations and Elections tomorrow morning. While I was in the car on my way down here, or back up here, got a call from the committee secretary asking if I could be there to help answer questions that the committee members may have about our concerns.
Discussion or questions?
You need a motion?
We need a motion.
Got a motion on this?
Support if amended.
I'll move to accept staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, we're at SB 353.
Thank you. Senate Bill 353, this is a bill that's brought forth by Senator Hutchinson. It has to do with governmental administration, and more specifically, Section 1 of the bill requires that the negotiation of any collective bargaining agreement for which the estimated cost to the local government employer is $100,000 or more, that those negotiations must take place in a public meeting. You'll note from our recommendation in the staff report that we believe that the bill would likely, that requirement would likely negatively affect the negotiation process. While certainly we know that this council in the past has requested to have certain portions of the collective bargaining process be open to the public, if we reach impasse, to be able to release those details. The nature of negotiations is sometimes you throw things out there to see what sticks. You have open dialogue, and we have concerns that by doing those in an open meeting, it may unduly prolong the process. Certainly, this is a significant policy decision, and while it's our recommendation that you oppose, this decision is clearly yours.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure I support that position. I mean, I think that we've talked in the past that we have a hard time getting our side of the story out there in a lot of these negotiations. We put a lot of stuff out there that gets rejected by our bargaining units. And it's a lot of stuff that we can't talk about in public. So I'm kind of torn on this one. I think having these negotiations in public is a good thing. I'd love to hear what you have to say, Robert.
Robert Chisel, Finance Director, for the record. Our concern is that by putting it in the public forum, not only do you have to follow the open meeting rules, all the open meeting laws, you have to allow public comment, and then it becomes a showmanship to the public comment instead of the negotiations. And so the concern is that we will get bogged down in the process instead of being able to negotiate.
I understand that, but what we've been doing in the past isn't working.
I really sat through the Tumwa meeting on this bill. I know you were there, Councilmember Jordan. I think Councilmember Zadra was there. You know, let's just stay neutral on this and see how it plays out, you know, because we're mixed on our experiences.
I have mixed feelings about this as well. I kind of wonder if there's when you've reached a certain point where it becomes part of, you know, the public forum, which I tend to agree with for transparency reasons. But I think if you're in the initial stages of negotiation, the formalities of the public forum and stuff might really bog it down. But I'm not opposed to maybe at some point it absolutely being in the public forum.
I think if you do it early on, you're going to have a dog and pony show that goes on and on and on, and you'll never get anything.
I don't know that that's a bad thing. I mean, that's my point is, you know, I mean,
I think it's awful.
During our last negotiations, you know, we consistently said we need to let the public know what we're putting out there, and we're told we can't because we're in negotiations. You know, so if it's done in public, we're going to put exactly what we're putting out there and why we're doing it. I am torn a little bit. I mean, so I'll go with the direction of the
I
council.
don't mind the neutral part right now.
Motion.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for that direction. Those are the bills that I had for you that were included in your staff report today. I do have two other bills that just came out this week that I want to make you aware of, and it is our intention right now to bring them back to you at your meeting next week unless you decide that you wish to give direction on them today. The first one of those is Senate Bill 457. It is a bill that is a committee bill from Senate Legislative Operations and Elections, and it revises provisions relating to certain city elections. And it has to do with ward-only voting and would eliminate the at-large position on our council and require us to create a sixth ward. It's a very similar bill to SB 304 from last session. As I think the council will recall, we did have some concerns with that. A number of the mechanical issues, if you will, with that prior bill that gave us concern are not included here. It does allow us to complete the redistricting process without unintentionally unseating one of our council members. But again, a significant policy issue for you as our council to weigh in on. Again, if you'd like to give direction on it today, I'm happy to take that, or I can bring it back on the agenda next week.
Wasn't that on the ballot last time?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Wasn't that on
Yes,
the ballot?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. The city did place a ballot question on the general election ballot in November of 2012. As the council may recall, the Charter Review Committee prepared that language for recommendation to the council. The council did have a joint meeting with the Charter Review Committee where that language was refined. Ultimately came back to this council for authorization to place it on the ballot. And the result of that vote was that the voters of the city indicated that they wish to continue with the process that we have in place now. 73% of the voters indicating that that was their preference.
And Mr. Mayor, based on that, I'll make a motion that we take a position in opposition to this bill.
Have a motion and second. Any further discussion?
I think the voters spoke, and
Absolutely.
I think the voters spoke, and I agree. I think the wording was a little misleading. But, you know, I think since November, in my experience, looking at the cost of running a citywide race and then representing one ward, I think it'd be better for our democratic process. And our city attorney has expressed legal concerns about this. Those still don't go away. And I'll let you get in. And third, it is confusing. It was so confusing in November to the voters being up in, up in Councilmember Jordan's ward, and I'm voting for her. Like, well, guess what? You get the chance to vote for both of us. And so I think it's a very odd and unusual and outlying process. And the mechanical problems that we had before and that the governor had in his veto statement have been alleviated. And this doesn't just hit Reno, it hits the other cities, correct?
Correct, Councilwoman. The bill would seek to make similar, we're the only city with an at-large, so it's not making those changes. But in the cities of Sparks, Henderson, and in Carson City, it would require them to go to ward-only voting in both the primary and the general elections.
Who introduced that bill?
It's a Senate Legislative Operations and Elections Committee bill.
Okay.
I would like the city attorney to weigh in because I was not sitting as a council member when he made his previous comments of concern about the possible legality of our system.
John Cadlick, Reno City Attorney. In looking at the results of the election that came this past November, I think any concerns that I've had in the past have been alleviated. We've elected our first, I believe, Hispanic councilman. I look at the composition of the current council. It is 4 women and 3 men. I think if you look at it, Councilman Delgado won both the primary and the general. He ran citywide. I think any concerns that may have been in the past by the Department of Justice would now have been alleviated. I doubt they would even consider inquiring into it. So I think at least at this time, the system currently in place is acceptable and can go forward as it is.
And our charter committee put a lot of time in studying that also.
Mr. Mayor, if I might add, and I certainly am not trying to correct Mr. Cadlick, but just for the record, because many people do listen, I do believe that we had a Hispanic council member, Gustavo Nunez, who served previous to Councilmember
Yes.
Delgado.
I could correct that, but I believe he served, but I don't know if he was elected. That's the question.
He was both
He was-
appointed and elected.
Okay, because I knew he lost an election, so, okay, I didn't know if he was or wasn't, but that's good to know. So
Ms. Jordan.
Makes Councilman Delgado the second Hispanic.
My only comments are that, that during the election, the campaigning process, I think maybe it was just, again, a communications issue, and maybe the fact that there hadn't been an election at the city council level for 10 years. There was a lot of confusion where people said, well, I'd like to vote for you in the primary, but I can't because I'm not in your ward. So I would agree that there was confusion from the voting side of things, that people were very unclear that while they knew they could vote in a ward during the primary, they were completely unclear about the general, that it changed to a citywide vote. So I just put that on the record because that certainly was very confusing to our voters.
And I think that's been around forever, that there's that confusion. But I also think once you explain the system to them, they love it.
Yep.
And I think, the challenge is, and this is what I've brought up time and time again, is we're making decisions that are much different than legislative decisions. We're making decisions that affect neighborhoods. And if you've only got one person and a mayor on the council, you've only got 2 people on that council that you vote for, the other 5 can do whatever they want and not have to answer to you in your neighborhood. And I think that's, for the decisions, the types of the decisions that we have to make, I don't think that's appropriate.
And if I can weigh in as well, I think you'd vote for 3, right? The at-large, the mayor, and your respective ward. Yeah, and that might be something to think about. But though I won in the primary in general, my name was brought up. I'd like to see it go ward only. I just see that it's eventually you open up the opportunity where somebody would win in their primary, hands down, and then lose in the general, and there's that proper representation. Because what you really have is a disproportionate number of voters, and what people would end up doing is focusing on those 2 wards that have the most voters. And is that right? So, there's a lot of different, and I think that's eventually what's going to happen to us. And if we don't deal with that, then somebody else is. And I think we got to be, the demographics have changed, that we've grown as a city. And at the end of the day, we as a body vote, not one prospective person. I think that's kind of been the argument also, is that, well, Oscar got voted in for Ward 3, so he's only going to look out for people in Ward 3. And I don't believe that's the case, because we vote here as a body, we need 4 people to vote. And I think that's the way people elect us at the end of the day. The 6th ward, not exactly sure if I'm sold on that, because I do like the idea of having an at-large person, and in conjunction with the mayor who has to oversee the entire city. But ward only is, in that respect, I'd like to see that happen.
Well, and then I go back to the fact that 73% of our constituents said they don't want it.
I think there was confusion on that too, though I did sit on the charter committee as well in regards to some of the wording. Going back and wishing I can, but I can't. I think there could have been some clarification on that. And just out there walking and knocking as much as all of you, there is a clear sign that there wasn't clear clarification on some of those questions.
I think this is the second time it's been on the ballot, hasn't it? It was on one other time.
Yes, Mr.
Third
Mayor,
time.
there was a question, I believe in the early 90s, and it actually had a tie vote, and so went back for a clarifying question at the next election, and at that point, the ward only in the primary and at large in general was upheld.
Do I have a motion? I have a motion to try and have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
No.
Whoops. 4-2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quickly, another bill that I think I'd like to at least bring to your attention today, that's Assembly Bill 416. It was a committee that was brought forth by the Committee on Government Affairs. It has been referred to Transportation. I think this is a great example to you that your legislature is paying attention to local issues, and here's a great example of them actually trying to help us. If it's either today or next week when you want to take a decision on this, we would recommend supporting. It has to do with provisions governing the enforcement of parking laws to allow our law enforcement agency to designate volunteers to issue parking citations, not just handicapped, but all parking citations. And
support.
Move to support. You don't have to explain that one anymore. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Then quickly, Mr. Mayor, just a quick update on the two City of Reno bills. Our charter bill, as we shared with you last time, we've been working with some of the folks who have been concerned about certain sections of the bill. The staff report details the nature of the amendments that we have proposed and submitted to the committee, and we are anticipating that this will be brought up for vote in a work session in the next week or so. And then Senate Bill 4, our bill for protection of public employees who may come into contact with contagious diseases, did pass out of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee unanimously last week, and we expect it to come up for a vote on the floor in the next week or so as well. So both of those bills are still alive and continuing to move through the system. We were pleased to receive that unanimous vote on SB 4 in the Senate committee. And with that, we'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have. We are still in the process of conducting our analysis on many of the bills that were released late last week and early this week, a number of bills. And I should, if you'll allow me, Mr. Mayor, the indulgence, I'd just like to thank all of the folks on city staff. I'm the face of this process, but you know, the city attorney's office has been working very, very hard, as have been representatives from departments all over the city and looking at all of this legislation and seeing how it's going to impact us. So they deserve my thanks for all of their hard work and diligence.
Great teamwork. Thank you. Thank all of you.
Mr. Mayor, Cadence, have any bills come up regarding the municipal insolvency chapter and sections?
Councilwoman, when you say municipal insolvency, I'm not sure which chapters you're looking at. I do believe that there was a bill introduced late Monday that has to do with the financial emergency. And again, that's one of the ones that we're still looking at to see how it will apply. Fortunately for me, you have back-to-back meetings, so I get to bring you a bunch of bills next week too, which is great from a timing standpoint. So I anticipate that if we review that bill and see that it would have an impact on us, that we'll be bringing it to you for your position.
Any other discussion? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great report. Now we'll do it over to item L3, any conference or professional meeting reports. Item L4.
Resolution number 7826, resolution donating $1,000 from council donation funds to the Wells Avenue Merchants and Property Owners Association for graffiti removal supplies and promotional materials for Wells Avenue businesses.
Motion?
Move
To have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
No, you did the motion.
Oh, I thought I heard it.
Okay, second. All right, all in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item L5.
Resolution number 7827, resolution donating $5,000 from the council donation funds to Reno Continental Little League for infield and safety improvements at the Jack Teague Park playing fields.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item L6.
Resolution number 7828, resolution donating $1,000 from council donation funds to 4-H to help defray operational costs for the 2013 Washoe County Livestock Show.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item L7. Hillary? Ms. Sheevy? You want to make a motion? Yes. Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Discuss the concept of traffic safety in the Midtown area.
thought we did that at the last council meeting.
I think what we're looking for, Councilwoman, is just some direction from you on what you're looking for. What this item would do is authorize staff to spend more than 2 hours looking into this issue, so just maybe defining what it is you want us to do.
Various areas around Midtown, we have a couple of children's stores going in. And I'm already seeing parents run across the street, and also down by Midtown Eats. There's an area down there that concerns me. I think it's a matter of, if not when, that something tragic is going to happen with pedestrians in Midtown. So I'd really like a traffic study, and I've spoken to Mr. Flansburgh about there you are. I didn't see you. The area that I was most concerned about. So maybe we could.
I mean, a traffic study, full-blown traffic study could get pretty expensive in that area, I would assume. I don't know.
You just wanted us to report or something?
For the record, John Flansford, Director of Public Works. Looking in there and the available crosswalks and just seeing where they are available, if there's a need for additional crosswalks, just an initial look at the area, it appears that there could be some crosswalks that run parallel to Virginia Street might be in order, and possibly one or two locations for perpendicular, but we'll continue to take a look at that and bring back recommendations.
Mm-hmm. But there was already one temporarily, just so you know.
That's fine. Just when you it just made it concern me a little bit when you said a traffic study. I mean, we could spend a lot of money on it.
Well, whatever the procedure is to get us there.
But this is on the RTC RTIP, okay, which is the Regional Transportation Program. So it's, it's coming. RTC is getting a contractor on board. I think they've even assigned a project engineer.
When's it coming?
I think it's programmed for year 2014 in design. John, you sit on the TAC? Or Steve?
Steve Bonnell, our city traffic engineer, sits on the technical advisory committee for the RTC.
And where's the project at, Steve?
Yes, Steve Bonnell, traffic engineer, Public Works. I think that project, I think you're correct. I think it is 2014 they're going to be going. I know they're doing a corridor study through that whole area.
See,
and they're looking at safety improvements.
That's maybe as part of that scope, interim sidewalk or crosswalk solutions could be put in, because they are going to be studying it, doing the corridor study right now, so.
Sure, and as an interim measure too, we can go out and have a look and see if we can do some improvements also along there to help until they can do a full study through the area.
Okay, motion to approve. Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimous. Item L8. Have people want to speak? Ms. Clunch? Yeah.
Afternoon, Council. My name's Donna Klontz. I'm Chair of Northwest Neighborhood Advisory Board, and over the past few years, I know that the boundaries have changed as the ward boundaries have changed, and the Neighborhood Advisory Board boundaries have not necessarily changed along with that. And we discovered that when we had one of our really, really wonderful NAB members who lives in a different ward for voting purposes, but he's still in the NAB that we are part of. And just for making the lines of authority clearer, I'm speaking as just myself. Our NAB discussed it, but we didn't come up with a decision on it. But I think that it would be helpful if the NAB boundaries were the same as the ward boundaries. Thank you.
Okay.
Question. I think we're having a workshop or a meeting on NABs soon, correct?
I think that's what Sharon brought this up today, so we can kind of find out where we kind of go from here. Right?
Correct. For the record, Barbara DiCiano, Communications and Citizen Engagement. I believe that agenda item is on for the 3rd or the 17th. The 17th. So we can bring that forward to you at that time.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking, because there may be.
Make sure the agenda item is broad enough to include this.
Okay.
Okay.
But I agree, it is confusing.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion, do I have a second? Second, all in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Discussion, potential direction to staff regarding a joint workshop with the Reno City Council Senior Citizen Advisory Committee and Access Advisory Committee.
This is where we want to bring the Access Board and the Senior Board together so that we can look at the aging population. And we sat down yesterday, but we'd like to come up with a presentation so that we could educate council on the direction.
Okay.
Correct. Councilmember Zadra and Councilwoman Shivi asked for both committees to be highlighted, programs, budget needs, things of that nature.
Okay. Make a
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second? I do resent you looking at me when you talk about age. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item L10. Three speakers, okay. Attorney Jack, would you come here on item 10?
You called, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I was just wondering on this item if you could give us a brief, or we can go ahead and hear the comments and then you can give us.
I would prefer to hear the comments to see
Okay,
what we're actually
good.
moving forward with.
All right. I have,
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilwoman Breckus's item. Can she give us an overview of what she's asking for
Yes.
and kind of spell it out, and then we can hear public comment?
You know, I'd be happy to do that. As you know, we've been approached on several occasions by a group that's been formed in specific opposition to provisions of the National Defense Authorization Act of 2012. The National Defense Authorization Act is an act that Congress passes every year that funds basically the Pentagon, which is our military. In 2012, it's a very long bill. And in 2012, two sections were put in. One related to the detainment of Americans or anyone without giving them due process at the discretion of the president. It's being challenged. It's been heard by a federal court. It will make its way probably up to the United States Supreme Court. It's fallout to the war on terrorism. And in the war on terrorism, sometimes our government and the laws have passed and been ruled unconstitutional. And I think there's a groundswell support across the country that this one will and is. So that's one provision. The other provision puts individuals into a military court of law instead of our civil courts, which is also being proposed as unconstitutional. Now, why would a city council pass something like this? When these folks first came, I expressed concern that when I was growing up in the Bay Area, the city of Berkeley spent more time talking about Sandinistas and Contras down in Nicaragua than running the city of Berkeley. But I do believe that when measures hit, and we don't have any policy about what we do here, but when an issue reaches of so much importance and so broad focusing to all of our citizenry, that it is importance. And so I put this on a parallel of our proclamation that said Steve Elliott's the swell guy, or a National Fair Housing Act. I think it is within our right and our practices to pass this message. And that's what this message is. And you heard earlier that the city of Las Vegas passed this message. And it's a message saying that we don't believe that this law is constitutional to the state of Nevada or United States Constitution, and also that we would not want our police force to collaborate with the United States government in detaining personnel. And at that, we do have the public safety component here, and we don't want our officers participating in illegal activities, and I think that's the broad concern of cities across this country that they would. So there's folks here who are far more versed in this than I am, but I do know that this is really a groundswell right now across our country of cities and counties and states. There's a bill pending in the Nevada legislature, and I talked to Senator Gustafson, and he would really look to us on his support for his bill. So anyway, I'll close my comments at this point.
We have
I would like to have 5 minutes at some point.
I'm not going to give you 5 minutes.
Please, sir.
I'll give you 3.
I would like to have 2 minutes.
I'm going to take them right now.
Right now?
Because you marked the thing that you didn't want to say.
I know, sir. I know I did.
Come on up and speak.
Okay. Thank you. Formulate my ideas. Thank you, Vincent Ames. Extensive. Hillary, extensive. Part of the aging group. Just wanted to say that my mother and George Akiyama went to school together in Southern California, where I grew up. And George's parents and my mother's parents and family came from overseas. We were Basque immigrants, and we worked the fields, and they were Japanese immigrants, and they worked the fields. When World War II broke out, my dad went to Europe and fought. George went to Manzanar. The town of Chino held the family nursery of George's in trust for the next 3.5 years until the family got out of Manzanar, interestingly enough. And everyone in the community looked at that as the wrong thing to do at the time. And I think a lot of us look back and we say hindsight's 20/20, it's the wrong thing to do. Many of the people in town could, in those days, could certainly mow their own lawn, but they employed George and his sons and family to mow lawns and take care of our homes because it was the right thing to do to get some of the wealth they had lost back to them. The NDAA Act has ramped up its mission, and we believe that every citizen should have the opportunity to be charged if they're going to be detained. They shouldn't be detained without being informed, or families should be informed of where they're being held if they're going to be detained for any reason. I think the NDAA is overstepped our constitutional rights as citizens, and I think our liberties have been infringed upon. When we look at the idea of the NDAA, sure, those folks, we wouldn't mind those folks being detained, but we wouldn't want to be. Well, we're all citizens of the United States, and I think we all should be treated equally. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeannie Nix, you marked you didn't want to speak. I want to state my support of a resolution for noncompliance with sections 1021 and 1022 of the NDAA. Thomas Carnell marked that he didn't wish to speak. He's in favor of a resolution. Paul Exterberry said he didn't wish to speak, but he please strike the provisions of the NDAA that respect due process of law and civil rights. Benjamin Castro does not wish to speak. We strongly encourage the council to exert some political pressure in the interest of preserving civil liberties and nullify sections 1021 and 1022 of the NDAA. Jane Lyon wishes to speak.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Jane Lyon. I live here in Reno. The National Defense Authorization Act sections 1021 and 1022 declare that the United States to be a part of the battlefield in the war on terror. On the battlefield, military law takes over civilian law. This is ridiculous and unnecessary here in the United States as an act for Congress to take. Both the 2012 and 2013 version of the NDAA received overwhelming bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate. In fact, the pre-conference report version of NDAA 2013 passed the House of Representatives 299 to 120, and the Senate version passed unanimously 98 to 0. I have given up on the Congress's ability and their desire to fix the problem and the threat to our civil liberties. Congress clearly has no opportunity to repeal or amend sections. Congress clearly had an opportunity to repeal and amend sections 1021 and 1022, and/or to clarify the language within those sections while working on NDAA 2013, but they failed to do so in any significant way. In fact, our Congressman Amodei, his website says that there can be found an analysis of NDAA which relies on trickery and misleading language within certain sections to sell the NDAA to its constituents. These sections generally feed the average person to believe that NDAA does not affect them. However, from a legal perspective, those sections hold little or no merit. Statistically, you are more likely to be struck by lightning twice and survive, and 8 times more likely to be killed by a police officer as a bystander than to be killed by a terrorist. As I do not see terrorists standing on every street corner, I see no need for the federal government to destroy my civil liberties and gut the Constitution in the name of my protection. The government can't protect me by taking away my constitutional rights. I believe that we need to work from the ground up at the state and local levels if we are going to defend our unalienable rights recognized within the Constitution. If Congress is unlikely to fix the problem, then we must rely on our own county, the Sheriff's Department, the state, to preserve and protect our rights. I urge the Reno City Council to pass a meaningful resolution that sends a message to our elected representatives to Washington, D.C., and throughout this state to reject the NRAA and take action here in Reno. In words of Panda, the founder, Dan Johnson, we are making a choice between 1776 America and 1934
Okay, your time's up.
Germany.
Your time's up. Thank you.
Please make the right choice.
Mr. Bailey.
See if I make this quick to make up for that. James, J.J. Bailey, sir, counsel. I'm going to try and make this really super fast. Anybody know who this is? George Mason, I'm sorry. He's the one who designed this, Bill of Rights. Are we going to just take these and throw them out the window?
Talk into the microphone.
Do we want a president or do we want a king of this country? This is, you take your Bill of Rights, throw those away. This man, his work all to shame. And all the other people they worked on it before. We can't be doing this. Everything that I've heard about the NDAA, I think is just ridiculous. To take away your Bill of Rights, just, come on now. And to put the president in charge of this? Come on now. This is just not, this is, please. I've been in this town for over 40 years. You guys are supposed to represent citizens of Reno. Please represent me in saying no to the NDAA. Or, can I say it? Fuck the NDAA.
No, sir, you can't say that. You're excluded. It's
Yeah,
time for you to leave.
Please.
It's time for you to leave, sir.
Less than 3 minutes. See ya.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Christopher Corbett.
First, just want to apologize for that. Had no control over that. Honorable Reno City Council, my name is Christopher Corbett, Nevada Team Leader for PANDA. I estimate that I represent a group of approximately 800 people in Nevada who are all very concerned about the NDAA. I'd like to thank Commissioner Breckus and the board for hearing this agenda item, and also the efforts of Ted Levater and everyone who is here this afternoon to support this initiative. It saddens me to have to be here today to speak to you about the loss of civil liberties in this country. I am very concerned about the path we as a nation and our government are taking. I feel and believe very strongly that it is my duty and responsibility to stand up, to speak out, and to try to do whatever I can do to prevent indefinite detention or assassination without trial, which is nothing more than kidnapping and murder at the hands of government. I grew up during a time in which freedom, liberty, and the opportunity to achieve prosperity were roundly believed to be what made America different from countries like the Soviet Union or China, in which freedom was limited or non-existent. America was, or so I believe, the land of the free, home of the brave, with liberty and justice for all. We were the good guys. We had the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution to preserve and protect our freedoms, and no politician would dare challenge them. Today, however, our government doesn't seem to care for or respect the core values established by the founders of this country within those documents. I question the agenda of a government which would create a law which would authorize the indefinite detention and assassination of its citizens without charge or trial. I have brought the NDAA up many times in many places to many people. I knew this initiative wasn't going to be easy or a slam dunk, even though it made sense to me to go out and do it. It's not every day a city council, county commission, or state legislature is asked to take on federal law, albeit an obviously and arguably unconstitutional law. I've heard objections like, you have to go through the courts. Really? If I take this into a court, how do I show standing? If I had standing under the NDAA, I'd have no access to the courts. Where are my constitutional rights here? My argument is not about terrorists. My argument is about restoring our civil liberties. At this point, I feel more terrorized and threatened by my government under the NDAA than I do terrorists. There are no checks and balances here. The opportunity for abuse of power has never been greater. I ask this council to take on this issue, to resist unconstitutional law, to do whatever you can do to help assure the safety and protection of the citizens, residents, and visitors to the city of Reno. I ask you to move forward and send the message that the members of this board are willing to uphold their oaths of office and have the courage to join the growing coalition and voices of municipalities, counties, and states like the city of Las Vegas, which are standing up and saying no to indefinite detention without trial. With your support, we can help turn this country around and get back on the track of constitutional government, personal freedom, and liberty. I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ted Levitter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ted Levater. As you guys are well aware, this is a complicated issue. I would fully expect that this board would have a number of questions about what the NDAA is. Are there any questions that we could answer for you right now? So everybody's clear that there's substantial public debate happening in this country that the United States has passed a law that will allow for the indefinite detention of American citizens without charge, trial, or access to legal counsel.
Yep.
You took an oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution.
That's right.
When you hear the words indefinite detention of American citizens without charge, trial, or access to legal counsel, is that consistent with the Constitution you took an oath to defend? If indefinite detention, if the rights of due process are an important part of the Constitution that you took an oath to defend, it is your obligation, it is your duty to take whatever action is within the authority of your elected office. We hope that we can move forward to author a resolution that's amicable to everybody that's sitting up here today, that's amicable to the Reno Police Department and city attorneys, but it is not okay for this board not to take action. Again, when you hear the words indefinite detention of American citizens without charge, trial, or access to legal counsel, is that consistent with your understanding of the Constitution you took an oath to defend? If it is not, you have an obligation to take action, and we are here as citizens to support that action in whatever way we can. Again, I got a minute and 30 seconds. I would really love to hear questions or concerns that anybody had.
Ted, I wasn't aware of this until you brought it to our attention, and I think it's very good to continue to educate us. I mean, it's a very complex issue. There is a lot to study up on it. I did a lot of research online, and I think it's important that you continue to come here and voice this and educate us, and it's one of those things that a lot of people don't know about this.
Right,
and I think it's great that you're getting out there and really educating people. And I think, as you continue to do more of that, people can make educated decisions.
Absolutely. And
even if this resolution turns out to be nothing but an educational opportunity for the citizens of this state, with Las Vegas passing the anti-NDA resolution, we fully expect Clark County to follow suit next week. We've been working very hard at the Washoe County Commission and at the Nevada State Legislature. You know, Chris and I are just two regular guys who have taken time off from our everyday lives to really pursue this issue, and we've made a great deal of progress, but quite frankly, we're running up against a brick wall at this point. You guys can help us break through that wall right now by recognizing your oath to office. We don't have to make a statement that says, yes, this law is unconstitutional. Well, we need to affirm the rights of all Reno citizens to access to the courts, to being faced with a charge, having a trial by jury, and access to counsel. Any other questions we can address at this time? The two resident experts of the NDAA in Northern Nevada are here today, so if you have any questions, now would be an excellent time for us to address them.
Thank you very much. Mr. Campbell, would you tell us, are there any risk in this?
Thank you, Jack Campbell, Deputy City Attorney, Risk Manager for the City of Reno. I'm currently unclear exactly what Ms. Breckus wishes to propose as the resolution. I did hear some alarming words in the presentations. I heard reject, I heard ignore, and I heard non-compliance. Now, these people are all exhibiting the finest part of the Constitution. The very First Amendment is the right to free speech. And free speech is at its strongest when you stand and challenge the government. That's what our entire Constitution was based upon. That's what the Founding Fathers were worried about. But what they are asking you to do currently, from what I hear, is to issue some type of proclamation where this body is going to not follow a federal act. And currently that, in my opinion, would be a violation of your oath. They ask you to follow your oath. Ladies and gentlemen, you took an oath when you sat up here on this dais that said you would honor the Constitution and support the government and its laws. Now, currently, the act that they're claiming about is a federal act. It has not been, it might have been challenged, but there is no court decision out there that we know of yet saying that that act is unconstitutional. And until that does that, we must presume that the act is valid, that it is lawful, and that any type of thing where this government body would say that we refuse to follow it and enact it could in fact create liability exposure for us. Requesting that our police department not enforce a law is again a very dangerous place for us to go. And currently I have not seen anything been moved through the city attorney's office asking us to vet anything that has been proposed. I will point out to you that most of the resolutions I see passing do not specifically state that they're going to engage in non-compliance or rejection of the act. I hear it being watered down is that they may ask for amendments that alter it, or they may ask for somebody to look at it and do something with it. I do not see the words out there where they are literally saying right now, we'll reject it. So I offer you caution in that regard because it will open us up for liability. And I see problems with that.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Mr. Manager, I provided staff, after the last meeting, a copy of the resolution and asked that it be distributed. It wasn't put in the packet. I think it came as a side to the staff or to the council, but did it not get to the city attorney's office?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. We have been provided one resolution that I think Councilmember Breckus was intending on starting with. We've also looked at other resolutions, but at that point in time, we determined we would wait for council direction because this is an L item. We didn't want to spend significant amount of times in researching when we didn't have the direction from this governing body.
I know you sent each council member. I don't know if you sent it to the city manager because I did not see it addressed to the city manager.
Well, I understood, because staff asked me for it, that staff would put it in the packet, and they didn't. So I think it was given as an aside. And I guess the question is, the city attorney's office does not have an opinion on it because they have not read it or, briefed it. But so it is up to us, and we have it here.
Is it the same resolution as in Vegas? No, what?
It's much more extensive.
Much more extensive?
My understanding, my understanding after talking to some elected officials in Clark County, they passed a resolution in support of NDAA, and North Las Vegas passed a resolution in support of NDAA, and Boulder City and Las Vegas haven't taken action at this point. You can come up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You'll have to provide me some references to anybody passing a pro-NDAA law. That would be the first I've ever heard about that. The resolution that was passed in Las Vegas, I believe, is similar to the resolution that Councilwoman Breckus brought forward, and the resolution passed in Las Vegas was a resolution of noncompliance. It did ask the Metro Police Department and I forget what I asked the Metro Police Department to not comply. And in regards to this, no court having found this law to be unconstitutional, that's absolutely not true. Judge Forrest in September of 2012 ruled that Section 1021 was unconstitutional. Her ruling stated or referred to the chilling impact that the NDAA could have on First Amendment rights. That ruling was appealed by the Obama administration, and it is still working its way through the courts now. But to say that a federal judge has not weighed in on this is not accurate. It was ruled unconstitutional, and our executive branch of government is very interested in overturning that ruling.
Okay. Thank you.
If I can add.
I guess.
Just a minute, let me ask this gentleman, you have something before you break your hand shaking your book?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that Article 6, Section 2, just to paraphrase, the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution states that this Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, shall be the supreme law of the land. So I just wanted to add that in. We do not believe that any law that authorizes indefinite detention without trial is a law that's in any way, shape, or form made in pursuance of the Constitution. Thank you.
But the legislature passed it. The legislature passed it.
This was passed by Congress.
That's what I meant.
We do have a Senate Bill 378 in the state legislature.
No, I'm talking about the United States Congress.
Right, Congress.
Passed the NDAA.
Correct. It was H.R. 1540, 2012 version, and it's sections 1021 and 1022.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dortch. Oh, I'm
Sure.
sorry.
No worries.
Mr. Delgado.
I guess what I'm trying to find out too, now that we're on this issue, as well as what do we as a body start to kind of view our role as we start to kind of hear these national issues? Are we going to, as other issues start to come about, that we're going to take positions on, or I'm just trying to find our role as a city council, and I don't know what it was in the past, or if that's open up for discussion in terms of where we're going to carry forward with some of these things, because I know there's a lot of issues out there for, I think, individually for each of us that we want to carry forward and we can make a light of, but I just want, as a body, what's our role?
And I guess that's kind of where I'm going, Mr. Mayor, is one, I actually, this morning, asked Naoma kind of the same thing that Jack just brought up. I said, I truly believe that if we pass this resolution, that we're in violation of our oath. And then the mayor told me that our attorneys had that same opinion. So I was concerned about that this morning when we were first talking about it. And although I agree with a lot of what's been said, I mean, and charge forward, get it done, but I don't think we play a role in that. And I don't think we play a role because, again, it's the courts are going to decide whether this is constitutional or not. Not a city council in Reno, Nevada. And to be honest, if the courts find it's constitutional, then at that point in time we need to go back to our electeds in Washington and say whether it's constitutional or not, it's not right. You need to take it out. So, I mean, I agree with you, but we aren't going to accomplish anything, and I do think there's a question as to whether or not we're honoring our oath of office in passing it, and I'm not comfortable moving forward with it.
How do we find that out exactly? Oh, how do you find?
I'm just hurt. I mean, I'm relying on, at this point, I'm relying on our attorney.
I don't know. I'm thinking about big issues where I'm an advocate for certain issues and I'll go and march or something in support of or something else, and then do certain groups come up to the city council and then say we should take a position and as a resolution also, or I'm just trying to get a scope for myself as I can, as I'm going out there and saying, where do we as a city council start to, do we draw a line or do we not, or do we see these national issues? I mean, is that something that we have an appetite for? Do we focus on what I don't know. I'm looking from you guys as well.
Well, I see this, as I preface my comments, not any different than community housing, Community Development Week, Fair Housing Week. Steve Elliott, commend him, and I do think it is so broad in nature. Now, if the council wants to do policies on all of those sort of things, because I don't know how we can wait, a proclamation for, name your cause versus a proclamation for this on a different level, frankly. And I've never, and I brought that up to you, Dwight, initially, and I know you said just put it on, but if we want to go in and think about the rules and that, and I'm fine with that. I think the city of Berkeley finally said, hey, we're doing, one a year or, one every quarter, we'll pull them all up. That's fine. If we want to go there, that's fine. But in terms of, is it constitutional and this attorney's opinion, that's what the United States Supreme Court is for. And so we all have to decide in our hearts if this is consistent with our oath or not, because there's not really a body telling. For me, when I read the oath, I feel it is. The statements are crafted very carefully. And having seen this flying through cities right now, basically, I'm pretty comfortable that we're on good footing with this statement.
I guess I go back to Oscar's point, which is a very good one, is at what things do we stop weighing in on that we don't have direct influence on? And this one, I disagree. I think there are things locally that we absolutely do resolutions on that have a local impact. This, I don't believe we do. And there's two things, I think I learned growing up is you always listen to your mother and your lawyers. And what I'm hearing right now is that there's concern, at least from our lawyers, on moving forward with this at this time under this current language. And so for that reason, I'm not comfortable in.
And I just want to, just based on what Jenny was just saying, I don't know how you compare taking a position against a federal act of Congress to honoring Steve Elliott. I don't know how you make that comparison. The things that we do are for community pride, for those types of things that we're doing for those people. But to take a position opposed to an act that was federally enacted is much different than honoring Steve Elliott for his retirement.
Well, Community Development Block Grant Program, Home Program, the other one was the Fair Housing Law. Those are federal laws that come up to Congress every year.
But we're not taking a position opposed to them.
They're constitutional.
We're honoring them. We're honoring them. We're not taking a position opposed to them.
You read our federal principles, and they sure do talk about those programs. And so we could put something in our federal principles about this, too. And I'm just saying, I don't know how you make that comparison.
I don't think it's this body's scope. No. Individually, you can do what you like, but I don't think it's this body's scope.
Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jack Campbell, Risk Manager. Being an L item, it appears that what she's asking to do is to dedicate staff time to furthering this. And since this court well knows where I have been for the last couple of weeks and engaged in activity, we know how short-staffed the city attorney's office is and how overburdened we are. And yet they're going to ask us to engage and weigh in on a matter that really is a national issue. Our national defense is solely resident within the federal government. The federal government has spoken. They've issued an act that is deemed constitutional yet. While there may be a court, it's under challenge and nobody has repealed it or enjoined its enforcement yet. And I would ask that you not ask me to dedicate my scarce amount of free time to start engaging in an act that would be symbolic at best.
Thank you.
Mr. Lavater. Maybe this is more of, a personal for each one of us instead of this body. I do feel, though, that, government does start at the local level and sort of rises up, and I do think that we sort of paved the way on up. But, because staff is short and things like that, maybe it's more of an individual, and I agree with you. I definitely agree with you, but
Okay, so a couple things. First of all, we don't need a resolution of nonconformity or against a federal act. What PANDA seeks is affirmation from this board of what our constitutional rights of due process are. And I have to imagine the city attorneys would be able to draft a resolution of that nature fairly quickly. If that's where this board needs to go, we're comfortable with that. And in terms of comparing this to, giving the standard proclamations that this board gives all the time, consider it a proclamation or an affirmation to the efforts of Chris Corbett, who has really taken a considerable amount of time and put in a great deal of effort and research into determining and protecting the constitutional rights of all Reno residents. If all we can get out of this board is an affirmation of what our rights of due process are, we are more than willing to accept it, and it will put a lot of wind in our sails going forward to fight back against these unconstitutional provisions at what might be a more appropriate level of government. If that's all we can get, we'd be happy to take it.
Mr. Campbell?
Your Honor, at best, they said that there's 800 people supporting their group. There's 225,000 people in the city of Reno. Right now, it seems to be a very minority of people. They said 800 people in the state of Nevada. There are over several 1.5 million people in Nevada. 800 is a very small portion. A reaffirmation of how we protect the constitutional rights is the history of how our police department treats its citizens. And yet we have not been, and we are not subjected on a regular basis to allegations of violating anybody's constitutional rights. And they want a reaffirmation of how well we do that. We do it every day when those police officers go out there and take care of our community. And that's how we do it.
Thank you.
And I don't want to discount their 800 people. I mean, to get 800 people involved is a monumental task. I mean, I agree with you, Jack, that there's 225,000 people in Reno, but I mean, to get 800 people involved it's a monumental task. That's not easily done. I mean, 800 people to agree on anything. So I don't want to discount that. But I do agree with Naoma that this is not within our scope. I mean, there's other things that we need to be doing as the city of Reno to take care of our citizens, and that's where I'm at. And so.
May I say something again?
I'll give you a half a minute.
Okay, I'll watch the clock. I really feel that I keep hearing that this is not something that you should be taking up, and this government starts at the local level. And if our rights are being trampled, no matter where, the local level needs to be involved in correcting that. And we are not asking you to do anything illegal. We are asking you, as the gentleman just said, to reaffirm the rights of the citizens, which follows the Constitution. We vote for you. You work for us. Please think about that.
Thank you. My problem is I know what you're saying, the interpretation. I just haven't seen anybody's rights being violated. No, I'm not going again. No, ma'am.
You want to wait until they are violated?
No, ma'am. They don't have to be. There's a Constitution. It's passed by the legislature back in Washington, D.C., and I personally can't support it.
I just go back to our legal counsel expressed concern, and,
Yep.
and I'm following our legal counsel on
Well,
this.
I'll withdraw my request, but, I was particularly touched about the comments about Manzanar. I grew up in California, and the memories of Manzanar were very fresh in people my grandmother's age, living down in the valley. And, who knows what could have been done by city councils before that act at that time.
I grew up in a town where we had one of those Manzanars, and so I know how they were treated and looked at and everything else. Okay.
And I think that kind of goes back to, I guess, us as a body as we continue forward as to how we see these issues or not. Because, again, some of these issues touch us dearly, especially individually, but I want to make sure we're on a consistent kind of platform as a body as to how we see these continuing issues come forward, and we as individuals out in the community continue to be advocates for certain issues, how this kind of comes forward. So,
And I personally support you.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I like your efforts. I just think they're in the wrong place. All right. We're in recess till the hour of 6 o'clock for the public hearing on the University Farms. Call the meeting to order. This is the 6 o'clock hearing on item LDC 120000515, McCarran Center University Farms Ordinance Introduction hearing this evening. We have the appellants. Let me find everything that I'm supposed to find. The appellants are Heidi Littenberg, Eric Holland, Jessica Sfraza, Jeff Brandt, Jose Luciano, Ann Brandt, and, I'm sorry, Ann, I'm screwing up your name, Lou Holla, and Amber Salisbury. Those people will have 15, not each, a total of 15 minutes to speak for the appellants. So whoever's going to represent the appellants or speak can come forward now.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase,
Yes.
Reno City Attorney's Office. Before you do that, could
I
you
should.
open the public hearing, and then I believe there are disclosures that need to be accomplished
You're
by certain
absolutely
council
correct.
members.
Madam Secretary, have all the notices been sent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, proper notice was given. We received 30 letters in opposition, 2 letters in support.
Okay. And now we will bring it back to the table for disclosures.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I would recommend Councilmember Sheevy start first.
I'll let Ms. Sheevy start it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I would like to disclose my close personal and business relationship with former councilperson Jessica Sferaza, whom is also an appellant in this case. Ms. Sferaza also worked extensively on my campaign for Reno City Council in 2012. I believe these relationships fall within the category specifically detailed in our NRS 281A.420, Section 8, and are a commitment in a private capacity to the interest of others, as the relationships are similar to a family relationship, so I am disclosing. In application of the judgment of a reasonable person standard, I believe a public official in my position should abstain given the closeness of my relationship with Ms. Sferaza. After consultation with the City Attorney's Office, I was advised to make this disclosure. As such, I have decided to also abstain from voting on the UNR Farms matter, so there will be no appearance of impropriety. I should also disclose Julie Sferaza worked for me at one time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Our office concurs with that disclosure and abstention. And also on all the disclosures, we've done a formal opinion that we provided to the city clerk for the record. And there is also extra copies of those opinions should the public want a copy of it. And there is a copy out with the packet.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
It was a surprise to me at our last meeting that we go through the appellants and decide if they're aggrieved parties. Will we be doing that in this instance?
At this point in time, we have to do the disclosures before the council takes any other business. So that will be the next step in order, and we'll get your question answered.
Okay, because Ms. Sferaza could be ruled not an aggrieved party, and then Mrs. Sheevy could participate, correct?
No, that would not be accurate, because her friendship with her, she also will indicate or will put on the record that prior council member Sferaza was opposed to the project, and council member Sheevy does not feel like she can give the project appropriate fairness and due process, so she does not want to vote on the matter.
Mr. Dortch, do you have any? Mr. Dortch, you have any disclaimer? Ms. Sheevy, Ms. Jordan.
Yes, thank you. At this time, I would like to disclose information about my relationship with Chris Barrett, whose firm Barrett Resources is a consultant on the UNR Farms project. Chris Barrett and his firm Barrett Resources are a public relations consultant to the law firm of Molath and Prezant, which represent UNR Farms on the project pending before council this evening. Mr. Barrett was recently retained as a public relations consultant for the law firm of Molath and Prezant on this project. Mr. Barrett is a community connection, and I did ask him for advice on and off during my recent campaign for city council on campaigning and community outreach. In addition to Mr. Barrett, I asked many other community connections for advice on campaigning and community outreach. Before the election, I asked Mr. Barrett for thoughts on how to run at the local level and for recommendations on consultants in the community to help with my campaign. Mr. Barrett provided his general thoughts. Generally, I acted as my own campaign manager, and in that position, I continued through the campaign to reach out to community connections. I spoke to many members of the community about campaign matters and supporting my election. In regards to Mr. Barrett, I recall meeting with him on occasion, maybe 6 times in the course of approximately 10 months. I did ask Mr. Barrett, just as I did with other community connections, if he would provide community leader names and organizations for outreach, and if he would be willing, as a courtesy, to forward campaign materials to his respective business clients and connections. In preparation for an upcoming debt retirement reception, I asked Mr. Barrett to look at the list of invitees and provide information on if there were other community or business connections that would be good to invite. Apart from a review of the guest list, Mr. Barrett was not hired to and did not perform any services related to the event. I believe my relationship with Mr. Barrett is as a community connection, as I have many. This relationship will not affect in any way my consideration and my vote. I also do not believe the relationship would materially affect the consideration and vote of a public official in a similar circumstance, given the application of the standard of independent judgment of a reasonable person. The City Attorney's Office confirms that it is appropriate for me to vote on UNR Farms after this disclosure, and it has advised me that the nature of the relationship may not even rise to the level of mandatory disclosure, and I can vote on this item.
Mr. Delgado.
At this time, I would like to disclose the following connections which I have had relating to UNR Farms project. The NAB meeting on October 20th, 2011, the zoning map amendment came before the NAB when I was a member, and we heard information from staff, developer, and citizens. A NAB will provide concerns to the City Council and does not take direct action on these matters. In regards to this item, I have had concerns about further development on natural open space because there are several vacant commercial spaces within the proposed area and around the city. Second bullet point is UNR outreach meeting. I also attended a meeting at the university to obtain more information, but did not comment at the meeting. Campaign. As part of my campaign, I discussed the issue with citizens and raised my concerns about the project, which included open space issues, flooding possibilities, and commercial development. I've asked about the possibility of impacts from flooding and ability to mitigate these impacts. I will likely have more questions as we go on. While having raised my concerns on this project, I look forward to hearing more about this project, and I'm committed to hear both sides for and against the project, and will wait to make up my mind until all evidence has been presented. I've consulted with the City Attorney's Office and have been advised to disclose my prior connections, but I am able to vote on this matter.
Ms. Sadler, do you have anything?
Mr. Mayor, my only disclosure is through the duration of this project having been in front of us, I've met multiple times with multiple parties from both sides of the equation, those in favor of the application and those in favor of the appeal and opposed to the project. My only disclosure.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, one of the appellants, Amber Salaberry, is the general manager of the Great Basin Food Co-op. My husband and I are member investors of that organization, and with all the benefits that come with being a members there. He's also on the board of directors, but tells me that he did not in any way participate in any discussions about the Great Basin Food Co-op playing a role in this, and I understand that Ms. Salaberry is representing herself and not her organization.
Okay, thank you. As mayor, at this time, I would like to disclose information about my relationship with Chris Barrett, whose firm, Barrett Resources, is consultant on the UNR Farms project. Chris Barrett and his firm, Barrett Resources, are a public relations firm consultant to the law firm of Moloff and Prezant, which represents UNR Farms on the project pending before the City Council. Until recently, I did not know Mr. Barrett was retained as a public relations consultant for the law firm on this project, and wanted to advise the public that I have had a friendship with Chris Barrett for over 25 years. Chris assisted me on different political campaigns years ago. I have not used any of his services or paid him any money since the 2002, over 10 years ago. I did not use or anticipate using the service of Chris or his firm, Barrett Resources, on any other matter intend to use these services in the future. In 2011, Chris provided public relations service on another item that was anticipated to come before the City Council. Because of that, I wanted to make sure I was okay to consider and vote on the matter given my relationship. I requested and appeared before the Nevada Commission on Ethics and asked for an opinion. That opinion has been provided to the clerk and is opinion number 11-658. The relationship I have today with Chris is the same as I disclosed to the Ethics Commission to obtain the opinion in 2011. I do not believe my relationship with Chris or an independent judgment of a reasonable person in my circumstances would be materially affected on the UNR Farms matter by this commitment. As I am doing this, Commission advised me to disclose the relationship if a matter came before the council in the future, but the Commission said it was okay for me to vote after the disclosure. I've asked the City Attorney's Office to confirm that it also concurs it is appropriate for me to vote on the UNR Farms after this disclosure. The City Attorney has advised me it concerns of the opinion of the Ethics Commission, and I can vote on this item, and there are copies for everybody to have of that ethics request I made. Any other council members have any other disclosures? Okay. The City Attorney, do we go to the aggrieved, or we?
Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney. In this case, you do not go to the aggrieved person question because this is a legislative action. There was no decision made by the Planning Commission. The aggrieved person question is only when the Planning Commission makes a decision, and then that is appealed by a person of some in some relationship. So in this case, because it's a legislative action that the council itself will approve or disapprove, there is no need to make any findings regarding an aggrieved person.
Okay. All right. So now I'll bring it back to the table, and I will ask for the appellants. We'll have 15 minutes to talk. That's total.
Mr. Mayor, tell the matter for the record. You're saying the appellates get 15 minutes total?
Total.
Can I discuss it? Yeah.
15 minutes total.
Okay, Mayor and Council, my name is Anna Lovala. I want to comment, in January, we came and the meeting was postponed. We spoke to the city. I addressed the fact that there are 8 appellants, and when we appealed that we were given 15 minutes each, and at the last year you said we had to split it. And at the meeting in January, she specifically read something out of the documents that said we each had 15 minutes.
I have not received that from legal counsel.
I want to comment, and she read it out of a manual or pull it out. We don't intend on each taking 15 minutes. We're not here to make this draw all night, but this is a very complicated, it's a very complex issue, and I think most of us probably have 7 to 10 minutes to talk, and it's very complex. I've spent 8 hours writing this, as a lot of these people have, and we would like at least 7 to 10 minutes to talk?
No, ma'am. It'll be a total of 15 minutes, and then there'll be different people. We have 24 people that wish to speak on this agenda item.
Okay, and this is the democratic process in the city of Reno?
Yeah, it's my understanding it is.
Okay, can we have a few minutes then to discuss how we are going to share our 15 minutes?
Yes, you sure can. Mr. Levitter, would you sit down, please? Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Ms. Frezza.
Hello. Maybe a compromise on this position is there's 8 appellants in this case. Public comments 3 minutes. If you could give 24 minutes, because if we did it under public comment, each person would get 3 minutes each. I mean, my comments are longer than that.
If they're not, as long as they're not going to be one of the 24 that want to speak a second time.
So, I mean, I don't know if that's okay with the other appellants, but I think we could maybe pass our time to others who aren't going to use their full 3 minutes. But there's 8 of us, so if we do the 3 minutes, that'd be 24 minutes.
I will give you that.
Thank you.
So who's going to be the lead off? Yeah, go ahead.
Make sure you get it right. I mean, take your time, get it right.
Yep. Mr. Levetter, you're not an appellant, so you don't have any until later.
Well, we want to get together for a few minutes.
That's fine. Y'all go ahead, and we'll take just a short recess of about 5 minutes, and then you should be back. No, you want the opponent, yeah. Back to order? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ann Lohola.
Okay, thank you.
Before I begin my comments, I want to go on record that I disagree with the city attorney. I believe that Mayor Cashel and Councilwoman Jordan should recluse themselves from this vote because of conflict of interest in their relationship with UNR lobbyist Chris Barrett. On that note, I want to discuss the findings. I want to comment on the university's intent for rezoning, and now I've got to find this because it was 10 minutes. I want to cite NRS 278A 410B and NRS 278-500, numbers 2, 6, and 7. These statutes address public interest and effects to adjoining property, and for these reasons, the PUD is not in compliance with Nevada law. I also want to comment on the university's comments that it has no interested developers for the property and wants to rezone to protect the land, simply to protect the land. However, I've submitted a document to you written in 2008, and the document I refer to is the Reno Public Benefits Initiative, dated June 24th, 2008, submitted it to President Milton Glick by Robert Dickens, Director of Government Relations. What this document indicates is that the proposed PUD was conceived in 2008, almost 5 years ago. It states that the university intends to sell the 104 acres to monetize and pay off debt. Sequence of events in past months indicates it is still the university's intent to sell, as they have made no changes to their request for rezoning, despite months of public outcry and opposition. The university has alternative, more appropriate zoning options, such as open space, but they're moving forward with the PUD. I just want to comment briefly on a few things that are in this initiative that I gave to you. One of the first things it says is the goal of the initiative. Part of it is to provide the UNR and the Board of Regents with the option to pay off debt associated with the Fire Science Academy through monetizing assets associated with Main Station Farm. In the 5 mechanisms, it lists one of the mechanisms as the McCarran Strip planned unit development. Under the context, it goes on to say 1,300 acres of the Main Station Field Lab is the focal point of pressure from Truckee River's Flood Control Project, RTC, private developers, and recreation interest groups. I quote, develops continue to express interest in acquiring portions of the MSFL for private sector purposes. Such overtures have led to a series of conceptual plans, various informal appraisals, and internal discussions about the future configuration of MSFL facilities. Analyzing the following report, which I don't have, is the creation of a McCarran Strip planned unit development, which would bring monetized asset to the university, gross value of the PUD in 2008, about $40 million. This initiative in 2008 states that the university began working on a PUD with the intent to sell to private developers. Page 5 describes the McCarran Strip to modernize MSL facilities and provide liquidity for resolving debt. The university could choose to sell a portion of the MSL along McCarran Boulevard. It goes on to say, funds derived from this development can be used for other university purposes, such as decommissioning and debt liquidation of the Fire Science Academy. In simpler terms, sell the farm, use the profits to pay debts for failed projects. So since I have a short time, that's all I want to say. I do have a question to ask. And this is regarding a letter dated February 26, 2013 from Wood Rogers to UNR. My concern is that the university says it has nobody interested. It's going to monetize, but not planning to sell. And in looking at these documents 5 years ago, it looks like things are just still rolling along. Anyway, a letter dated February 26, 2013, Wood Rogers to UNR, if approved tonight, that they are already planning to take this to the Regional Planning Commission in April or May. So I would like to ask Wood Rogers why they're taking it to the Regional Planning Commission, if there are more plans for the property.
Okay, thank you. You're next. Come on up. Identify yourself for the record.
Hello, my name is Amber Salaberry, and I'm one of the founders of the Great Basin Food Co-op. I'm the current general manager. Hi, City Council. Thanks for having us tonight. So I know that you all have to make this decision based on the findings, and I wanted to specifically talk about finding J and K from page 86 of your staff report. That is, take into the account the immediate and long-range financial impact of the application of particular land to particular kinds of development and the relative suitability of the land for development. And K, to promote health and general welfare, which I interpret that as the city of Reno and our community at large. The 104 acres that UNR is proposing to rezone into commercial development is, in a lot of ways, an extremely huge asset for the economic shift that has taken place in the city of Reno over the last 5 to 8 years. As city leaders, I think it's really important to note the fact that we have been at the height of this nation's recession in terms of unemployment, and that during that time period, the businesses that have thrived and grown are businesses like the Great Basin Community Food Co-op that started with $814 8 years ago and is now projected to do just under $3 million at the end of this year. We started working with 3 small farmers and producers. As of today, in my check-in, there's 82 producers that we work with. And we also have a growing membership of 5,500 members. That is a paradigm that shifted, and it shifted largely because of local food and because of the development and the educational resources that people need to be able to produce sustainably here in Northern Nevada. I have submitted a packet to you guys recently in an email, which I'd like to have on record, and it also lists close to 60 other local businesses and organizations that are opposed to this 104-acre rezoning. Businesses like Campo Restaurant, who is also, along with the Great Basin Community Food Co-op, employs over 40 employees and pays out a significant amount of money in modified taxes to the city of Reno. Soup Restaurant, Creme, Beaujolais Bistro. Sorry, I can't remember all the top of my head, but they're all in this packet along with logos Edible Reno Tahoe, Lost City Farms, the Washoe County Food Policy, even the Cabner Advisory Board Committee, which is the committee that works under UNR's Main Station Farm. They have come out publicly as being in opposition to this because they don't feel that it's the right decision. The city of Reno does not need any more commercial development when we already have so many thousands of square feet that are just sitting vacant right now. That 104 acres, I know that there's been soil analysis that has been done on that 104 acreage. Typically you test for things like contamination, nutrient density, pH levels. It would be extremely interesting to have a test that's been done outside of UNR's soil analysis test, which noted those 3 things, that looked at things like biomass and microecology, which is very significant in being a good region to plant food and have it thrive. The other area that I wanted to address was the fact that that 104 acres sits kitty corner to Nevada's only united USDA slaughterhouse facility, Wolfpack Meats. I know in the PUD it's proposed that there would be a 100-foot buffer, but for any of you folks who know, 70% of Nevada's agriculture is beef and alfalfa. And I can guarantee you that if there's a 7-Eleven or a Baby Gap sitting 100 feet and a roadway across from a slaughterhouse facility, it's going to be an incompatible use. There are many stakeholders, and those figures can be shown in a variety of ways through these 50 and 60 restaurants and organizations that are benefiting by having access to those economic channels, both in the urban and the rural communities. I think it would be a really good decision for the city of Reno to look at that economic growth and to look at what our constituents want in the greater city of Reno as we continue to grow and thrive. We are looking at becoming a food city, one that is centered around sustainable agriculture. And I hope that you guys vote for the people and the land. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Who is next? Oh, here we come, the next one.
Hi, my name is Josie Luciano, and I also wanted on the record that I think that Mayor Cashel and Councilwoman Jardin should be recusing themselves from this vote. I'm opposed to the PUD rezoning. sorry.
Don't worry about it. That's the most fun we're going to have tonight.
I think you're right. I am opposed to the PUD rezoning of the 104 acres. I believe that it violates not only several NRS codes and the city's or the university's own mission, but also the City of Reno's master plan. The NRS code 278.0284 states for the requirement for consistency between the master plan and local ordinances. And based on this 104 acres floodplain and its designation as a critical floodplain storage zone 1, it should fall into the category of open space. The master plan on land use stipulates the areas devoted primarily to drainage ways, stream corridors, and floodplains which have physical constraints not suitable for urban development are open space areas and should be usable, accessible, and protect. In this case, the 104 acres protects the surrounding businesses and neighborhoods as a floodplain. In 1997, the flood had damages of over $1 billion, and the Truckee River Flood Authority estimates that the next flood, 100-year flood, will have damages in $1.5 to $2 billion range. This land is critical for water storage in the ground for any 100-year, 10-year flood that would come to pass, that will come to pass. With this kind of risk, the PUD rezoning is in nonconformance with the master plan provision finding F to protect life and property in areas subject to floods, landslides, or other natural disasters, as well as the provision to ensure the protection of existing neighborhoods and communities, including the protection of rural preservation neighborhoods. In the Zoning and Planning Commission meeting on January 1st, I was surprised to hear the members of the commission debating back and forth about the benefits and drawbacks of one-to-one and beyond one-to-one mitigation when the Truckee River Flood Authority has suggested a 1.5 to 1 or 2 to 1 mitigation is in order for the area. And Oscar Delgado and Mayor Cashel, you sit on that board, so I'm sure you're familiar with that. The rezoning request is also in nonconformance with the master plan's provision finding B to promote the conservation of open space and protection of natural and scenic resources from unreasonable impairment. The rezoning and sale of this property for light industrial planned unit development can be defined as unreasonable impairment given that UNR could have chosen 100 acres anywhere else on the property and they would have missed the fertile ground altogether. This is the only area on the whole property that has such fertile arable land and the master plan's land use section on special planning areas says that these PUDs, the plan unit developments, in order to zone for them, they must become more stable as a result of mixed use, and they should complement each other. The parcel meets none of these requirements. Based on all of the previously mentioned nonconformances, City Council cannot pass this request. I think the reason why so many people in the community are interested and in an uproar about this issue, though, is because UNR has said for the last 18 months that they have been rigorous in eliciting public comment, but as I think you'll see later when more people come up to speak, it's been largely ignored.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, who was the next appellant that wanted to come? You're not an appellant.
No, sir, I'm going to put a map up for her.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Ann Brandt. I'm here today to speak in support of the residents of Southeast Reno. I would like to also respectfully express my concerns about the potential conflict of interest as it pertains to Mayor Cashel, Councilwoman Jardin, and UNR consultant Chris Barrett. I would like to begin by stating that there are a number of findings that this council cannot meet, and I'm here specifically to talk about one finding. The general zoning amendment requirements, Section F states, to
to protect life and property in areas subject to floods, landslides, and other natural disasters. There is no ambiguity in this statement. It is not open to interpretation. In the entire Truckee Meadows, there are no greater areas subject to floods than the area we are talking about tonight, than the one you are going to vote on tonight. On every record in recorded Reno history, it is documented or can be reasonably assumed that floodwaters ended up on the UNR Main Station Farm laboratory land and in the adjacent properties, sometimes for days. Development continued after the 1986 flood, and here is an aerial shot of the airport from the UNR farm in 1984. Forget that picture. Now let's look at the current Google map. The red dots indicate what has been built in just the UNR area since 1984. Out of all this development, only a handful have any type of retention or detention. In fact, many developers brought in more fill to protect their development because paying the fine was cheaper than the mitigation cost. Businesses have designed and built their landscaping disguised as little berms to keep floodwaters out of their properties. Dozens of properties were built without consideration for how these new impervious surfaces will impact their existing neighbors. The Truckee River Flood Project has had its challenges. Agreements about what is going to be built, what is going to be protected, how to pay for it, have all been hashed down over the years. It's still being hashed out, but one thing has always been agreed on by Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, and even the Army Corps of Engineers. The UNR Main Station Field Laboratory would be and is designated as flood storage for the safety of the entire region. Since the early 70s, the Army Corps of Engineers has been recommending limited building in the floodplain. In the 1983 Draft Feasibility Report and the Draft Environmental Impact Statement, the Corps recommends, in our particular area, the limited building in the floodplain. It has been asked before, when are we going to start limiting? The Truckee River Flood Project states we need to protect our protection, and this should be a priority. The Truckee River Flood Project flood volume mitigation report also asks, what are the effects of flooding, or what affects flooding? To me, the most important findings are, quote, changes in land use and increase in permeable surfaces, unquote, and, quote, filling in the floodplains means less storage volume, unquote. They go on to state that we need to maintain our level of protection and ensure that plans create no adverse impact on others. So the general zoning map amendment requirements, section F states, to protect life and property in the areas subject to floods, landslides, and other natural disasters. Again, there is no ambiguity in this statement. There is no open to interpretation. That is what, to protect life and property in areas subject to floods, that's what it says. In the entire Truckee Meadows region, there are no greater areas subject to floods than the areas we talk about tonight and the ones you vote on tonight. I urge you to deny the zoning map amendment and designate this as open space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Bryant. I would like to first just put on the record that I respectfully disagree with the city attorney, and I do believe that Mayor Cashel and Councilwoman Jordan should recuse themselves from the vote.
I would like to clarify one thing. My opinion did not come from the city attorney. My opinion came from the Ethics Committee in Carson City, and they just verified it.
I respectfully disagree with them.
That's okay.
That's okay.
That's fine.
So it's in shortening my presentation, I'm going to focus on finding J of the staff report, which I believe is found on page 86. But also focus where any planning needs to take into account the immediate and long-range financial impact of the application. In particular, I'd like to discuss the Governor's Office of Economic Development last month released a Nevada agriculture study focused on analysis and opportunity. On page 74 of that report, the Governor's Office, they describe two economical agricultural gaps in Nevada that need to be focused on. One is localized agriculture, and the other is the USDA meat processing. I'm not going to focus too much on the processing. I believe that's very clear, and Amber did a very well job. But I do want to focus on the local agricultural aspect. According to the Governor's report, the sale of the food locally is shown to create a 1.45 to 1.58 multiplier effect on both income and the number of jobs in the community. Localized agriculture is the key component to managing a significant threat to the state of Nevada, also known as food security. Reno, while we're experiencing a large food movement, we are still very much food insecure should some sort of natural disaster occur. In focusing on those long-range financial impacts, it is imperative that the City Council here really take into deep consideration what is the better use of that land, more empty warehouses or strip malls, or agricultural land that's going to create local jobs. Again, I'd like to point out a quote out of the governor's report on page 91. They say, one of the goals of this to improve these gaps is to expand the focus and investment on agricultural sciences in the state's higher education system. The University of Nevada Agricultural Experiment Station provides the research backbone for Nevada's many agricultural industries. Developing this main station field lab is just something that we cannot do, especially if we're going to follow the governor's direction in the state. Also, in considering the long-term financial impact, I do think it is worth stating again that last year we all sat here, we had the same type of turnout that we're having here this evening. The City Council at the time asked the university to go back and meet with stakeholders and come up with a new plan that includes everybody. Unfortunately, the application here on record tonight is still exactly the same application that was presented last year, despite the numerous amounts of stakeholder meetings and pieces that went with it. However, I would like to put on record and just mention that there were stakeholder meetings that did take place. And the College of Agriculture has come up with a strategic plan for the main station field lab, and I would like to note that it has been approved and Mr. Pardine has been asked to move forward by his advisory board. This is a comprehensive plan developed by Cabner, UNCE, WNC, local, state, federal representatives, agriculture professionals, local stakeholders, and food advocates. In this plan, again, back to the financial impact of this land, there is a master farming incubator program set to go on that same 104 acres because of the uniqueness and fertility of that soil. There's numerous community partners. There's folks that want to put vineyards, hop fields, canola plots in there. That's going to expand the research opportunity. It's going to give the university, it's going to give the city a chance to really make a niche for itself on a national level. The strategic plan and its implementation is also going to result in large job creation, increased economic activity in our community, increased enrollment for the university, which is dire for Cabner to move forward and succeed, and increased food security in northern Nevada. Again, I'll close. If we're looking at the best use for this land, Reno has enough empty warehouses and strip malls. We really need to conserve our open space and focus on where the shift in the country's moving, and we just need to go with it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good evening,
Ms. Sferrazza, good to see you.
Mr. Mayor and distinguished council members. I'm Jessica Sferrazza for the record. And I got to tell you, it's a bit odd to be on this side of the dais. The positive side is that I get to leave whenever I want. And we know what you're like.
You didn't talk to the police officer in the back.
And we know what you're like after 7 p.m., Mr. Mayor. So we will keep our comments quick and to the point. I appealed this case on behalf of the city of Reno because I believe that Reno, working with UNR, can do better. Jointly, we can bring in a better plan that would meet the university's needs and that of all the affected groups they have been speaking with: cattle ranchers, food co-ops, local restaurants, Future Farmers of America, the Farm Bureau, residents of the Truckee Meadows, students of UNR, and not least the governor and his Nevada Grown initiative. The plot of land has a wonderful chance to be on the cutting edge of using agriculture as an economic development tool for northern Nevada and would be a great fit for Councilwoman Zadra's Buy Local initiative. What is before you today is a piecemeal approach to development. To UNR's credit, they have met with the various stakeholders, but still have not come up with a plan that doesn't commit to a long-term vision for the community. For example, Mr. Mayor, the university talks about a conservation easement of 812 acres that will be preserved in perpetuity for agricultural purposes. They also state that they are trying to secure a sponsor for the easement. If the university truly is trying to preserve the agricultural uses of the property, they should bring this forward as part of the plan. Why keep the 812 acres in the sphere of influence and not annex it into the city? In order to meet the intention of the requested PUD, why isn't the entire acreage included in the city limits? Representatives from the university also talked going above and beyond the 1-to-1 mitigation ratio. Why not add that specific language in the PUD now? It seems that there is a sense of urgency to do this PUD. No master developer has been identified to date. The PUD handbook points out its timeline is 7 to 20 years for development to occur. They have made promises with no details. Let's take time to flesh out these details. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I got to speak quicker. What is in the handbook is, number one, no specific phasing is proposed for the project. The target number is for planning purposes and is not a minimum requirement. It speaks about the Southeast connector, which will have no impact on this proposal. What is not in the handbook are these specific requests. UNR has stated in your staff report that they are committed to a rate better than the 1-to-1, as I stated, and any actual response to NRS 278.250 regarding open space, they simply disregarded that portion of NRS. In fact, the only open space they have in this entire PUD is landscaping in the parking lot with a few trees. You know, the 12 years I served on the council, we used to require private developers to actually dedicate open space for future generations. The 104 acres of University Farms property has been identified as being suitable for development. Land to the north and east also under ownership of the Board of Regents. Basically, Mr. Mayor, to shorten up my presentation, I think we can come up with a plan for this site. This is a very valuable piece of property. I understand what the university is trying to do. You've got a whole community room full of activists here who want to see the agriculture preserved at the farms. Why can't the council have a joint meeting with the Board of Regents? The governor said in the State of the State address that he's got this Nevada Grown Initiative and funding set aside for that. Why don't we shoot for funding from the State Office of Economic Development? Have the council meet with the Board of Regents and come up with a good solution to actually allowing the university to do a little bit of what they want to do and allow the meat packing facility and the agricultural uses at the farm to remain. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is Eric Holland here? Have all the appellants talked now? That's him? Okay. All right. Now we'll go to the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Stephen Molleth.
You have the same period of time that I gave them, and it was 4 minutes per person for 24 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Special Counsel Stephen Molleth for the University of Nevada on this application. Here with me tonight is Mr. Mark Johnson, the president of the university, who will speak to you. Melissa Lindell, who's the planner from Wood Rogers, who put together the application and the technical issues on this application. Also here this evening are the consultants for Wood Rogers, the soils engineers, the hydrology engineers, the traffic engineers, and other consultants that can answer questions that you may have on any of the technical issues. Also with me this evening is Mary Dugan. She's the UNR General Counsel who submitted to you through my office the EIS Hatch Act issues. The PUD application that's before you is consistent with the master plan. It's consistent with all ordinance requirements. In an effort to focus the issues, I provided with you some handouts early on. First of all, there was the December 18th letter, which had 3 handouts with it, the map, which you see above you, which sets forth the locations of the application as it relates to the rest of the property. There was Exhibit 2, which is the summary of all the reasons why this project technically and administratively and from a policy standpoint should be approved. There was The Exhibit 3, which was a list of all the public outreach that the university engaged in over the period of time, which was quite extensive. The second letter was a December 20th letter of 2012, which went through all the findings of fact that establishes the reasons why this project should be approved, and all the findings could be made. And Melissa will go through that with you. Then there was the January 18th, 2013 letter from Mary Dugan addressing the Hatch Act and the EIS issues. This is not a complex issue. This is a zoning issue. And one observation I'd like to make, what I'm really hearing from the appellants is there's a disagreement on how the Board of Regents and the administration of the university handles its internal affairs and business of the university, its properties, and how it deals with the allocation of resources to all the colleges. That's something that's in the purview of the Board of Regents, the purview of the administration, and it's something that certainly you take input from the community, but the Board of Regents and the administration of the university makes those decisions. So the issues that I'm hearing tonight are issues, well, we disagree with how the university and the Board of Regents is handling it. This is a zoning issue, and should be left to the university and the Board of Regents. Two major issues: Hatch Act, EIS, flood concerns was another issue. You'll hear from Melissa Lindell. There's a flood ordinance in place, Reno Municipal Code 18-12-605. There's a November 2nd, 2011 staff report, which is referred to on page 3 of my December 18th letter, answers the flood issue. So those issues are taken care of. So with that, I would urge the City Council to approve the zone change to PUD set forth in the application, recommended by staff and the Planning Commission. First, you'll hear from UNR President Mark Johnson. Thereafter, Melissa Lindell will go through the project on a technical basis and go through all the exhibits and the basis why this project meets all the findings and criteria. But remember, this is not a complex issue. This is a zoning issue. And everything I've heard this evening is there's a disagreement how the Board of Regents is doing their job and how the administration is doing their job. How they deal with their assets, their properties, the administration of the university and its properties and the allocation of resources is the business of the Board of Regents and the administration. It's not the business of the local jurisdictions to get into that as set forth by the legislature. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Good to be with you this evening. The university is very proud to be one of the economic development pillars of this community, preparing students for careers, doing research, and reaching out into the community more and more to make sure that the university serves the economic development purposes of this community. We do all of this, more students, more research, more outreach, in a new economic model. And that model is that over the last 4 years, we've lost nearly 35% of our state-funded budget, or $75 million a year. And we have to do all of what we're doing with much more on our own, with less state dollars. Therefore, it's very important to us that we be good stewards of our resources and that we take a long-run view for the ability to continue to handle more students, more research, more outreach to the community, and still maintain a financially stable university. I'm here this evening with this group requesting zoning of a 104-acre parcel which was annexed into the city back in the fall of 2011. We're just trying to get a proper zoning on it. There are no immediate plans to sell or develop this parcel, and we simply want to plan and entitle it by zoning. There was reference made earlier to a report written in 2008 by Robert Dickens. That report was an internal planning document looking at possibilities in the future. It's no longer relevant as the university has paid off its fire science construction debt. This action is just to protect the value of this property, as is our responsibility. You also received a letter from Michael Wixom, who is chair of the Investment and Facilities Committee of the Board of Regents, letting you know it's our responsibility as presidents to look after the protection of the assets of the university system. So we've followed your processes over the last 17 months. We appeared twice before the Reno Planning Commission, receiving their endorsement of this proposal, once in October of 2011, once in January of 13, and we've made 2 previous presentations to the council, and we received 2 postponements. During this period, the university has hosted and participated in more than 24 community-based forums, town halls, and meetings. And the results of these discussions have brought clarity and action by the university. First, Wolfpack Meats remains open and fully operational. Second, a high desert farming initiative has been established. This is a public-private initiative to support locally grown food production. We're doing this at our 48-acre Valley Road property, which is within walking distance of the campuses, to the campus, so that students can participate. This project includes the development of 6 hoop houses, a greenhouse, and a packing facility. And a local contractor was hired last week to put this project into action. Third, we continue to participate in regional flood planning efforts by the Truckee Meadows Flood Management Project. Fourth, we have clarified that for the remaining 812 acres on the main station field laboratory, an area 3 times the size of our main campus, the university intends to maintain this acreage in its current agricultural use. I have verified with the Dean of Agriculture that any activities planned on the 104 acres can be moved effectively to any other part of the farm. We will continue to support teaching, research, and outreach related to agriculture. We will continue to work with flood management, and we will explore the possibilities of flood or conservation easements. The assertion that this is just the beginning of a development and sale of the entire main station laboratory are just completely false. Fifth, we've clarified that we are committed to agriculture. We are approaching the national search for a new Dean of Agriculture. We continue to recruit students into our agricultural programs. So the thought that we are going away from agriculture also is false. A recent Reno Gazette Journal editorial said, if the University of Nevada, Reno is to meet the high expectations of residents, even as state support is declining, it must have the opportunity to make the most of the assets that it has. So in closing, I would repeat, we have no plans for development, and if we do have plans for development, those plans would be publicly reviewed by a decision of the Board of Regents. This is about zoning, and this is about protecting the financial stability of the university, which is so important to the economic development of this region. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Melissa Lindell with Wood Rogers, and I want to go over the technical aspects of this project. This subject parcel is part of a 1,081-acre UNR main station field lab property. You can see it in this area, and for comparison purposes, we've outlined the UNR campus, which is 268 acres, and Valley Road project, where President Johnson talked about the high desert farming initiative, is 48 acres in that area. So the 104 acres, which is the subject of the PUD, is located adjacent to McCarran Boulevard and has about a mile of frontage that is located across from Research and Business Park uses to the west. This is a separate parcel, and it's the only part of the main station farm field lab that is within the city of Reno. There are 165 acres on the east side of the property that's in the city of Sparks sphere of influence, and that has been acquired by the RTC for the Southeast Connector. This area will be used for roadway right-of-way as well as flood and wetlands mitigation. The majority of the property consists of the 812 acres in the yellow. And UNR has listened to its citizens, through the meetings, and has stated that this land will be saved for university education, research, and outreach. Wolfpack Meats, which is an animal and meat processing facility that includes a butcher shop and retail component, is located on this 812 acres at the northern end of the area. That will not be closed or impacted as a result of this requested zoning. Wolfpack Meats is a compatible industrial retail type use with the future research park PUD uses. The closest building to the northern portion of the PUD site is the retail part of Wolfpack Meats. UNR has received no complaints about this facility in terms of operations or smells or anything like that. Buildings will be separated from the PUD by a 50-foot wide clean water way right-of-way, as well as a 30-foot landscape buffer, and setbacks and parkings will put the nearest building at least 100 feet away from future development on the northerly part of this project. It's important to note that this PUD site extends for almost a mile. So these inferences that there will be a perceived conflict, land use conflict, are negated by that distance along McCarran Boulevard. And in addition, UNR has committed to providing written disclosures to any future buyers or tenants of the PUD to inform them about the existence of Wolfpack Meats and provide details with regard to their operations. Prior to annexation, the subject 104 acres were analyzed for technical purposes to determine what the appropriate zoning and uses on this property should be in the city of Reno. It was determined that the PUD zoning was the only appropriate classification for the property in the city of Reno, and that the proposed uses in the PUD, being research and business park uses, would be appropriate for the property and compatible with surrounding properties. And this is based on the following. Per the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, the property is located in the Truckee Meadows Service Area, the TMSA, and the City of Reno, it's also located in the City of Reno Sphere of Influence. According to regional plan policies, these are areas where services are to be provided, annexation is planned, and land development is encouraged. All services are available to this property, and it has already been annexed into the city. Per the regional plan, the property is not shown within a regional rural development area, and it is not shown on a regional development constraints map as a constrained area with floodway areas, water bodies, or steep terrain. Per FEMA floodplain maps, the majority of the site is in the AE's flood zone. It is not in the floodway. The floodway is this darker area along the Truckee River and the Steamboat Ditch. And along with approximately 2,600 acres to the north, south, east, and west, this property is in the critical flood zone 1. And development in critical flood zone 1 is permitted with mitigation when mitigation is provided in accordance with city requirements which exceed FEMA requirements. And that city ordinance has been approved and adopted by the City Council, and that is the guiding mechanism for any flood development in critical flood zone 1. The site has not yet been mitigated, and you've seen pictures of it being impacted during the 1997 flood. Development of the property to prevent it from flooding, like in all of critical flood zone 1, can be accomplished by filling 1 foot above the flood level and compensating for the fill in the same flood storage area at a ratio of 1:1, so there will be no impacts to surrounding properties as required by the city ordinances that you all adopted. Both City of Reno engineering staff and Truckee Meadows Flood Management Authority staff have agreed that this site can fully comply with the City of Reno critical flood pool ordinance requirements approved by the Council October of 2010. The northerly part of the main station field lab has been shown on the Truckee River flood project mitigation area maps for years. Per the project maps, however, the subject 104 acres, here shown in white, has been identified in public forums as being held out on the plan as a potential development area since at least June of 2007. Per the City of Reno 2007 Open Space and Greenways Plan, which is part of the Reno Master Plan, the property is not shown as open space and is not designated for parks, recreation, or open space use. This plan shows both Washoe County and City of Reno open space and specifically states that it was developed to address property in the City of Reno sphere of influence. When this plan was developed, the subject 104 acres was in the City of Reno's sphere of influence and was fully included in the plan and not identified as an area for open space. Per the master plan, the property is designated as special planning area, similar to many areas in the city, such as South Meadows Business Park area, Damani Ranch, and Somerset. Per the master plan, the specific plan area is an appropriate designation for large holdings, which could be developed with a mix of land uses and is appropriate for areas undergoing transition in land use to a more intense development or areas where investment is encouraged. This language is out of your master plan. There are only 3 zoning classifications that are consistent with the special planning area master plan designation, and that would be open space, mixed use, and PUD. The site is not appropriate for mixed use zoning as it is not located within a city or corridor plan, so that mixed use is off the table. The open space zoning is not appropriate as the site is not shown on the City of Reno Open Space and Greenways Plan as an open space site and is not shown on the Regional Development Constraints Map as a constrained area appropriate for open space. The site is appropriate for PUD zoning and development and is within the TMSA area and sphere of influence and is designated special planning area on the master plan. With the appropriate zoning determined to be PUD, it was then necessary to determine what the appropriate uses in the PUD should be in the City of Reno. Prior to annexation, the site was zoned general rural in Washoe County, and the uses permitted in the general rural zone include, among others, data centers, custom manufacturing, and high technology industries. These are all uses that have been carried over to the proposed PUD for the Research and Business Park PUD. The site is located adjacent to McCarran Boulevard, a major arterial which is soon to be expanded to 6 lanes. In addition, Mill Street, another major arterial, ties into McCarran Boulevard and is near the central portion of the site, providing excellent site access for the property. The site is located in close proximity to Interstate 80, US 395, and the Reno-Tahoe International Airport. Utilities, including sanitary sewer, water, natural gas, and electricity, are existing either on the property. A main sewer line trunk goes right through the middle of the northern part of the property, or they're immediately adjacent to the site along McCarran Boulevard. Uses to the north include Withpack Meats, which is an industrial type use already. Also uses in this area along Mill Street include agricultural uses and industrial uses in the Edison Park Business Park. So the UNR property is also, the rest of the property is also located to the east, which is shown again as the 812 acres that will be saved. The creation of economic development and diversification opportunities is important to our community, and this site meets the criteria of a property where investment should be encouraged. And finally, there's a lack of large parcels suited to business and research park specializations in close proximity to major transportation facilities and corridors. So considering all the attributes of the site, including its size, location on a major arterial, the surrounding uses, and the availability of water and sewer infrastructure, it was determined that the appropriate uses in the PUD should accommodate business and research park ventures. A mix of office, commercial, flex, and business park uses were then included into the PUD. So in summary, all the required findings can be made in support of this request and have been previously provided to you by Mr. Molleth, and I'm available to go through each of the findings in detail if necessary. Regional and Reno City plans and policies support the change to PUD. There are no overriding development constraints on the property. Flooding can be mitigated in accordance with city ordinances that were passed by your city council. The PUD zoning is consistent with the Reno Master Plan. The uses outlined in the PUD would be compatible with surrounding uses, including Wolfpack Meats to the north and Business and Research Park uses to the west. Buffers will be established on the perimeter of the site, and disclosure to future users will also be provided. Other UNR property, the 812-acre main station field lab area, will be saved and remain in use for university, education, research, and outreach. City staff is in support of the zone change and acknowledge that the submitted hydrology reports, including our flood analysis and traffic reports, were complete and acceptable. And the project was recently approved for a second time by the Planning Commission with a vote of 5 in support and 1 in opposition. Thank you for your time and attention to your matter. Our entire team is available to answer questions that you may have at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we would request that the 3 minutes and 31 seconds be reserved for some comments after we hear from the public comment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Staff?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate.
You don't have 24 minutes.
I'm trying to speak fast, sir. I think between the appellants and the applicant, you have a fairly good understanding of the application here before you. Staff generally concurs with the applicant's presentation on the technical aspects. So I think what I'll do is just highlight where this has gone. Again, this was referred back to the Planning Commission at the Council's December 12th meeting in order to adequately address an error in noticing. This request is now being forwarded from the Planning Commission, which recommended approval at their January 2nd meeting with a vote in favor, 5-1. The Planning Commission recommends that the Council approve the handbook with 5 modifications. These include disclosures to project property owners and tenants regarding the adjacent slaughterhouse and the existing agricultural uses, a 30-foot setback from the northern parameter, a change to industrial uses in the northernmost planning area, ensuring better than 1-to-1 flood mitigation, and a handbook provision ensuring that agricultural uses will continue to be allowed in the project site. So their recommendation of approval is subject to those recommended changes. Again, just to concur with what Melissa had said, the site is master plan, special planning area. There are 2 conforming zones that would work, a PUD, not necessarily this one as proposed or modified, but a PUD zone designation and an open space zoning designation. Also, the master plan and supporting policies do not identify this area as development constrained or as an area for open space acquisition. That doesn't mean that an open space designation couldn't be appropriate here. It's just not identified in corresponding plans, a conservation plan or the open space plan. The nearest areas identified for conservation in existing plan policies are along the Truckee River, a mile to the east, and about 1,000 feet to the north of the site. And it should also be noted the distinction between a major floodway and a flood zone. And the conservation plan, the regional plan, identify a major floodway as a regional constraint. Generally speaking, development is severely discouraged in those areas. However, areas that include the university or this project site within a designated flood zone, development is allowed with appropriate prescriptive standards and zoning code that specify how development occurs. I'm available for any planning questions that you might have. We also have Public Works staff to handle your technical questions. We have Steve Brunell with Public Works, Terry Svedich, Public Works, and Carrie Williams-Lonzo available to help answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will open it up to the public comment section. I have 47 people that are opposed, that do not wish to speak, and your names will be entered into the records. We have, I think it's 24 people wish to speak, and this has been a long day, and I hope that if you here's somebody that's already said what you've said, that maybe you wouldn't stand up and repeat it again, but I'm going to call on you. And Wendy Borelli.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. I haven't got a chance to stand before the newly elected council members, so this is a wonderful opportunity. And the reason it's such a great opportunity, because this really isn't as simple as Mr. Malov suggests, that this is merely a PUD change. This is actually democracy in action. What this is an opportunity for the citizens to say to the city council, who are elected by the citizens, and the board of regents, who are elected by the citizens, that we actually have an opinion about something that's happening. And Mr. Malov suggests to us that it's their assets and that it's their internal issue. And I would like to present to the city council and put for the record that, in fact, it is a public institution, and therefore it has a higher duty to the public and to the citizens and to its advisory board, who does not support this PUD. There is an overwhelming majority, as you know, from emails, phone calls, personal visits, all of the conversations that have had. We introduced to you 13,000 signatures in addition to the latest ones that have been sent, countless emails and discussions about how the public does not support this. Now, I understand that you are in a complicated position, and that position is all about what is an entity allowed to do, and what is the city council, how can it act in the best interest of everybody involved? Well, in this particular instance, the NCAA and UNLV made a mistake, and they figured that they could act separately. And in fact, NCAA v. Jerry Tarkanian says that this is a public institution and has a higher duty. In short, the court held that UNLV was in fact a public institution, therefore any conduct by the NCAA and UNLV constituted a state action. It has been suggested that if they aren't allowed to make this PUD, that in fact they may sue our city council members. But they're suggesting to us that the state of Nevada then will sue our city. And I would suggest that that's probably far out of the scope of what the governor's office wants to do to make this happen. What I really would like to see happen is that the city council make a good decision for the citizens who elected you. This is an opportunity because it is a public institution, because it does have to listen to the citizens, because it does have a higher duty. And you don't have to be afraid of being sued, because the state of Nevada is not going to step in and sue the city council for making a good decision on the support of the citizens. I'd like to ask you as elected officials to think about your position and your legacy. Mr. Mayor, I know you care about local food. I see you at 4th Street Bistro, and I know you eat the 10 farmers that show up at that door and enjoy their food just like we do. And what this is an opportunity, and we have proposed a plan with the university over and over again, and they keep using this false argument that suggests that they're responding to us by saying, well, there's 80 acres, or there's 800 acres over here. We never were talking about the 800 acres. That was never the problem. When we came here the first time, it was about the 104 acres, and they have never changed that once. So they have not responded to their public. They have not responded to their constituents.
Thank you very much.
What I would like to say, I'd just like to finish. What if we could sell Lake Tahoe to end the national budget debt? Should we do that? Is that good public policy? I would like to leave the city council with the thought that this is your legacy moment, Mr. Mayor. Please vote against this PUD.
Thank you very much. Jana Vanderhaar.
Good evening. My name is Jana Vanderhaar. I'm a local landscape architect. I'm going to talk to you tonight about the sustainability plan that the City of Reno has part of their master plan, adopted as part of their master plan. The City of Reno's Master Plan Sustainable Development section states, under the community principles listed in the section number 10, the city should have a well-defined edge, such as agricultural green belts or wildlife corridors permanently protected from development. This is what other cities are doing all across the nation. As a landscape architect, I get to read a lot of examples of what we in our profession get to do, which is a very fun one. But a lot of that is integrating agriculture into landscapes. And having green belts around the cities has brought prosperity in many of the cities, just like the downtown park, the kayak park that we have here in Reno. I want to show this greenness map that was developed for the farm area. It shows the biomass that we have at the main station farm. So in terms of greenness, the amount of biomass that this land holds for our city is significant in that it helps with our clean air, which is also in your sustainability plan, and it provides climate protection for our area as well. In your sustainable development plan, you say the city should take charge of the planning process rather than allowing developer-initiated piecemeal development. Creating another business and a warehouse park there would not be compatible with all the greenness around there and the flooding that does happen there. I can show the picture for us to remember that the area was indeed flooded, not only in 2007, but, 97, but 2005. Here's the area in question. And until the flood management project has actually built the flood walls that they propose to build on the northern side to protect the development on the north side from flooding, which there's still sandbags there on every door of every warehouse on that area. I don't think it's wise to rezone this for development. Lastly, the City of Reno Council has as vision that all residents have the opportunity to participate in the community decision. And we did, in fact, I had a video showing the open forum that we participated in with UNR. And again, we spent lots of time, research, effort, totally voluntary, not paid, to get to know our community, to see how valuable lands we have in our community, the future opportunities we have for growing food here. And we share that with UNR, and none of the plans have changed, nothing from the first part.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dave Azzi. Good to see you, sir.
Mayor. As former Councilwoman Sfraza thought it strange to be on this side of the dais, I think it's even stranger to be on this side of the dais with Eric Holland on the same argument. The good thing is, I think Wendy Baroli said a lot of what I had to say, is this is a public institution. I know that when we usually sit up there, it's about private enterprise coming forward, but they're a public institution. Private enterprise has to take care of its shareholders. So do public institutions. But we're UNR shareholders. The students are UNR shareholders. And the Associated Student Union Senate voted against this. It was interesting when Mr. Molleth came forward and was telling you what all the appellants were saying wasn't pertinent to what you were looking at. Neither was all the good stuff they said that they were bringing forward, because none of that is in the PUD. All the great stuff they said they did have all these community meetings, none of that made it to the PUD. So the question is, I think what Councilwoman Sfraza said, bringing all of it into a PUD where it can be conditioned. You can't condition the rest of it. They can promise these things. They promised us something before. They have a 100-year plan at the University of Nevada that we worked on for 18 months. And that was so they could do economic development. Why don't they do the economic development there, up in the Timber Way area, where they told us 5 or 6 years ago that's where development should be going? They came, we did a lot of public hearings, did a 100-year plan, expanded the university area by acres and acres and acres to help your area, Councilman Dortch. But they're going to forego that and go out somewhere else because they say that's where development wants to go. But that's what zoning is for, and that's why they came and asked us a while ago to do it that way, because that's where they thought it'd be better. And we agreed. It should be in a current industrial area where this kind of development should be happening. I read the RGJ editorial also, and I agree with the title, but not their outcome. It goes on to point out that the university's done regarding the Wolfpack meats and high desert farming, but it's not in front of you today. It's not in the PUD. I think that the community meetings they had are great, but it didn't make it to their application today. And they should be including these applications. President Mark Johnson is quoted in Nevada Sagebrush as saying, there's no plans to sell the property right now, but there might be in the future. Okay, then let's take the time and plan the entire area out and bring it back whole. What I want to leave you with is this, and this is not a drag on anybody. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I feel. It really is, and no offense to anyone. But we've all seen a few university presidents, city managers, and even school superintendents come and go. That's the nature of their job. Their job is to look at short-term, relatively short-term benefits for their community. We all, as elected officials, we've chosen to live here our entire lives and raise our kids here. It's our job to look at long-term benefits. And I think this is one we're going to miss if we don't take a look at this whole project. I'm not opposed to this PUD. In essence, it just needs to be bigger where you can put in open space and put conditions on this project. Thank you very much, and I hope you postpone this.
Thank you very much. Kim Rodemeyer.
Good evening. My name is Kim Rodemeyer. I'd also like to talk about the zoning map amendment, general zoning map amendment requirements F, to protect life and property in areas subject to floods, landslides, and other natural disasters. I'm just going to read this, and then when I run out of time, I'll leave. So I'd like to start by reviewing the 100-year floods that have occurred just since 1937. December 11th, 1937, according to the State of Nevada Division of Water Resources, major flooding occurred on the Truckee Meadows with a Truckee River peak of 15,500 CFS through downtown Reno. The storm system, while relatively short in duration, was heavy in precipitation and widespread on a great many stream systems in western Nevada. 12.83 inches of rain fell on Donner Summit in 3 days. Of those 12.83 inches, 10.80 inches fell in just 2 days. As you can see from this picture, copied from the Reno Evening Gazette on December 13th, 1937, the day after the storm ended, there was a significant amount of water in the area what is now in Sparks Industrial Area and where the now UNR Main Station Lab is. The little strip of white in the lower right corner is Highway 40. November 1950, just before Thanksgiving. This flood is number 2 on the Advanced Hydrological Prediction Service, which is NOAA, scale with a crest of 15.22 feet. Major flooding and property damage occurred in Reno and in the Truckee Meadows, with the Truckee River reaching a flow rate of 19,900 CFS at the Virginia Street Bridge in downtown Reno. 9 days of rain fell from November 13th to November 21st. About 13 inches rain fell at Lake Tahoe. Since Reno was getting bigger, this event caused far more damage than any other event since records started being kept in 1864. As you can see from this picture taken in Sparks by Vista looking southwest, there is water on both sides of the railroad tracks and Highway 40 cannot be seen as it is underwater. It is now December of 1955. Reno is about to be hit with a devastating Christmas-time flood. Despite 1997 being more devastating in terms of damage, this flood is number 1 on the NOAA scale with a crest of 15.72 feet downtown. On December 16th, the first of several wet storms came through. It rained for 5 days in a steady stream, but forecasters reported that there were no menacing storms on the horizon. It was only 5 years since the 1950 flood event, and the people of Reno decided that this time there would be different. They were going to prepare as if something else was coming. Late on December 22nd, forecasters corrected themselves and reported to the media that a very intense storm was on the way. After 5 days of steady rain, more rain was coming. I'm going to go ahead and skip to 1986. This flood is number 7 on the NOAA scale with a crest at the Truckee of 12.65 feet. However, it is tied for number 1 on the Steamboat Creek historical crest scale as reported by NOAA, along with 2005, with a crest of 6.79 feet. So this was more of a creek and ditch flood. February of 1986 was one of the greatest and most widespread floods on record that devastated California and Nevada with phenomenal amounts of precipitation. 17 inches of rain fell in 10 days at Truckee and 34 inches of rain fell at Blue Canyon. I wish I could finish, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nick Walters? Nick Walters? Strongly opposed. Linda Langton.
I'm Linda Gorlangton, a local concerned citizen, speaking for myself. Thank you for being here to listen to our arguments, especially mine, because those other people got all the other good arguments, and my argument is based entirely on fear. So I'm going to show you why we need to be concerned about who we are, where we live, how we got here. I don't know how much of this I can get up, but...
Turn it over. Turn it over. Help! My minutes are disappearing. No. Can somebody help me with this? What do you want to show? I want to show.
Okay. Here we are in the middle of a mountain bowl with two major highways intersecting. We are surrounded by earthquake epicenters, military installations which serve as targets for outside invasion, volcanoes, floods. Reno is an oasis in the middle of a disaster area. East, there's nothing. I mean, people died trying to get here to the water and the rich land and the agriculture. Our ancestors came here to raise food and create commerce. We are completely vulnerable. We have had thousands of earthquakes. I mean, it might not be a flood. Maybe Mount Lassen will blow. Maybe Mount Shasta will blow. We are not equipped to prepare with, to deal with disasters. We could become another New Orleans. They should have known. They were a big city right on the ocean that was below sea level. They weren't prepared for floods. We are not prepared for disasters, and they're all around us. It is possible that our pathways would be cut off for trucks coming in here. How many trucks a day come to your place, Bob, every day? If they couldn't come, what if California fell off into the ocean or part of it, and everybody came here in this basin? What would we do? We were designed to be a crossroad of protection, a point of refuge, and a provider of food, shelter, and care for ourselves and for the outside world who might have to come here. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Schreck.
My name is Deborah Shirk. I have a farm out in Palomino Valley, Sodbuster Farm. I raise milk-fed pigs and vegetables. And I disagree with this because it would affect me and everybody that goes to Wolfpack meets. I've never seen, if you build anything next to something that has so much perfume floating around it, the people that work in that next to it are not used to that. I'm quite used to it. And I fear that they will get tired of smelling it and they will want it shut down. And I believe that it will be shut down because I've seen it enough times in my lifetime. I just hope that you support the farmers, because everybody that walks into Wolfpack meets need your support, and it's a good place, and thank you.
Thank you. Troy Ross.
Thank you for this time. You know, I grew up in the Reno community, and I attended and graduated from UNR, a land grant institution. And it concerns me to see that the trust that they were given is something that they're turning away from. Their council basically told the community, you know, don't stick your nose in our business. Well, I find that condescending and particularly obnoxious. And I would suggest to President Johnson that the assets that he is in trust of are more than just tangible assets. I'm a public health physician, so my responsibility, my area of expertise is promoting the health of our community. And I can tell you that we're in a lot of trouble. No big surprise, everybody knows that. Technology, the wonders of modern medicine, business development, those things are not going to help us get back to where we need to be, a state of better health. It's going to come from our local agriculture, sustainable agriculture, and we already don't have enough. I would urge the council to not support this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Philip Moore.
For the record, my name is Philip Moore. I'm a proud graduate of the Reno Citizens Institute and a member of Sharon Zadra's Zone 2. I always like to take a minute to thank you all for your service to the city. I want to put some numbers out for you. The federal government estimates that an average family of 4 will spend between $500 and $1,000 a month on food. Well, let's think about how many families there might be in the greater Reno-Sparks area. 100,000? Okay, so we do some multiplying there, and we get to some tens of millions in a month. How many do we get in a year? The irony here is that the university believes that a single monetization of a single piece of property will give them greater benefit than what will naturally come from expanding our tax base for this local community as well as our state. Let us do our part and work with the university to develop the strongest agricultural program so that we can develop that potential for local food in our economic community. Please do your part tonight and deny this PUD.
Thank you very much. Terry Thomas.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. For the record, I'd just like to mention, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, and to the City Attorney's Office, being familiar with Councilmember Kerrigan's disaster, he also had an opinion from the Nevada Commission on Ethics and the city attorney in Sparks, which went all the way to the Supreme Court, where he lost on the ethics complaint. Just keep that in mind. Attorney Moliff said that, yes, this is a zoning issue, and he's correct. That's about the only thing he said that I agreed with. But since it is a zoning issue, this council has to be able to make each and every finding. And although a little bit of my thunder was stolen when Yana put this particular map up here, I want to make it clear where my neighborhood is. I represent the east side. And this map, if we can show it, represents what my neighborhood, do I need to move it? Represents what my neighborhood looked like in 1997. I live over here. To protect life and property in areas subject to floods, landslides, and other natural disasters, I can't imagine that this project can even promote the fact that they can do that. The property is suitable for development because the site can be mitigated. Well, I would argue that one-to-one mitigation is not mitigation. It is displacement. And in nowhere have I heard anybody, the applicant or their consultant, argue effectively or affirmatively that this project will do anything to promote the health and general welfare of this community. And I challenge them to show that that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Clint Coble.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on behalf of the Main Station Farm. My name is Clint Cobley, and I'm the State Executive Director of the Farm Service Agency, which is an agency of the USDA. The USDA, as you well know, has long supported agriculture, land-grant colleges, and experimental stations since its inception in 1862. In fact, if you go to UNR, there are buildings that have been built by USDA monies there. There's USDA agencies there, and I sincerely hope that the support of the USDA is appreciated by both the university and the Reno City Council. Throughout our history, we've made a great commitment to agriculture, and as a result, we in America are the most food-secure nation in the world. But to maintain that, we're going to have to maintain our commitment to education, research, and technology that got us there in the first place. And I sincerely hope that we can continue to do that on the Main Station Farm. Currently on the Main Station Farm, there's some great activities. There's the Wolfpack Meats, the only USDA-certified slaughterhouse. There's crops and livestock grown, by the students for research and education. And I firmly believe the Main Station Farm has the capability to be a great experimental station. The new strategic plan that has been developed by the Cabinet Advisory Committee for the Main Station Farm, I think fits in very well with the local food network, with education, both for the community and for the schools. It also fits in well with research and technology. There's a biotech company that's already there on the premises, and I think there's many more potentials there for the university and Main Station Farm. So the Farm Service Agency wholeheartedly supports the strategic plan for the Main Station Farm, and especially some of the new exciting projects that are planned right along the strip on McCarran Boulevard, which, by the way, is the most fertile farmland on that whole Main Station Farm. It would be a tragedy to cover it up. And I hope the Main Station Farm gets the opportunity to use all of its assets to provide service to this community in its education and research for the university and for its students. I also hope, too, that our investment in agriculture at the Main Station Farm, besides benefiting the university and our students and our community, will also assist agriculture in Nevada, which is our third largest industry. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak.
Thank you. Kiki Corbin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished council members. My name is Kiki Corbin. I'm a resident in Northern Nevada and buy my groceries here in Reno and recommend that my clients shop here because this is where they can find grass-fed beef and meats that are processed on this facility. I'm a certified naturopath and counselor in Carson City. I have a high concern for the safety of our food supply and sustainable agriculture. As a community, we need to keep this facility for our local ranchers and local business and the future of agriculture in Nevada. The PUD will adversely affect Wolfpack Meats and therefore does not meet the findings of NRS 278A.410.2b. Quote, it does not adversely affect either the enjoyment of land abutting upon or across the street from the PUD or the public interest. By enjoyment, I refer to the stakeholders who, quote, have the benefit of, end quote, Wolfpack Meats. When the 104 acres next to Wolfpack is developed, it will be the death of this facility. We all know this. UNR has stated that, quote, it will not close the meatpacking facility, end quote. No, they won't. The dirty job of closing Wolfpack Meats will be left to the city of Reno or to the county in a few years when the land is sold and urban development encroaches, and when new landowners complain that trucks and trailers and smelly animals next to their property are undesirable. History dictates that slaughterhouses next to urban developments do not survive. Reno will not be an exception. I will go away from this presentation for a second and say I was born in a very big agricultural family. My heart and my soul, even though I live in town nowadays, is in sustainability and in farming. And we have to look at, if we do not want to be dependent on California, I mean, do any Nevadans want to be dependent on California? No, I don't think we do. And we have the potential here as a state. I love this state. I've been here since 1971 when I was in college and in and out of the state for different professions. And this state is phenomenal when it comes to agriculture. We don't have a lot of water most of the time unless it floods, but we have purity here. We have something that California does not have. And when it comes to zoning, we need to look at what we're zoning for in the future. I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I am concerned about what my grandchildren have in the future. I know all of you have families, and we need a place to grow food. It's got to be at least as important as technology and as the buildings that we have in our, for industry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ann Bollinger.
Like the previous speaker, I'd like to point out in NRS 278A410-2B that it does not adversely affect when the enjoyment of the land and abutting upon in the public interest. Also, zoning map amendments A, B, F, J, K, and M. All of those are affected. The photo in front of you is an introduction to this property. The white building in the background is Wolfpack Meats. That is how close this property is. This property was purchased in 1955 with a specific purpose and use for education of the students, not for economic potential. The applicant and their consultants would have you believe that their proposal would not have an impact on Wolfpack Meats. However, some of the items I would like to point out for you, if you have actually read Wood Rogers' proposal, they are talking about realigning Clean Water Way. This is the current alignment, and they will realign that. That will have an impact on Wolfpack Meats. If you are not aware, there are semi-sized truck trailers who bring livestock into the slaughter facility. How is this realignment not going to impact Wolfpack Meats? In addition, as it currently stands, this is their business frontage. When that road is aligned, it will impact their business. Would you do this to anyone else in town? Do you believe that an office space is compatible next to a slaughter facility? Again, take a look at the map. This is identified for office space. What about its present and perceived impact on office use? Most likely, any office renters would obviously pick something further at the south than they would next to a slaughter facility. What about when and if Wolfpack Meats wants to expand? Do you think the neighbors would allow that to happen? Not likely. The Reno's land use plan for a special planning area allows any individual land use or land uses in combination which are compatible and complementary with adjacent properties. Outlined in green to the east, you can see that the biggest adjacent use is general rural, still under the county. The red area across the street, across 6 lanes of traffic, is the commercial use. It is very little compared to the rest of the property. To the north, you have the Truckee River Flood Project. Again, going back to the land use plan, adjoining is defined by Reno section 18.24.203.150 and 030 as bordering or touching, such as sharing a common line, lot, or property line. Can you justly say that office space and business space across 6 lanes of traffic is adjacent? Is this smaller area more relevant than the immediate adjacent lands? Next, I'm sorry, Mayor, I need 1 more minute.
You're not going to get it.
UNR opposed the Makey property based on the Yori ditch and the agricultural impacts. Why is UNR's proposal today any different than it was 6 years ago? Why should the storm drainage go in that direction?
Thank you very much. Douglas Augustine.
Good evening, Mayor Cashel, members of the City Council. I'm Douglas Augustine. This proposal is not in accordance with the master plan for the land use. Specifically, I will address the open space in the Greenway Plan. The open space criteria used to identify and prioritize the open space areas are listed on your page 5. The first criteria in the watershed function is that this includes flood zones, flood plains, stormwater drainage, and groundwater discharge or recharge. This map from the Open Space Greenways Plan highlights the flood zone on the subject parcel. Undeveloped land such as this provides a large surface area and a natural environment for stormwater and its pollutants to be captured and filtered with the soil rather than run off the river environment. In addition, the captured water providing groundwater recharge. Another criteria is that this relates to the plants and the wildlife habitat. The Open Space Greenways Plan discusses historical agricultural pasture lands, the high productivity in the lowest areas of the valley, and it specifically identifies a university farm as one of the remaining pasture lands of the Truckee Meadows. Here, the top photo, this provides a view from Mill Street to the east. The bottom photo shows a view from the Mill Street to the south. These photos provide a visual cue to the likely impact of the project. In summary, this PUD is not in accordance with the master plan for land use. I believe the City Council cannot make the following findings. A, to preserve the quality of the air and the water resources. B, to promote the conservation of the open space and the protection of the other natural and scenic resources from the unreasonable impairment. F, to protect the life and the property in the areas subject to the floods, and to ensure the protection of the existing neighborhoods and communities, including the protection of the rural preservation and neighborhoods. Mark Johnson stated that he's trying to establish a future value to this. I think right now, if he allowed his students a little more outdoor classroom access and usage and the agricultural community, I think that should be the established value now and its future. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Lear-Bone.
For the record, my name is Peggy Lear-Bowen, and I want to thank you for sticking it out tonight. Potential heroes and heroines of our community. I want to read to you something that makes this make more sense than dealing at it at the legislative level, the university level, but at the grassroots level. I want to read to you a sentence from the Article 11 of the 1864 Constitution of the State of Nevada under education. It said, the legislature shall be encouraged by all suitable means the promotion of intellectual, literary, scientific, mining, mechanical, agricultural, and moral improvements. Well, we've gone through lots of hearings at UNR. I even made it on YouTube, I'm told, reading that portion of the Constitution. The legislature and the university now are bringing to you that same legislative intent of the Constitution of 1864, read to you from Gordon Thompson's copy of that Constitution. You heard the president tonight say, well, we've got the Valley Road property that we're making sure that we're doing the cooperative work. That's because they couldn't sell it. There was a deed restriction for the Valley Road property, and that restriction said that if this property wasn't used for the College of Agriculture and the agricultural students, that it would revert back to the heirs. When the good old freeway went through, the heirs had to be consulted, and the agreement reached was any money made from the freeway going through that Valley Road property that had belonged to that family and seen with good outlook in life to make sure that it was always used for the College of Ag, any money made went to the College of Agriculture. If you truly want to preserve the farm, the property across from the farm that was divided from the farm by virtue of McCarran, then you have it put in stipulation. You have it put as part of what you zone, what you request, because all the conversation can be forgotten, misused, and abused. And ladies and gentlemen, you're our grassroots. You're our final stop in saying how this land within our community should be used. Agriculture is the third top money earner for our state. The development and protection of this small piece of agricultural land will once and for all, if you stipulate in the proposals of what you as the heroes and heroines of our community, the grassroots, finally left, you, each and every one of you, are here to tell the university and tell the state of Nevada we are maintaining what the forefathers of our community wanted, and that is to protect that which is most important, including, I don't care if you get sued or whatever else, we'll take them on. They're us too. Please protect and do not pass this PUD. Thank you.
Doug Busselman.
For your record, I'm Doug Busselman. I'm the Executive Vice President of Nevada Farm Bureau. Nevada Farm Bureau is a statewide general farm organization representing farmers and ranchers in the state. We are opposed to the conversion of the zoning for this property. We believe that the main station farm should be kept in agricultural use and maintained for agricultural research. We are convinced that as a result of this zoning change proposal, we will see another example of a loss of agricultural research which should be going on at our land-grant university. From our perspective, this property is linked to a public mission, the public mission of our land-grant university. We do not believe that the zoning change fits in the context of the public purpose for this property. We also believe that this rezoning will cause an urban agricultural interface issue with an incompatible mix likely to further negatively affect agricultural research. As a public entity, UNR is supposed to be an educational research organization, not a property developer with the same profit options and motives that should be available for a private landowner. We believe public funds, including federal research dollars, have been used for agricultural research that is consistent with the purpose for this property. Converting this property for commercial use is a violation, in our opinion, for the public trust associated with this property. Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Chris Breitenbucher. I'm a Reno resident of 9 years and a local homeowner. I wanted to take a minute to discuss the lack of a need for more commercial space in the Reno area. As many of us already know, business has been slow to recover in this area since the housing and financial crisis of 2008. Yet, entrepreneurs and the public at large have remained mostly optimistic about the opportunity for expansion and growth in the city that we love. Many individuals are still investing in small and large business ventures and utilizing the already available spaces that exist. But so many properties still remain vacant. So many businesses have decided to call it quits. Borders on South Virginia, the Mexican grocery off Ryland and Wells, Circuit City on Kitski, Firkin and Fox at the Summit, Lowe's on Audi Boulevard, Dharma Books on First Street, Rose's Restaurant on Center Street, Walmart at North McCarran, Plum Good on Plum in Arlington, the commercial space below the Montage, which has never had a single tenant. Vacant commercial space abounds all throughout this area, ranging from a 400 square foot space where the police substation used to be downtown, to numerous large warehouse locations around the McCarran Loop, and many more in between. I am confident in my research that large and small business capitalists from every economic demographic will find the commercial space they seek already available for their use. The development of this land is not necessary, nor is it wanted by the people who live and work in this community. Don't let the mistakes of the past be repeated once again. For a handful of contractors to make a truckload of money does not justify bulldozing this agricultural space. And if it's jobs that are the issue here, plenty of carpenters, laborers, and service people will be employed with the remodeling and upkeep of the already available spaces. Reno truly has a unique opportunity to be at the forefront of innovation with how we use our commercial resources and available farmlands. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ted Levetter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ted Levatter. Just want to start off by saying, while I agree with UNR that this is not a complex issue, I disagree that this is only about zoning. It's about zoning and the future flood safety and food security of our community. If I could get the PowerPoint, thank you. I'm going to stick right to the findings here. As you guys know, I'm a big proponent of the master plan. You do view up there. Thank you. Big proponent of the master plan. This PUD zoning for the 104-acre parcel is inconsistent with the master plan, despite what you've been told tonight. The conservation plan has a section specific to soil quality and the considerations you have to make when it comes to soil quality. I'm disappointed that the staff report doesn't include this information, and there's no information included in your staff report about the exact nature of the quality of the soil you're about to pave over. The need for the conservation plan comes from NRS 278.160. I'll skip over that, but it does include the part about soil. From page 10 of the conservation plan, each soil class has certain identifying traits. These inherent characteristics must be taken into account prior to the development of property. As you've already heard tonight, this 104-acre parcel has unique soil characteristics that are different not only from the rest of Reno, but from the rest of the 800 acres that are left over. This soil has two characteristics that make it very valuable to our community. One, it is highly permeable. That means it's great for flood mitigation. Two, it is the best soil in Reno for growing food. If there ever comes a time in the future where we need to source, we want to or need to source more of our locally owned food, this 104 acres will be critical to that need. Flood mitigation, could I get the overhead, please? What I'm showing you right now is from February 5th of this year. It's the Army Corps of Engineers Truckee Meadows Flood Project. If you could zoom in right about there for me. What you'll see running down this way are flood levees and flood walls, which all dumps out right at UNR Farms. This is the 104-acre parcel that you're deciding on today. According to the Army Corps of Engineers, this land is about to become a flood detention basin. If it is paved over and is a business park, it cannot be used for a flood detention basin. That's alternative one from the Army Corps of Engineers. This is alternative two. You can see now I drew in where the 104 acres that you're deciding on today, it is absolutely within the boundaries of this walled off area for flood detention area. Meaning you cannot make the finding that zoning this as PUD is consistent with flood safety. Can we go back to the PowerPoint, please? As I'm running out of time, I'm going to food security. Many have already talked about it. And what I want you to remember is this, is that as leaders in our community, we need you to take the long vision. And let's think back to 2007. This board signed the deal to build the baseball stadium, and then everything went bad. And I heard from you, Mr. Mayor, and a number of people on this board that nobody could have imagined the situation we find ourselves in. What are we short-sighted about now? What circumstances can't you imagine? If you pave over this 104-acre parcel, you are putting the future food security and flood safety in danger.
Thank you very much. Dave Cherry. Dave Cherry. Darren Bew.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for all you do. My name's Darren Bew, and I'm a resident of Ward 3, where the UNR farm is, and like a lot of people in this room, I don't get paid to be in this argument, and to have a team of paid professionals insist that this is none of my business is pretty insulting. You know, there's a calculus that's used over and over to wear down a general public whose values don't line up with the ambitions of community leaders, quote unquote. It's defined by a public outreach process that invites people to publicly voice their concerns in meetings that are held purely for appearance, where the public is pacified with feel-good jargon and empty promises by people claiming to be acting in the interest of community welfare. Words like sustainability and phrases like stewardship of university lands are applied like a magical salve, and anyone who attends these processes is then proclaimed to be in support of the outcome, healed as it were, and prepared to accept an outcome which was settled before the public was even made aware of the proposal. In a classic scenario, an executive hatchet man from out of town is hired to do the dirty work of repairing the damage from a certain institution's past financial misadventures by selling off community assets and slashing programs. He's supported by an internal real estate manager whose fascination for speculation outweighs his sense of community. They team up with a local engineering firm that's hungry and unscrupulous enough to be willing to fabricate a PUD that brazenly disregards common sense and public opinion for money. Together they spin the truth for public consumption by making patronizing claims like, we have no plans to develop the land, and flood effects will be mitigated, which of course are contradictory statements and functional lies. Given that UNR's proposal was virtually unchanged by extensive specific public criticism and more than a year of deliberation, it's clear that the President is and always has been pretty sure of the outcome. He's applied the calculus, and by the rules of that calculus, he should be finished with the unseemly business of shoving what the public doesn't want down his throat. The manufacture of public consent is an old institution, but it's a tired one. I believe that we're entering a time when leaders seek to be the vessels of people's aspirations and the facilitators of public desire, rather than self-indulgent masters of public destiny that treat the public like so many children who don't know what's best for them. City of Reno has an opportunity at this moment to help lead the way toward an America inspired by the people's dreams, and the people aren't dreaming of more strip malls. I'd like to invite this new council to make a courageous decision that could cause future generations to applaud your wisdom and sensitivity, instead of passing as anonymous facilitators of the crude cynicism that fouls our air and breaks our hearts. Say no to rezoning a UNR farmland. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jessica Beets. All right, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Betts. I live in Washoe Valley and I do 4-H swine and horse. I'm here to talk about why you should keep the UNR's agriculture land for agriculture and not develop it. By keeping the UNCE, I will get to grow in 4-H and FFA. This will help me reach my goal to be a horse vet. I am a second-generation Nevadan, and I want to go to college in Reno. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. One of the best ones this evening. Lindsay Craig.
Councilman, Councilwomen, Mr. Mayor, thank you for having me speak, and these other good people here too. Very much appreciate that. I'm an exploration geologist. I showed up here in 1982, and I've been doing geology, and I worked in your schools as a teacher for 10 years, teaching math and science. I'm a lifelong exploration kayaker, and I've seen lots of rivers and I've seen lots of cities, and the great cities that I've seen have an agricultural center that is zoned for that, and they grow their food there, and the people keep that sacred. It's in the floodplains of the rivers, and when rivers flood, the soil rejuvenates the land. It's a cycle. The floods that have hit Reno, since I've been here, seems like there's a 100-year flood every 10 years. So when is the 1,000-year flood going to hit? Within 100 years? Yeah, that's the one we should be scared of. And we live in a tectonic environment. You're building on soils that are soft. They'll undergo liquefaction in an earthquake. People will die. People do not need to live in floodplains. The last time a big flood hit here, we spent $400 million to fix things back up. So that gets your attention. And I'm sorry that that happens to good people. It's common sense to build cities up on the hills, away from the rivers. That's what we should be doing. And that's the right thing to do. And what I hear here today is big business trying to make money and using our public institutions, one which I graduated from as a UNR student, and as a geologist, and as a teacher. I'm telling you, this is not a good idea. And that's all I have to say tonight.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Haley Anderson Fulmer. Haley Anderson Fulmer.
Hi. Haley Anderson Fulmer, for the record.
All right, thank you.
I'm Vice President of the Graduate Student Association and co-chair of the Washoe County Food Policy Council, which sent you a letter in opposition to this for food security reasons. My thesis is on urban agriculture. And one of the interesting things about that is that the demand for locally produced and organic produce has been outpacing supply consistently every year. Even though it's growing, it's still not meeting up with the demand. This is primary sector jobs. They're not prone to booms or busts. I think that investing in the future of urban agriculture is cool. It's what young people want to do, and it's where the jobs are going, and it's a good way to keep the creative class here. And these are people who think outside of the box, and they want to innovate. So with that said, I have some boring findings to address because I am a land use planning student, and that's actually my main comment. So if this item is approved, UNR will find it difficult to conform with NRS 278A 500 Section 5, which requires the design make adequate provision for public services, provide adequate control over vehicular traffic, and further the amenities of light and air, recreation, and visual enjoyment. The 104-acre proposal has intersections outlined at Equity, Capitol, and Pembroke to avoid traffic lights that would break up the newly widened flow of traffic. You would have to design intersections with the right turn in and right turn out only options. This would make access from the north difficult for cars since the 6-lane expansion is devoted to car lanes, not turning lanes, and even more improbable for pedestrians from both directions unless UNR is required to install underground walkways so as not to disturb the flow of traffic, and because of the low water table, then these would need to be pumped. Additionally, UNR would need to meet the requirement of NRS 278A 500 number 6 to ensure that their plan does not adversely affect the neighborhood in which it is proposed to be established. To mitigate for floods, UNR would need to install permeable parking lots and retention basins that would need to be pumped continually as well. That said, I also disagreed with Wood Rogers' statement that PUD is the only suitable. I know staff addressed that as well, but I just don't understand how adjacent something is that's 6 lanes across that can't be crossed by either pedestrians or cars, and and how that's more adjacent than actually adjoining and touching parcels, which are open space. So I think, and President Johnson had mentioned at the Graduate Council, he's been pretty proactive in talking with us about it, although we have not taken a stance on it. The undergrads opposed this unanimously, was that he was open to the idea of a conservation easement, and I do think there is some way to make some money off of that for UNR, should that be an option. So that would be my suggestion overall if you choose not to address these findings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephen Anderson.
Hello, my name is Stefan Wilhelm Anderson. I'm a student of the College of Agriculture, Biotechnology, and Natural Resources at the University of Nevada, Reno. And I've been working at the UNR's main station farm for the past 2 years. It's been very important for my education, and I know the education of others as well. And I believe it is also very important for the future of the college and its education. We've seen the beginnings of Sparks Boulevard coming across the east side, and understanding this rezoning along McCarran, I can predict the future, and I don't think that the rezoning is a good future. That's about all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Everett Broderick.
Good evening. I believe I'm the last person to speak. I didn't plan to, and I won't pretend that I have anything more to add to the great body of information that's already been presented. And to that, don't intend to speak to the issue so much as to speak to each of you as members of the City Council. I don't pretend to be politically astute, but I do believe that I understand that as elected officials, your duty is to represent the will of the people, to interpret and represent the will of the people. I don't think there's any mystery or any question about what the will of the people is. And of everyone that's spoken here tonight, they have spoken in opposition to this issue, other than the people who are paid to speak for it. So I'd ask you as elected officials to respond to the will of the people. I don't think it's a mystery. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Langsdale.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lindsay Langsdale. I'm a UNR graduate, and I represent Lost City Farm right now. I was here over the summer advocating that y'all vote in the Urban Agriculture Ordinance, which you did, and I thank you very much for doing that. In so voting in that ordinance, you allowed an acre of downtown Reno on Center Street, South Center Street, to be a farm rather than to be a parking lot or to be vacant, dead soil covered in hypodermic needles, which it was. And you also created 2 jobs for myself and my farming partner. And you created a place where we'll be growing food for downtown Reno. In so voting in that ordinance, you also showed your support of using open space for food production. For the past 7 months, I've been trying to rehabilitate that soil that was destroyed by development with all the lovely things I just described that I found on it so far. If I brought in a herd of cows and had them do their thing on that property, if I spent the rest of my life bringing in soil amendments, it would never reach even a fraction of the fertility that exists naturally already on the 104 acres of the main station farm. So you all saw the potential of that dead piece of urban land for food production, and if you did that, I believe that you can see the potential in the 104 acres. And we'll do your best to protect that soil for what its job is. And so when the next young farmer like myself who doesn't have any of their own land wants to farm, they can go there and grow food for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other public comment cards, so I'm going to close the public comment section.
I had a question that I asked in my presentation, and it wasn't answered.
You want to come up?
Yes, in my presentation, I had asked either Troy Miller or Wood Rogers, or whoever could answer it, in a letter dated February 26, 2013, from Wood Rogers to UNR to Troy Miller, that if this was approved tonight, they were planning to take it to the Regional Planning Commission in April or May. And so I'd like to find out what it is that they anticipate that they want to take to the Regional Planning Commission.
Well, I think this.
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. This is a project of regional significance. This is the legislative body that makes the decision. Ultimately, it needs to be found in conformance with the regional plan. So we'll be going to the Regional Planning Commission as part of the adoption process, which is also a public process, and public's available to participate.
Nothing's being added to it, it's just this tonight. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I have no other public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Stephen Molliff on behalf of the applicant. First of all, I want to say that we're going to bring Steve Strickland up here for a moment. He's our engineer from Wood Rogers who's going to address the soil and the flood issues. Second of all, I want to make a fundamental observation. We agree that democracy must be followed, but on the other hand, democracy must follow existing laws, statutes, and regulations. This is a zoning issue. And what I've heard tonight is that essentially the opposition to this project seems to want to abrogate the authority of the Board of Regents given to them by the legislature and allow public bodies and citizens on an ad hoc basis to insert themselves in the decision-making process that the Board of Regents has and was given to them by the legislature. That's the fundamental legal problem I'm having with the objections. So with that said, I would turn it over to Steve Strickland to ask the or answer the questions on soils and.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Steve Strickland with Wood Rogers. I'm an engineer on the project. Quickly, if I can.
You have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
If I can quickly address the idea of the one-to-one mitigation. Recently, the city adopted an ordinance related to the critical floodplain that raised the standard by which we have our design criteria. By doing that, in particular for UNR Farms and the 104 acres we're looking at, we have 3 times the mitigation that we would have had if we would have been designing to the typical 100-year flood criteria. So the city's standard has always raised us way up already. With respect to the soils, here's a map here that shows the soils within UNR Farms. Suffice it to say quickly that the soils in blue are the better soils, the soils in red and yellow are the lesser desirable soils from a farming operation standpoint. This is particular for alfalfa. But what I wanted to bring up to you is that when this property, if it ever gets developed, those topsoils will not be lost. They do not get buried with the project because they're unsuitable as structural material when the buildings and parking lots and things are built. Those topsoils will have to be stripped off. They can stay on UNR Farms. They can be used to amend other sites within UNR Farms. That topsoil will not go away.
Okay, anything else, sir?
Yeah, the only thing I would say is what you have to be cognizant of is the authority of the legislature that has been given to the Board of Regents and the university system. That's really the issue here. They have the ability to handle their own affairs, and that's from the legislature. And there's nothing in any statute or regulation or city code or case law that says a city council or a county commission or the public can say, well, we don't like what the university's doing, so we're going to deny a zoning ordinance or a zoning change or a PUD because we don't like the decisions that you're making as the Board of Regents. And I think that's the legal issue that I'm having trouble with on this application. Thank you.
I do have 2 letters, one from the Board of Regents supporting this, and I have another letter from the Chamber of Commerce supporting this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I toured a military base the other day. We've been here since 10:30 this morning, and I learned a new phrase. We're going to take a 5-minute comfort break. A comfort break. So we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Besides there's one other letter of support besides the Chamber and the Board of Regents. The EDON, Economic Development Authority of Western EDON, also supports it. All right. Back to the table. Ms. Brackus.
I have a few questions for staff to begin with. Mr. Gilbert? I have two questions. First of all, if this request is denied, what is the zoning of this property? And what is the zoning of this property?
Washoe County had adopted a general rural zone.
No, the city of Reno zoning of this property, right now, today.
Today, the adopted zoning on the property is general rural from Washoe County. The city of the Reno Land Use Table, Table 2, has a translation table that takes Washoe County zoning designation with the transferable City of Reno designation, which would be comparable at UT 40.
UT 40. So this property is zoned UT 40. So the standard by which we decide if PUD zoning is appropriate or UT 40 zoning is appropriate, is that true?
The standard which we would decide on the appropriate zone would be the appropriate classification of master plan designation, in this instance, a special planning area. That allows for two appropriate zoning designations, two conforming, either a PUD or open space.
So if we deny this request, this property is zoned UT 40. Is that correct?
This property is currently zoned general rural. That would translate into a UT 40 designation. We would apply development that came in at a UT 40 table.
And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but I have the ordinance that annexed this property, and it says that this property will be zoned in accordance with RMC. I also have Title 18 that lists a whole host of zoning districts. These are not Washoe County zoning districts. These are City of Reno zoning districts. I want to know which zoning district this one is in, because the reports that have been provided by the applicant provide conflicting information. In the application and somewhere else, I see it's LLR1. I see in a footnote to Mr. Mullis' December 17th letter that there's no zoning for this property. I don't understand how a property in the city of Reno can have no zoning. It says property will be zoned when it's annexed. I also understand that we had a noticing error here. And in the noticing error, from LLR1 to PUD was the change. But I don't see that
The noticing error, if you recall, was the reference to LLR1. That was incorrect. The annexation reference, the annexation ordinance itself, again, references that table to be, essentially to be translated. I think what's important to focus on is what's appropriate zoning, compatible zoning with the master plan. Regardless of the existing zoning, which is general rural, which we would translate to UT 40, appropriate zoning is one of two. It's a PUD, maybe not this one, maybe this one modified, but a PUD zoning designation or open space. That's what's compatible with adopted master plan land use designation.
I want to make sure that we do not have a defective annexation that occurred where we have a parcel in the city of Reno that has no zoning designation on it because the city of Reno, every property is zoned. And Mr. Mola says there's no zoning on this property. Because if we do, then we are inclined to have to approve this because we have to give it some zoning. Whereas when I read the general rural transition, should be UT 40. So and I guess I'll turn this over to legal, which called the noticing error, and tell me what the zoning is of this property today and as it was annexed, please.
I believe that you've had your answer, and I would agree with staff.
That this property, maybe Mark can bring up the questions on this because you provided two different information. What do you know the zoning to be on this property today?
Under Reno Municipal Code 1808-105, there's a procedure that deals with properties that are annexed into the city of Reno, and we follow the 1808-105 procedure. With that, you got two choices. You got PUD or you got open space. So 1808-105 is the applicable portion of the ordinance that dictates how this thing will be zoned.
Your foot,
You got your mic on, please.
okay, December 17th letter, page 4, says, "At the present time, due to the annexation of the property and the language of RMC 1808-105, classification of annexed lane, the property has no zoning designation." So if a parcel in the city of Reno has no zoning, I question the merits of the zoning ordinance, or the annexation ordinance. I think we have a defective annexation ordinance. And I am trying to sit up here to understand what's the proper zoning, if it's PUD, or what is it? I have to decide if we're changing the zoning, and if we have a property that does not have zoning, how can I make those decisions?
As I stated before, my footnote refers to, at the present time, due to the annexation of the property and the language of 1808 or 1808-105, classification of annexed land, the property has no zoning designation. That's something the city attorney and I discussed, what the issue is on that. And that's an interplay between 1808-105 and the annexation.
Well, I'll just
I
say.
think you ought to ask your city attorney.
I did, and she told me I had my answer. So I don't know what the zoning is of this property. If we have a property in the city of Reno with no zoning, I question how that property was annexed.
The property is zoned in the city of Reno. The annexation is a separate issue. The city has opportunity to zone and master plans land that is in its sphere. This land was in its sphere before it was annexed. So this land is annexed to the city of Reno, and the city of Reno has jurisdiction to proceed tonight.
Okay, so if this request is denied, what will the official zoning map show? Because I looked at the official zoning map yesterday, and there was no zoning designation on this. It's the only piece of property I have ever seen in the city of Reno that is not zoned.
I can't speak to what the official zoning map shows, but I can tell you that what staff was indicating was correct.
It says on 18.04103, territory which is annexed will be zoned by action of law. Did we zone?
It was rezoned.
And it is UT 40?
It is UT 40 as it came from GR General Rule.
Because the application says it's LLR1. Ms. Lindell put that on her application for annexation. And Mr. Moll's footnote says there's no zoning. So it is UT 40, and we have that on the record. If this denies, then we have a UT 40 zone property. And then that is understood, and that is what staff is telling.
Mr. Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd just like to thank everyone for coming out today. So I really appreciate everyone's insight. And to go to, a thing that's been sitting on my mind is hearing Mr. Moloth describe, as I understand, the Board of Regents and their job as to viewing the assets. And then hearing, if I understood right, that it's our job to make sure that the zoning is correct for the neighborhoods and making sure that there's no adverse effects with that. I spent a lot of time on this issue, meeting with a lot of different community members and stakeholders, and understanding that I'm not a teacher or professor at UNR. You know, I'm a Board of Regents, so it's not my place to say what they should be doing with their land. And I kind of find myself in that predicament. But living out on the east part of Reno and understanding that we have flood issues, I'm going to have some questions regarding flood. My understanding, one-to-one mitigation is not going to make things any worse, nor are they going to make anything better. My understanding is that we're elected to make things better. And so understanding that, and understanding also that the PUD is for 104 acres out there, it kind of makes me think about where it's actually zoned. And I think this is unique geography in addition to the soils and the agricultural opportunities, and that we need to, as a city, start thinking about things in a broader concept. What are we doing from a regional perspective? What are we doing for the safety and for the community? And that's kind of where I'm coming from. I understand this area is zoned in the flood zone. It's also zoned in the critical flood zone 1. It's also zoned in the FEMA A AE. And just taking all the technicalities, taking everything else out, and taking a few steps back and looking and saying, what are we doing as a city to further our image, to be progressive and trying to lead to a different way? What are we doing in terms of planning? And so I'd like to hear from both sides in terms of what's the long-term goal here. I understand that the PUD is going to add commercial and office space, and I see some questions with that. Mr. Muller.
I'll give you the non-technical answer. I think we said to the Planning Commission in our filings with the city, we understand the 1-to-1 ratio. We understand that that ratio might have to be increased, and I don't think that's an unreasonable request of the developer, bearing in mind that that increase in ratio comes at the time any project is developed in the future, because that's when you determine what the ratio is going to be, how much space is going to be allocated to buildings and that sort. So I turn that to Melissa Lindell to answer the technical side of that, but I agree, Mr. Delgado, that 1-to-1 is where it's at now, and I think as a public official, it's appropriate to say, can we do a little bit better?
At the Planning Commission meeting, we did agree to do better than 1-to-1 when we came through with project development, and we are committed to doing that. Pardon?
What was that 1-to-1 that you?
We
just said better in general.
We do better than 1-to-1 because it's going to depend on the design of the project. If it's a big campus research park, which we are hoping that's going to be type, who knows? Maybe Google or somebody will come want a big campus there. There are lots of different options that we can look at, and we will look at that. We are committed to doing better than 1-to-1 during final design.
I've heard of numbers 1.00025. I mean, I've heard a bunch of different numbers. That's kind of insulting when you hear those kinds of numbers thrown at us. So hopefully you guys are coming with something different than that. Also understand that there's a hurry from UNR to want to get this going because of possibly FEMA coming into town and changing numbers or calculating different numbers and putting that into question. Can you add some information to that, please?
Okay.
Obviously, from a zoning context, the Board of Regents desires to solidify the viability of their assets so in the future they can provide for the educational requirements of the university. Part of that process is the PUD process, which puts a value on that piece of property by virtue of a PUD, which increases the value of the university's portfolio, which gives the university more options to deal with. So that, I mean, if in the future somebody comes along and says, we want to take your property and we want to zone it to just a flood and you can't build anything on it, that's an issue. So we want to make sure that we solidify the value of that property so the Board of Regents can look at it and say, we've done everything up to this point in time to make sure that that asset at the university has the highest and best value that we can today.
I understand.
Yeah. So it's not really, we're not looking to develop it tomorrow or anything else, but we have an obligation to the state, to the community, to make sure that our assets are preserved as to the highest and best used value.
Sure. Absolutely, as do we. And so I guess my other question would be is, you guys point to the fact that it's saying that a PUD is the only appropriate use, and the open space has been tossed around by different people as they come to us. And I'm thinking about what are some other uses and the appropriateness of those in regards to the geography and what we know is going to happen out in that area. I think open space is one that I don't know if you guys have thought about, or what are some?
I would defer to Melissa Lindell on that issue, but bear in mind, we've put 800 and some acres into an agricultural open space designation. So, and we've carved out the 104 because that's most appropriate along McCarran Boulevard, and it's the most available piece. So you have to look at what we've left on the table, which is 800 plus acres. Melissa, I think you can answer that question.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
Yeah, so, and it seems like, of course, you guys are focused on the PUD. Was there any consideration to open space as also being
Okay,
one?
Okay. When we went through and looked at the possibility of annexation, we looked at the existing zoning just being general rural. And general rural allows data centers, high-tech business parks, gas stations, and certain things. But we felt like this needed to go into the city of Reno, and we pursued the annexation. So a UT 40 zoning, if it's denied and stays, has those same uses, I believe. I don't have the zoning code in front of me, but I believe that the general rural uses transfer right into UT 40, which would have the data centers and those kind of things. We didn't want to do that kind of piecemeal development. We wanted to have a campus-type setting, high-tech business park to attract, and that's why we came up with the PUD on this piece of property. But open space wouldn't allow for anything. This is adjacent to McCarran Boulevard. It's got all the utilities. It's got the great access. It's close to everything. So that is more of a highest and best use than open space.
Okay, I'm assuming this open space will allow for the continuing use of what you have it now as agriculture. And I think that's where I'm coming from, is it may be an appropriate use. Jenny, do you have the UT 40?
Well, I do, and you are correct. All those uses that you mentioned are in the UT 40. And so I'm wondering what's wrong with the UT 40, particularly because I think Ms. Savraz's comments are very well taken about the nature of the PUD. It really is a tool to create open space, and you have done a parcel map and carved out all the open space into this vague notion of we will do this or that with it. So that is a question of mine. Furthermore, it's a little tricky because the meat packing plant, which came up quite a bit, the meat processing plant, is a part of that 812, right?
Correct.
And, I appreciate that you say you'll do disclosures to property owners. Let them know, hey, you're coming in here and this is here. But you also, as the property owner, can shut that down, which is, you're right, and I agree. You have a lot of rights in here that we should not be looking at because they're the internal affairs of the university. But have you made a guarantee that you will be keeping that open? Because then that disclosure becomes important to us. But we dealt with a PUD amendment about a month ago where a disclosure, we basically changed the zoning and said the disclosure didn't matter. So the disclosures don't seem to matter much to me, and that offering of that amendment doesn't really matter. So if it was all in one PUD, then it's harder to change it. But you've made this carve out. And so I think that works against your argument that the PUD is the best.
We carved this out because this was the piece, the only piece that was identified by the Truckee River Flood Authority as the potential development site. So this was why it was carved out. And in fact, not all of the main station farm, part of it's in the city of Sparks' sphere of influence, so it is not under your jurisdiction. And that line goes about somewhere right in there. I've got a map of it, but that wasn't that isn't the subject of this application. So we are here to ask for the 104 acres and the 104 acres only, and the rest remains in Washoe County.
Mr. Mayor, if I may continue, since you mentioned the flood control project, the sanitary sewer preliminary the preliminary hydrology study that's stamped by Mr. Gorlick?
Probably Mr.
Gukin. On page, I'm sorry, like the third page says mitigate with UNR flood control property to the north. It says the flood control project is expected to purchase from UNR at least a portion of the parcel that lies to the north of the project area within storage area 4. So what is that statement? Is there a purchase from the flood project of your property contemplated?
Is Jay here? I believe some of the things, some of the plans changed, and Jay from the Flood Authority is best to answer this.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Reno City Council, thank you for the opportunity to respond. Councilwoman Breckus,
Identify yourself for the record.
Jay Aldine, Executive Director of TURFMA, for the record. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To respond to the question that was asked, number one, Turf and staff have not identified any property for development for on behalf of the university. Our board has not heard any presentation at all about this development, and nor have they ruled on anything to that matter. And staff likewise really have not seen any application or reviewed any of that, although in speaking with Reno City staff, apparently a couple years ago, we did see a preliminary report and did not have any comments at that time. But to respond to the question that the councilwoman had, at one time, we were going to purchase between 300 and 400 feet, maybe possibly all the way up to Clean Water Way, from the river to Clean Water Way as a riparian environmental restoration parcel. We have since dropped that notion from our project due to the huge expense and the amount of terracing that would be required in that area. So at the time that Mr. Gookin may have stamped that, he may have been referring to the fact that adjacent to the meatpacking plant, so between the meatpacking plant and the river, all the way along the river, we were going to purchase that property. But now we're not interested in that at all.
Okay, thank you very much, because you know, I am very sensitive to Mr. Mola's statement that the legal issue of, you know, the university should be looked at as any other property owner and their decision-making process. But the university's own consultant says that the project's going to be purchased by the flood project. And the president has said we want to get a return on our investments. So, you know, a UT40 jump to a PUD jump, I don't know what an appraisal would say, but they might jack that up. And that's not our business, is to add value through our entitlement process to a property owner who's going to go through a condemnation process. That's not our job.
And again, I wouldn't have any comment on that last comment, but...
But I do.
Before you do, I have a comment on that. The corollary of that is a governmental body can't deny a zone change in anticipation there may be a condemnation in the future, and therefore, by virtue of the denial of the zone change, you depress the value of the property, because later on you might condemn it, and therefore you'll pay less. That's a legal principle. Go ahead.
Just real quick to follow up on that, Mr. Mullins, just to follow up. Under the new condemnation laws, isn't it the highest and best use anyway, regardless of zoning?
It is, but it's a factor that an appraiser could utilize in determining what is the highest and best use. And if there's a denial of some type of application that increases the highest and best use, it creates an issue of fact or a trier of fact in a condemnation action, which therefore harms the property owner. And that's the problem I'm having.
In Councilwoman Breckus's argument, in my opinion, it probably doesn't matter, because the rules are now that you're gonna get the highest and best use for the property.
Exactly, but I can tell you the condemnation authority's lawyer is going to argue contrary with his appraiser, and I've been there at least a half a dozen times.
And I'm only...
How oftentimes does a government entity win that argument?
Well, sometimes you got to spend a lot of money to deal with it.
Right.
So I mean, it's a problem that I wouldn't like to see happening.
I'm only bringing
regardless,
it up. Okay.
Regardless of that, you are correct in that application. And what was the date of that? This has been going on for a couple years.
Well,
at the time when that report was written, there was a plan by the flood project to acquire some of this land in the 812 acres, and at the time that the report was written, that was the case. And then things changed, and Jay wasn't even on board, I don't think, when in 2007 when some of these maps came out. But suffice it to say that things have changed over the time.
And I accept that, because I do not believe that this long delay has been on your behalf. I mean, we requested it and we kicked it back. We had a noticing error. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I would like to see the most up-to-date information when I'm looking at a complex zoning change with a big jump in use, but I'll leave it at that. I have a few other questions related to public services, but I'll let others.
See if you have Ms. Jordan.
I have a question with regards to the food co-op group. Are you currently growing on this site in any capacity?
university could ask that question.
Amber Salaberry, for the record. No, we have no growing ties or fiscal relationship with Main Station Farm or Wolfpack Meats.
Are you growing or having a relationship with the Valley Road property?
No.
Okay, so the 48 acres off of Valley Road, that's not being utilized. Why?
That's a really good question.
I could answer here. The 48 acres is indeed being used. It has buildings on it that are being leased to the Agricultural Research Service. Endow is taking property there. They're all agricultural uses. We have our greenhouse complex on that property. The new hoop houses are going to go onto that property. There has been a horse facility there. We've closed the horse facility, but agriculture is leasing out the building and using some of the runs for horses. And there are additional greenhouse operations being planned to go on the property. So the 48 acres is being used by the College of Agriculture as the restriction on the gift of the land.
Okay. Is there still some undeveloped acreage available on the Valley Road site?
Yes, it's not completely utilized, and there is opportunity to have additional local food demonstrations there or additional commercial local food production.
Okay, so you see where I'm heading.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. There's quite a few people in this room that have also been a part of older academic programs for agriculture on the Valley Road site, and who can personally attest to some of the chemicals and contaminants that are within that soil. In addition to the fact that the last partner that UNR tried to team up with to complete some of these projects with greenhouses and hoop houses, it was such a cumbersome process. People have actually left that program. In addition to the fact that if you want to look at small sustainable production agriculture, having integrated curriculum where you have the Wolfpack Meats, a processing facility, acreage that actually has usable soil and the ability to create, dynamic systems that would play out in much better agricultural education, you can't even begin to compare the two sites. They're not even the same things.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
I got a, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
To add kind of onto that, if there's regards to the local grown, because I know previously this was extended out for a year's time for a lot of that outreach to happen with some stakeholders. I know there was a locally grown plan. Is there somebody, I think, that was part of that group, whether it's...
I would refer you to Exhibit 3 to my December 18th letter. There's a whole list of the outreach that we did.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. I was wanting to hopefully hear from either Wendy Barlow or you, ma'am. That's fine.
My name's Ann Lohala. I am with the Nevada Grown Initiative that the governor mentioned in the 108-page report. It's a nonprofit organization that's about 10 years old, and yeah, it has been taken under the wings of the governor and the Department of Agriculture.
So the end result, though, as was stated earlier, my understanding is that a plan was developed, but it's not being at all used as part of the 104, the PUD. Is that my understanding?
This was just announced a few months ago.
Okay.
So we'll have funding will be coming up in July, if that's what you're talking about,
Okay.
the governor's plan?
Not specifically. I
something
think
else?
if Wendy can add to that real quick.
Thank you very much. I'd like to clarify that it wasn't just me, but we sat on I'm sorry, I'm Wendy Baroli, and I was part of the stakeholder group that put together a plan that we were actually instructed to do and invited by the university to participate in, a very vibrant opportunity to sit down with Dr. Pardini and other staff from the university and come up with a better use, because honestly, the land wasn't in use, and it became very clear. And of course, the university looked at it and said, "Well, there's an asset we can monetize, because there isn't even a plan on this." I remember them walking out of the room and going, "Well, you don't even have a plan." So we spent the last year and a half coming up with a very, very specific plan that would include research and education, public demonstration, an opportunity to use a $500,000 grant that was given by the federal government called Farm Corps, ready to provide technical assistance, which is the big problem that UNR has. It doesn't have enough students or technicians. They can't pay these students enough to be able to do the research. That's what they kept saying, is we don't have the money to do the research. And so we came up with this plan, and then there was a day where all the stakeholders were met together, and Mr. Johnson said to us, well, that's kind of arrogant to tell researchers and new scientists what to do with this property. And we thought that we were participating in this public process, and that's what we're talking about, is we came up with a very detailed plan. It's...
Okay, you need to shorten your answers.
Okay, sorry about that. There's the... Sorry. There's the plan. And... Oh, Lord. Sorry about that.
There you go, you got it.
And it's something that we can grow with.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Could I also respond? I would say two things. When dealing with public body, I never use the term arrogant. I have not accused anyone of being arrogant in this process. When we went to the planning report here, we seem to have a plan for an intensive use of every acre. And the problem here is using a plan for every acre. We don't even have the researchers here. We don't have the teachers here to actually implement this plan. This is a design. And when the College of Agriculture decides which positions they're going to hire as a priority hires, then those researchers will determine how they need to utilize land to answer the questions from the public. As the dean has told us, anything that was planned on this 104-acre parcel can equally and as effectively be done on the remaining 812 acres.
Okay, thank you.
President Johnson, quick question. My understanding is you're still looking for a new dean for the School of Agriculture?
That's correct. We have an interim dean currently.
Is there not an appetite to wait until you hire one so they see the entire assets for the agricultural department to see what you can do from that point forward?
No, there is not. We have a responsibility, as Mr. Wixom's letter said, from the Board of Regents, that it is a responsibility of the university to protect the maximal value of the assets of the university. Now, we are not going to develop this immediately if this zoning goes through, so there will be plenty of time for the new dean to come in and see the property and see how we're going to use it.
Ms. Zadra?
Mr. Mayor, may I
Thank you,
speak
Mr. Mayor.
on behalf of the Cabinar stakeholders group that worked on
If you'll make it
this
short and
project?
sweet, you had a chance to speak earlier.
Yes, I did. To answer your question, Mr. Delgado, and to maybe respond to Mr. Johnson's statement, if there's no developer, then equally so, there might not be exactly the right professors yet to teach, but the Cabinar just hired an animal nutritionist who's going to do research with animals and nutrition. And they are about to hire an agronomist who will do soil research with crops, related to crops. So sooner than the developer that is supposedly going to develop this, not sooner than 7 to 20 years, we will have the staff in place to put into place this. Also, there's an MOU with a vine grower. They're going to create a winery at Dairy Hill, which would put Reno on the map. They're going to be growing hops. And they are doing canola and camelina trials for drought tolerance right on those 104 acres today.
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you.
Zadra?
Carrie, I'll start with you, please. What are the distinctions between being in an A flood zone versus a floodway?
Okay, yes, there are distinctions. A floodway, current Reno ordinance does prohibit any development within a floodway. And so your floodways are your active channels or water courses. Neither does FEMA actually prohibit a floodway development. And so Reno's standard is actually just a bit better than what the minimum FEMA standards are on that point. A floodplain is something that the city of Reno, through our code, allows development, but then also provides that mitigation would be made.
Okay, thank you. And could you kind of detail the potential impacts or the relationship of this PUD if it were approved? Boy, Bill Thomas, he gave me something back there, and I have a voice finally. Anyway, how the relationship, if this PUD were approved, how it would have an impact on the flood project.
Okay, very good. And perhaps for the record, I should state that I'm Carrie Lonzo with Public Works. I'm the city's floodplain administrator. And I have reviewed the preliminary master hydrology study that was produced in 2011 and reviewed that as the city staff representative to the Truckee River Flood Project according to what they were planning at the time. And I will say that there are no elements that are in conflict. So the proposal by the applicant and there was no direct impact to the project. The flood mitigation ordinance that we have in place is with a view to offset any impacts to really anyone, either the flood project and or any adjacent properties. And so I would demonstrate that it has been represented to me that the applicant feels that they can meet our mitigation requirements.
Okay. And can you kind of spin off from there, kind of responding to Terry Thomas, I believe it was, had an evaluation that the one-to-one isn't mitigation, but just displacement. Can you?
Okay. And so there was a long technical process to utilize the tools that we do have available as far as hydrology modeling to decide whether the one-to-one was an adequate mitigation. And so, no, we don't consider that as having an impact. In fact, our code calls it the no adverse impact clause.
Okay. All right. Okay. Nathan, your turn. Okay. How does this proposed zone change perform or satisfy? We've kind of talked around this, but I'm asking it in a little different way for maybe a distinct answer. How does the zone change to a PUD perform within or satisfy the requirements of the open space plan?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. The open space plan doesn't specifically address this area. So does it satisfy it? I mean, I don't think it's in conflict with it. The criterion used when you look at the methodology identified in the plan, it identified a list of things, and certainly being in a flood zone was one of the things that were looked at. But there were a multitude layers put on the consultants and council, in the process in the development of the plan that specified specific areas to be identified as open space or part of the greenway connection to that open space. I'll give you. If we could get this on overhead, please. As I had mentioned, the nearest identified area for an open space or greenway is about a mile to the east, and it follows to this area and along the Truckee River. This area is not identified in the open space and greenways plan as an area specific for preservation.
Okay, thank you. Again, if this zone change was approved and we have the PUD in place and future development comes along in whatever time frame that is, what would be the public process that would follow from an approval tonight?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
If development were to come forward in 10 years, what would be the public process that would need to follow?
At that point, if I'm understanding what you're saying, if this were to be approved and it were to go to regional and found in conformance with the regional plan, come back for certification, going through the whole process. If this PUD were adopted, the way that it specifies, it outlines entitlements. It outlines entitlements for development. go. I think I lost my map for reference, apologize. But it does identify specific zoning districts that would be akin to what's across the street, essentially. If they have different names, but they act and function, essentially it's an arterial commercial zone or an industrial business, industrial commercial types of zone. So the public process at that point, the entitlements would be secured. Unless it was some sort of residential adjacency for development off the site, this would be going straight to building permit. The entitlements would be in play.
Okay. Thank you. Now for the applicant. Go ahead, Melissa.
Certain uses would require a special use permit, so they would come back through the process. And then it would follow through to the building permit process, and that's where all the details of the flood and the hydrology would be checked and signed off on.
Please.
This is Mark Johnson again. Anytime, if we were to sell a piece of this land, any sale of a piece of land or having a construction going on the land would have to have a public process and a Board of Regents approval.
That's what I was looking for.
As being a property of the Board of Regents.
That's what I was looking for. And Mr. President Johnson, you can stay because you guys are up next.
Okay.
Could you address the concerns that were expressed by several of the people here, and certainly in prior meetings that I had with the opponents, that the university is, using their words, inappropriately looking to resolve its financial needs or debt obligations in other areas on the back of some fertile land. What is truly the mission? And I mean, certainly we have communication from Regent Wixom, and I actually spoke with him by phone. Could you identify what is the mission of the university, first and foremost, and how does that evolve over time?
Okay, the overall mission of the University of Nevada, Reno is to provide education, research, and community outreach. And those are our mission functions, and therefore, according to Mr. Wixom's letter, it is the responsibility of those in charge of the university to maintain the highest value possible of assets so that we can use our resources for the highest and best use for our teaching, research, and outreach missions.
Okay. So this kind of also plays into the concern that people have expressed that we're a land grant university. So what are the land grant best practices and expectations that you have to satisfy? And how will that be impacted positively or negatively if this action were taken?
Okay, the Land Grant Act was actually passed by Congress, called the Morrill Act, back in 1862. It specifically mentioned agriculture, mechanic arts, and liberal arts education for the common person. Things have evolved a lot since 1862. We continue to have mechanic arts, which we call engineering now. We continue to have agriculture. And we have broadened out to be a full-fledged liberal arts university with both basic and applied research. And we also, as a land-grant university, have a responsibility to take on real-world issues, do research, and carry those answers out to the constituents in all 17 counties of Nevada.
Is there anything extraordinary, and you could call that positive or negative, about the actions you're taking in your plans that put that distinction, the land grant distinction, at risk, or does it in fact improve it? Where's the common ground?
No, we have in our Constitution and statutes of Nevada, we have accepted, and the state of Nevada has accepted the land grant responsibilities of the Extension Act, Smith-Lever, the Experimentation Act, which is the Hatch Act, as well as the provisions for the teaching part of the university through the Morrill Act. So we follow the statutes of the state, and just because we move resources around between disciplines does not negate the fact that we continue to fulfill the basic missions of teaching, research, and outreach with applied problems to the entire state.
You touched on in your earlier presentation some of the newer activities that you're doing at the high desert farming, through the High Desert Farming Initiative on Valley Road. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because a majority of the comments that we heard tonight made reference to what you're not going to be able to do if these 104 acres go away. Can you balance that?
Certainly, nothing that we're planning to do here negates our ability to do 4-H. It doesn't. We are keeping Wolfpack Meats open, so those activities will continue. What we're doing with the Hoop House project on the Valley Road properties is basically doing a demonstration project to show how hoop houses work. We have a business student who has done a business plan for that project. We have a contractor to build the hoop houses, and we will be dealing with private entities as well as our university. It's really a demonstration of how you can actually run a business doing intensive local food production with fairly simple technologies.
At one of my earlier meetings, it was actually with Amber. She suggested to me that we're behind, our university is behind in its teachings within the agricultural field. And when I spoke with you earlier this week, you made reference to we're doing some new things with the local food suppliers, and in particular with Latin Farms. Could you kind of give me a little more detail about that?
Well, Latin Farms has been the example of local food production and distribution in this region for some time, and we are working with Rick Latin on this Hoop House project. Are we behind? We're behind in terms of local food. I've been the Dean of Agriculture in the state of Kansas, also Cooperative Extension Director and Experiment Station Director. Had the same jobs at Colorado State University. And the university in our agricultural operation developed quite vibrant small farm and local food programs. And when I got to this university, we did not have these programs. So I think the concerns being raised by the people here this evening are quite valid from the standpoint that we need to do more in terms of research and education and demonstration projects to help those that are involved in local food apply good science to the local food production. We want to do more with the local food groups.
Is there anything that the university can do to give more confidence, more of a guarantee that Wolfpack Meats, it will be untouched?
It's difficult to do a guarantee. We held long discussions led by Ron Zurich over here, our Vice President for Administration and Finance. We had Wendy Baroli representing the local food group. We had individuals from meat companies who were complaining that we were competing against them in a private market with a publicly subsidized meat plant. We also had the grass-fed beef producers in the room with us, as well as the university. So we had four quite divergent views. The grass-fed beef producers wanted a place to process their animals. The local food folks wanted a place to buy grass-fed beef. The other private meat industries didn't want us subsidizing their competition. And the university did not want to continue to lose money when we weren't doing a substantial amount of teaching and research in the meat business. So we did finally agree that we could keep the meat plant open. We would have to raise prices so we could be more analogous to a private firm and we could stop losing money. And the grass-fed beef producers could still have a place to process their animals. So we came to a conclusion. We raised our prices, and we hope that the customers of the meat plant will keep coming even with higher price services.
My last question is, we heard a couple of people tonight make reference to the governor's commitment to agriculture, and I certainly heard that earlier this week when visiting with some opponents. How does this move contradict or potentially jeopardize the action that the governor has proposed and is taking?
The University of Nevada, Reno is committed to agriculture. We're committed to agricultural research, teaching of our students, and outreach to our communities. As the Dean of Agriculture, the current interim Dean of Agriculture says, the projects that were planned on this 104 acres with this particular plan can be effectively moved to other parts of the farm or other areas. So the nice thing is that the College of Agriculture now has recognized the importance of local food, and they have been identifying some positions that we could hire in the future beyond the ones that were mentioned earlier. But those positions have to be yet identified and selected. When I came here a few years ago, we had no agronomist, no entomologist, no plant pathologist. We were very, very thin in agriculture. And we have a commitment now through the plans for the College of Agriculture to have a much more broad agriculture. We will be hiring a horticulturalist, agronomist, etc. So I think this whole exercise has been good for us in a way to enhance the communication between the local food interests and the College of Agriculture. And we will be responding programmatically to the interests of local food.
Thank you. That's all. My last question is actually for Marilyn. We heard many people talk about, and kind of one of the almost closing statements that Everett made, that, you know, we need to listen to the will of the people and do what's right for the community. Can one sole property owner be asked to perform to a higher standard than any neighboring property owners, or to a higher standard than may exist in any local, state, or federal jurisdiction? Can one property owner be asked to perform to a higher standard?
I think that your standard that you are addressing tonight is whether you can make the findings or not. And that is how you should look at in terms of whether you should grant or deny this particular request. Can you make the findings?
Thank you.
Ms. Jordan, and then
First off, I'm glad to hear that UNR agrees that they can and should be doing more with the local food and agriculture movement, and I hope that's not just words. I hope it's truly actionable and brought to fruition. And having grown up on a farm and president of the FFA and 4-H member myself, I did have a question with regards to if the development of this 104 acres should occur, what impacts does it have on the volume of meat processing at Wolfpack Meats? I guess I'm getting to a head of cattle or a animal head count impact.
I suspect if we had cattle being grazed to a maximum capacity on the entire 900 and some acre farm, then we would have a capacity, then we would, and we were just the right capacity in the meat processing plant, and we took out some acres, then we wouldn't have enough animals to run through the facility. But we aren't using 100% of the acres for cattle now. We have one major research project dealing with live animals out there at the current time, and they don't use a huge amount of the farm.
Okay.
So we've got capacity, and we have so much capacity in the meat plant that we are selling services to these grass-fed beef producers.
Well, back to the findings and the zoning issue. One of the findings we have to make is in what respects the plan is or is not consistent with the statement of objectives of a plan unit development. And we've heard Ms. Lindell say that a lot of the uses that are proposed in the PUD are allowed in the UT40 zoning. So I'm trying to figure out the objectives of the plan unit development. And the zoning ordinance states that a plan unit development, the purpose is to encourage flexibility in the development of land to promote the most appropriate and compatible uses. And I'm stuck on that because the compatibility with the general rural in the, to the east is I'm not seeing that being made. But more specifically, the purpose of the PUD is to encourage flexibility in the development of land in Reno, to promote its most appropriate and compatible use. And, but the last one is to preserve the natural and scenic features of open areas in the community. So the PUD is a very generous tool given to a property owner. And we already know this property owner, all the uses they want, they can already do in the UT40. And I don't see them giving back to this purpose of the zoning ordinance for the natural and scenic features of open areas in the community. Open areas that we recognize are pretty important because you know, there's been flooding in this area. So what we've seen, and it's been very interesting, is to see this applicant come in with a large parcel and cut it up. And, you know, that's not the sense of a PUD. I look at PUDs I've seen this city do over the years, and often there is a large open space component. And so I'm having a really hard time seeing that the statement of the objectives of the PUD are being met. And Nathan, maybe you can help me with your analysis a little bit. How is the PUD objectives being met here in terms of the flexibility that they're getting when they already have the uses they want in the UT40?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Well, I think first to address your open space question, yeah, typically a PUD would have open space within it. Typically PUDs aren't limited to a small commercial strip like this. So, you know, having an open area without an intrinsic natural resource value, you know, for open space preservation within it, that's not unusual. I can't think of a PUD, strictly commercial PUD of this scale that would have open space, you know, beyond excessive, you know, extensive buffering and landscaping and things of that, and meandering trails and that sort of thing, which this PUD features. The existing UT40 designation in and of itself, given the size of this parcel, we're talking a UT40, 40-acre parcel. I think what they're requesting is a great deal more intense than while the uses themselves may be allowed. What they're requesting is really more intense and more thought out. With the PUD, it allows the process to look at it comprehensively, I think, is the value. A comprehensive view rather than just you know, saying the use is allowed in the UT40.
But I guess I'm not seeing the jump to the great benefit and advantages to the public in giving them this PUD jump. So I appreciate that analysis. The other issues that I'm struggling with this, and I've looked at so many parcels in this community and in rural communities, is I've never seen it come across a parcel that is you know, so urban in nature, but seems so skipped by infrastructure. There's statements made that it's right next to the sewer treatment plant, and and this is where probably Public Works staff will come in. It's next to the 60-inch main, I mean, the big line going to the treatment plant. So what links into the big line going into the treatment plant? Because there's statements in the sewer report that says we're just going to go into the big line. Well, the only thing that goes into the big line are big trunks serving big swaths of the community, as far as I'm concerned. So how will this property be sewered? Because when I read the master plan, UT40 is when you don't have sewer. And I don't see sewer here, even though we're right next to the main line and the plant.
Probably defer that to Terry Svetich.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Terry Svedich. I'm engineering manager for City of Reno Public Works. And yes, typically when we're talking major interceptors, such as a 60-inch interceptor, we don't usually allow for just individual laterals to tie into a major interceptor. It would have to be construction of a sewer collection line, and that could tie into the interceptor.
Okay, so, but they haven't shown what that design's going to look like or anything else, right? I mean,
not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and since you're up, you wrote a letter about an agreement that the city has with the university about this property related to, I guess, one of our master plan components, which is the wastewater treatment plant. And what is this agreement that we have in this use for the property that has been used?
The City of Reno jointly own the wastewater treatment plant with City of Sparks. And as an effort to meet our discharge requirements from the wastewater treatment plant to the Truckee River, one of the strategies is to utilize some of the reclaimed water for irrigation. The wastewater treatment plant treats the water to a very high degree, but there is still some nitrogen and phosphorus that is in the treated effluent, and that we want to keep out of the Truckee River. By applying that treated effluent to the agriculture, it benefits them because that nitrogen and phosphorus is essentially a fertilizer. So in 2000, an agreement was developed between the City of Reno and UNR to utilize treated effluent for irrigation on the UNR farms.
So we released them from that agreement now, or is that agreement still in place?
That agreement was amended earlier this year as a result of the Southeast Connector, and basically it was amended so that it was more specific as to how much treated effluent they would use on the remaining agricultural land. And this agreement should be good for another 37 years.
Okay.
And the minimum amount of treated effluent that they will use is 2,200 acre feet annually.
Okay. And this, we paid a lot to improve their land, right, for the terms of this agreement, correct? In the sewer fund.
In 2002, we extended the treated effluent facilities and put in the distribution system for the treated effluent throughout UNR farms, an 8-inch and 12-inch backbone of treated effluent distribution facilities, as well as the wheel lines. And we continue to pay an annual fee for an operator for their staff to operate the system and replace some of the systems, as well as leasing some of the water rights.
Okay, so, you know, I guess what I'm seeing is the infrastructure in place, the public infrastructure is really, you know, part and parcel to this UT40 use, not, you know, sewer or anything. So it's leading me a direction, understanding that the infrastructure in place is not that which is going to serve the PUD. There's a need for a lot of infrastructure that'll have to come. And I have another question about the gas lines, because again, I have not seen a property this close in that seems to be skipped by the gas lines, and it's a high pressure gas line.
Okay, in terms of, let me start with the effluent agreement. The agreement is to use effluent on 600 acres. We have 812 acres that will be saved as a farm to use the effluent agreement on. And if there are any lines that are existing on the 100 acres, UNR would have to move those at their expense if this property is developed and moves forward. There is a 60-inch main sewer line that goes through the middle of the property to the treatment plant. And all the property on the west side of McCarran is sewered, and we intend on developing a sewer collection system that will meet the city of Reno's requirement and tie into that 60-inch line. There's a 20-inch water line on South Virginia. There's gas lines on, South Virginia, South McCarran. There's gas lines on South McCarran, there's telephone, there's cable, there's everything. This site is teed up and ready to go. And this is, in terms of the PUD, not all the uses in UT 40 are allowed, would be desired uses. We're looking at office, research, and some ancillary commercial uses, like if we had a big campus, to have like a little cafe or something like that. So the PUD provides a lot more control and a lot more flexibility. It's very similar to the PUD that we worked on, Jenny, for Lewis Operating Corp. It's exactly the same. It was surrounded by, it was an agricultural area in the Curdy Ranch area for Lewis. Jenny and I worked on the PUD, and it had the flexibility and allowed the uses, and also UNR wanted to prohibit some of the uses that like adult businesses and collection stations and crematoriums and towing and impact yards. They didn't want some of those things in the PUD, so this is why the PUD allows more flexibility and more control for the owner to, because there has to be a master developer that approves architectural design guidelines and things like that. So I think that covered just about everything. The open space issue, the requirements for open space in a PUD are kind of related to, as you see in a finding 4, they're related to proposed density and type of residential development. This is not a residential development. It's it's exactly the same as the PUD, the Lewis PUD that we worked on, that required 15 to 20% for landscaping, and that open space can be clustered. So I think that sums up.
Mr. Dortch, you have any questions?
Just discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Do you have another question, Ms. Brackus? Okay. Open it up for discussion. Mr. Delgado.
I'm still having issues regarding some findings that I can't make. But before I make a motion or anything else, I'd like to hear discussion from the rest of the council.
Well, I wasn't asking for a motion. I was asking for discussion.
I have a question. What, forgive me for being new, what level of authority does this body have with regards to flood mitigation material standards and levels, if and when this is approved and it comes back at the development stage? What is our authority with setting the standards and materials, or the 1-to-1 or the 1-to, et cetera, for development? Who?
Well, we can, on setting the 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 or whatever it is, we have a lot to say so in that going forward.
Well,
Mr. Dortch.
I think, you can answer the question. But right now it's going to be controlled by code.
Yeah.
Yes, and I guess I would only say from a staff perspective, all we could do is enforce the 1-to-1 unless other provisions were allowable legally. Of course, there was long discussion on adoption of the ordinance on whether we should employ something greater than 1-to-1.
Right.
And ultimately, and that took years to discuss and really provide the technical findings. It was the 1-to-1 that the former council did endorse.
You're right.
And some of the discussion at the time was whether or not you can actually implore one property owner to be burdened with more of the mitigation than the other property owners in the area. So, there was a lot of discussion regarding that. Obviously, if the applicant agreed to something else, I think we could probably include that in the PUD.
Right.
I was going to say, you can include whatever you find appropriate in the PUD, because the PUD is unique. So if you want to say greater for some reason, you could say greater. In fact, the Planning Commission made that recommendation. It just didn't say what amount.
What was greater, it just said
It just said greater than.
Okay. Ms. Jordan, any comments? Mr. Dortch?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, some of what we heard tonight was that because this is UNR, that they should be treated differently. And as a council, we can't. We've got to treat them like any other applicant that comes before us. And at that point in time, it's let's look at the findings, let's look at what we have in code and move forward on that. And I'm sorry, do you have something you need? Go ahead.
For the record, Jay Aldine, Director of the Flood Project. Your ordinance actually has built into it two issues, and one of the issues is that the protection level associated with the mitigation is at the 117-year storm level, which means anybody that normally designs any kind of structure, it's built to the 100-year according to your city code. But because the ordinance requires to the 117-year level, that is the extra mitigation that was referred to by Wood Rogers. So you actually have a little bit better than 1-to-1. It's built into the ordinance, and I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Thank you. Your microphone, please.
Sorry. One, I know Jenny's referred to the current zoning. Well, the current zoning is not in conformance with the master plan. So what's in conformance with the master plan is either a PUD or open space. So regardless, the PUD is more appropriate than what's currently on that site. So then we've got to look at the uses. Well, what I'm hearing is the uses are all uses that would be allowed in UT 40 and similar uses to what's across the street. So then I go and I start looking at findings, and I know that there's been a lot of the issues brought up regarding findings, but let's keep in mind it says that the city council shall find that the zoning is in accordance with the master plan for land use and be designed as applicable. So some of these things that are on this list might not be applicable. You know, some are, but some just clearly aren't. So I think when you go through and you look at all the findings that we need to make, and you look at the fact that the current zoning is not in conformance with the master plan, I can make the findings. And again, I think they're not asking for any additional uses that aren't currently allowed on that land.
Mr. Delgado?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to go on the, wanted to make sure I get my message that this is a great opportunity to really look at this on a bigger scale. I think we tend to look at the map and only just see that part of the east part of Reno. I think we sometimes fail to see that we are committed just to the general city to make sure that we're planning accordingly. And I think this is a failed opportunity if we don't see that that under 104 acres as being part of the overall flood management that we have, an opportunity to do that. Flood management also equaling agriculture, also equaling open space. You know, as like many of you reaching out to the community, seeing that we want to be different than what we've been in the past and just approving things, really taking the city in a different direction. And so I really look at the council to really consider that in terms of how we want to change our image, as we spoke about at our, about 2 months ago, in terms of how we want to be viewed at, not only in Northern Nevada, but regionally and everything else. This is a grand opportunity to really step up and do that. So I just really want to take that into consideration and really hope you guys think about that.
Ms. Brackus?
Well, I am looking at the findings. I'm looking particularly at the master plan finding. I disagree that, I understand they're hinging their their statements that PUD is the one that applies to SPA, and, but, you know, Mr. Gilbert started his comment saying it's general rural. Well, general rural corresponds to UT 40, and that's what it is. And so I see that the way it came in as general rural is the appropriate master plan compliance. And, you know, the master plan has some questions. I mean, there's some questions about why we don't even have the conversion chart anymore. It's very unclear. So there's a little vagueness there. But I dispute that it is not consistent with the land use designation for the area. And when you read the master plan about what UT 40 is, it is appropriate for these properties that conversion designations for properties that Washoe County has planned for large lot development, allows development greater than 5 acres per unit. And I think that the uses may include open space, large lot residential, ag, forestry, rec, site-dependent industry, and public facilities. So when you look down to the UT 40 at all the uses, it really does match up. And we're bringing in a project of regional significance. So those of us who sit on the Regional Planning Governing Board, this will be coming to the Regional Planning Commission, and we're bringing in a project of regional significance with all the loads that it brings, the traffic, the sewer, et cetera, at the edge of the valley, next to general rural. So when I look at the findings related to compatible land use, I feel very compelled that the UT 40 is the appropriate transition here at the edge of the valley where services are limited. So I have no problem finding the master plan conformity, and that's where I will go. But more specifically to the PUD, and I've watched PUDs come through this city, you know, probably 20, and I think that this is a very dangerous precedent in a PUD. And Ms. Lindell talked about the PUD of the down south, but that was a non-residential component adjacent to another PUD that was the residential component. This is just a little carve-out. They came in and did a lot line adjustment when rightfully a PUD in character would have been the whole 804 acres. That would have been a true meeting the intent of the PUD statute. So I have a difficulty in seeing little commercial strip office parks become PUDs, and I don't think that is consistent with the findings of the NRS for PUDs meeting the PUD objectives.
Okay. Mr. Delgado. Ms. Zadra, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, we heard a lot of conversation or concern expressed in the public comment, in particular about findings F, J, and K. And I can just kind of quickly summarize. There's certainly more detail, but I think F specifically has been addressed and met. They are proposing to minimally meet the conditions of the one-to-one and actually exceed those. So I think that F is addressed in a positive manner. And J and K kind of accumulatively in many of the statements and commitments that we've heard, there has been massive public outreach to improve this proposal as well as their operations. They're evolving the program, the academic program, so that they will be able to produce and send out much stronger graduates that will be able to compete and bring solid jobs to our community from that new learning experience. They're evolving and advancing the local food chain. They're working with those local providers and working to evolve it, which I think is a huge benefit to our community. And the commitment to improve or maintain Wolfpack meats plays into that as well.
Mr. Mayor, Marilyn Craig, Deputy City Attorney. Just to clarify, since this PUD came into effect or close to the time, or excuse me, since we received the application, the Ninth Circuit has determined that tattoo parlors are First Amendment protected, and therefore we would recommend that the prohibited uses of tattoo parlors, body painting, and similar types of activities not be a prohibited use in the IB or IC zoned portion of this PUD, should you decide to go ahead and approve it. It's a prohibited use as set forth in the PUD right now. But
Okay.
we would recommend that you allow tattoo parlors in that.
Okay.
We would have to allow that even if the owner of the property says they don't want it?
Yes.
We'll accept what the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. We have.
I understand, but I would think if the owner of the property says, I don't want a tattoo parlor on my land, that you could, it just makes no, well, that's a Ninth Circuit.
All right. All right. Mr. Delgado, you want to make a motion or something? It's your territory.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion. Based upon non-compliance with the applicable findings, I move not to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission to deny the zoning map amendment by ordinance. The reason for denial is my inability to make the findings NRS 278A.500 on number 2, 6, and 7, and also on the Reno Public Code 1806 B, F, I, and K.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that, but I'd like to add 278A 501, because I do not believe that it is consistent with the statement of objectives of a plan unit development that I read from RMC 1808 101. If you amend your motion to include that, I will make the second.
I amend that to include that. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no? No. No. So it's, how are you? 4-2. It's 4-2. Mr. Dort, Ms. Zadra, you want to give me a motion? You want Mr. Dort to give me a motion? You can't talk. Give me, she lost her voice yesterday. Mr. Dort, you want to give me a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, as I stated earlier, I can make the findings. And again, I think, as I stated, I think a lot of what we heard was that because it's UNR and that we should be treating them differently, and we just can't. I don't think legally we can't treat them differently. And then I go and look at the findings, and I can make the findings. So based on that, I will move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Do I have a second?
With the changes that that Ms. Craig made with regard to tattoo parlors.
Ms. Zadra, you got a second? Okay. The poor lady lost her voice. I don't know why I'm torturing her. I have a motion, second. Any further discussion?
I did just want to discuss a couple things. I think this was a great opportunity to hear, outside of findings or not, the concerns from the citizens on a variety of topics. And from what I heard, one of the main concerns was with regards to food growth in this community. And what I'm hearing, while it may not be acceptable on this 104 acres, there is an alternative site, and the university's willing to reach out and work with the food co-op group to help in that effort. So to me, that is a reasonable compromise with regards to that issue, and I really truly hope that that does move forward in a positive manner with the group. Number two was that the impacts to things relative to 4-H, FFA, those sorts of community civic things were not going to be negatively impacted by this, nor would the meat production at Wolfpack Meats. So that, again, was a concern that was brought forward that I believe the university is addressing and will continue to address. And the third and the biggest one to me was with regards to flood mitigation. And I agree with Councilman Delgado that 1-to-1 isn't, while it may be standard, in my opinion, is not raising the bar. But what I'm hearing is that there's a willingness to do and an appetite to do just that. And so for those reasons, but I can make the findings. So for those reasons, I am in support of the motion as well.
Okay, any further discussion? I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no.
No.
Show the vote 4-2. Chair will entertain a motion for...
At this point, I think the motion you're entertaining, Mr. Mayor, is for me to read Bill number 6853, which is an ordinance
Right.
to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, assigning a PUD zoning on a 104-acre site located 1,000 feet north of the intersection of Pembroke Drive and South McCarran Boulevard that is bounded to the north by the intersection of South McCarran Boulevard and Cleanwater Way, South McCarran Boulevard to the west and to the east, and south by remaining University of Nevada Systems property in the SPA Special Planning Area, City of Reno Master Plan Land Use Designation in order to allow development of 17.81 acres of office commercial flex uses, 15.81 acres of office commercial flex or business park uses, 35.09 acres of business park core uses, 23.18 acres of business park or mixed residential uses, 11 acres for roadways, and 1.1 acres for drainage on a parcel previously zoned GR, General Rural, in Washoe County, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Mr. Dortch.
Again, move to refer with the changes that we mentioned earlier regarding the Ninth Circuit.
Give me a second, Jordan. Second. Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Yes. Refers proper, right?
Yes, right.
Right. Yes. Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion 4-2. All right, my favorite motion.
Move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
One moment. We have to have public comment.
Oh, okay. That's right. I have no cards for public comment.
Okay.
Now I'll entertain that motion. Have a motion, second. All in favor, say. Sir? You come on up here.
Thank you, sir. You know, I reserve judgment. I apologize. I know it's getting late. I'm not a resident of the city of Reno, so I wanted to mind my own business.
No.
But I would like to just clarify a couple of points. The people from the university have stood up here in a public forum, and I think they have blatantly misrepresented what the university is doing to support the farming community. My name is Mark O'Farrell. I'm sorry. For the record, my name is Mark O'Farrell. My company is Hungry Mother Organics, and we have been in a contract with the university for over a year, a contract which they have not performed on. Myself and Rick Latin, who they mentioned, basically came up with the term High Desert Farming Initiative. They've had a grant for $500,000 to build these greenhouses that they're touting. Effective August of this year, that money gets sent back to HUD because the university has not managed in the course of 5 years to build these hoop houses in this greenhouse operation. Now, to point out another blatant misrepresentation, they said that it was hoop houses and a greenhouse and a produce shed. They know very well that because the process was bungled, there will not be an additional greenhouse. That's been scratched. And they're planning, they issued a contract, and I'm not going to divulge the amount because there are certain legal ramifications, but I would just like to make it a part of the public record that the public-private partnership that has been addressed here tonight is not a public-private partnership, because I personally sent a certified letter to the real estate department and to the dean of the College of Agriculture, letting them know that due to a lack of support on the part of Cabner and the university administration, that there will not be a high desert farming initiative, at least not the way it was developed as a collaborative effort between the farming community and the university, okay? If they would like to dispute that, that's fine, but this is the third meeting I've been to where they have blatantly misrepresented, and they've known for 3 weeks that there is no longer a public-private partnership and that high desert farming initiative, let alone the hoop houses and greenhouses, may not be built. So I appreciate you letting me
Yes, sir.
make that statement, because I think it would be a travesty to let them come up here and misrepresent. It has nothing to do with zoning. It has to do with the integrity of the university.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
I went to a land-grant university. I've graduated from 2 land-grant universities with degrees in agriculture. There's no one that appreciates the Hatch Act, the Smith-Lever Act, and everything else that they've given lip service to, but I'm just here to testify that the assertion that the university has supported this project and worked hard for over a year to make it happen is just blatantly false. And I appreciate you letting
Sir-
me make that statement.
Sir, if you'd fill out a blue form over here
Okay.
for me, I'd
Be glad
appreciate it. All right, any other public comment now?
Oh, by the way, we employed 5 students for the past 2
Okay,
years.
okay.
Renovated the greenhouses and employed 5 universities.
No, sir, you're no more on the mic.
Move to adjourn, Mr. Mayor.
Have a motion to adjourn, have a second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.